Chapter 9. The Auto Workers. By 1923, the automobile industry was the largest industry in the Nanan. Mass production, with its large-scale production of identical items, interchangeable parts, and sequentially ordered moving assembly lines, was symbolized the world over by Henry Ford's Model T.U.E.L. By this time, the auto workers were divided into three main groups: white native-born workers, black native-born workers, and foreign-born workers. 2. Unlike many industrialists, the auto employers did not seek to have a workforce divided by language. Perhaps, observes Joyce Shaw Peterson, the threat of united worker organization seems so slight that employers saw no need for special advantages. 3. Historians generally agree that the greatest obstacle to union organization of the automobile industry lay in its reputation as a high-wage industry. From the initial lure of Henry Ford's 1914 $5 a day wage through the high-wage period of the 1920s, by 1925 the auto industry ranked first in yearly wages received by workers' labor in all parts of the United States was drawn to the auto industry in Detroit. 4. However, as shop floor tensions emerged with increasing use of efficiency engineers, followed by line speed-up and other assaults by employers on established working methods, unionization of the auto plants became a real possibility. Despite the reputation for high wages, actual conditions in the industry were abominable. After just 2 decades, the industry had come under domination of a few giant corporations who wielded absolute power over the workers. They paid piece rates which were cut every time the workers started earning more than the companies wanted to pay. Long layoffs that reduced workers to near starvation alternated with working 7 days a week, 10 and 12 hours a day. 121. Job security was unknown. Lead poisoning and other job-related ailments were common. The speed of the production line reduced workers to physical wrecks. Talking was forbidden in auto plants, and talking union could get a worker beaten up and fired. Spies infested the plants. Ford's factories were patrolled by the notorious Service Department, made up of convicted gangsters and murderers paroled in the company's custody. The most insistent and persistent grievances of the 1920s were workers' complaints about the tension of their work, the pace of the line, the inability to exert any control over the pace, the impossibility of making a mistake without having that affect everybody else. All of these features of mass production came to be concentrated around the concept of speed-up, and, when organization finally came to the automobile workers, speed-up was one of the chief organizing issues. So writes Joyce Shaw Peterson in her study of the auto workers. 5. She quotes a Ford worker who observed, "The weight of a tack in the hands of an upholsterer is insignificant, but if you have to drive 8 tacks in every Ford cushion that goes by your station within a certain time, and know that if you fail to do so, you are going to tie up the entire platform, and you continue to do this for 4 years, you are going to break under the strain." 6. Auto workers struck back by absenteeism, turnovers, restricting output, and sporadic walkouts that often lasted less than a day. But these outbursts were usually unsuccessful in having any effect on workers' conditions of employment, especially inhuman work rules, speed up, and fluctuating and insecure employment. 7. A machine shop worker voiced his feeling about restricting output in a poem he posted on the shop bulletin board. It read in part, "Harmony, I am working with the feeling that the company is stealing 50 pennies from my pocket every day. But for every single penny, they will lose 10 times as many. By the speed that I'm producing, I dare say. For it makes me so disgusted that my speed shall be adjusted, so that nevermore my brow will drip with sweat. When they're in an awful hurry, someone else can rush and worry, till an increase in my wages do I get. 6. In short, the industry cried out for unionization. The auto industry was never entirely without unions. Craft unions like the carpenters or the upholsters had members in auto plants, but the unions themselves had little power within the industry. The Carriage and Wagon Workers Union, an industrial union chartered by the AFL in 1891, added automobile to its name in 1913 and moved into the auto industry. But except for a few years around World War I, its membership rarely numbered even 3,000, and that membership was almost entirely among the skilled workers. 8. The Industrial Workers of the World, IWW, maintained a local in Detroit from 1905, but it was not until 1910 that it showed serious interest in attracting auto workers. In 1910, the IWW established a Metal and Machinery Workers Local No. 16. By 1911, the IWW in Detroit claimed more than 400 members, an increase from only 50 in 1910. By May 1913, 200 auto workers were counted among Detroit's IWW membership. As we have seen in a previous volume, the IWW led a 1913 strike in 3 Studebaker plants in Detroit, 6,000 workers in all, that lasted 1 week. It was marked by several clashes between strikers and police, and was the first important industrial organized strike in the auto industry. The strike did not involve skilled workers. While the strike did not bring any immediate results, it aroused considerable apprehension among auto manufacturers and may have contributed to the introduction of the $5 day. 9. The Carriage, Wagon and Automobile Workers Union saw the opportunity created by the IWW's presence in the Studebaker strike, and requested an organizer from the AFL. The union argued both the need to defeat the radicalism of the IWW, which it conceded was particularly appealing to foreign workers, and a need to take advantage of the enthusiasm for worker unity created in the Studebaker strike to move workers into the carriage, wagon and automobile workers. The AFL, however, rejected the appeal, arguing that it could not afford to send an organizer at the time. 10. As an industrial union inside the largely craft union organization of the AFL, the Carriage, Wagon and Automobile Workers Union became increasingly involved in jurisdictional disputes within the Federation's affiliates in the automobile industry. The union was ordered by the AFL National Convention to stop all efforts to organ T.U.E.L. S. Foner, History of the Labour Movement in the United States, S4, New York, 1965, 383-90. I's workers who came under craft jurisdiction in the auto industry, and to release to the 9 craft unions those members who belonged to their respective trades. In 1914, the AFL ordered the union to drop automobile from its name. For insisting on retaining automobile in its title and persisting in organizing automobile workers without regard to the craft jurisdiction of other AFL unions, the Carriage, Wagon and Automobile Workers Union was suspended from the AFL in 1917 and expelled a year later. 11. Reporting to his union's members, President William Logan of the Carriage, Wagon and Automobile Workers explained the cause of the expulsion. All the trouble between our organization and the AFL has been because of the fact that we stood uncompromisingly for industrial unionism. It was hardly possible for us, as an organization, to claim jurisdiction over all the workers in our industry, without stepping upon the toes and coming into conflict with other trade organizations also claiming jurisdiction over workers employed in different branches of the industry. 12. In April 1918, under the same socialist leadership it had before its expulsion from the AFL, the Carriage, Wagon and Automobile Workers Union, also known as the Automobile, Aircraft and Vehicle Workers of America, and more commonly, as the Auto Workers Union, AWU, became an independent organization, claiming 23,000 members. 13. In 1919 it had grown to over 45,000 members and 35 locals in Detroit, Toledo, Cincinnati, Flint, Pontiac, Buffalo, Chicago and New York City. Its strongest and largest unit was Local 127 in Detroit, with sections in 15 auto companies and additional scattered members for a total in 1919 of between 35,000, and was adding 1,000 members a month. Its weekly paper, The Auto Worker, boasted a circulation of 50,000. 14. In 1920 the union suffered a severe setback. Many politically advanced auto workers were deported during the Palmer raids as foreign radicals. Asterisk on top of this, the open shop campaign of the 1920s and the economic recession of 1920-21 took their toll on the union. By 1922, it was down to 200 or 300 members in Detroit and only 3,000 members nationally. In short, the union was virtually finished. 15 * see Philip S. Foner, History of the Labor Movement in the United States 8, New York, 1988, 21-22. In 1922, the Workers' Communist Party assigned Edgar Owens to take charge of communist organization in Detroit. Owens met with William Logan, the socialist head of the Auto Workers Union, and explained to him that the Workers' Communist Party had endorsed the program of the Trade Union Educational League opposing dual unionism, and supported its program for amalgamation and industrial unionism, organization of the unorganized, support for the Soviet Union, and the formation of a labor party. If Logan would permit Owens to work for the AWU, he promised to bring 25 to 30 communists into the union as organizers. They would be chiefly concerned with organizing the unorganized auto workers and recruiting them into the AWU, leaving the leadership of the organization in the hands of the socialists. Fully aware that the AWU was by then merely a shell of the old organization, Logan readily agreed. 16. Communist auto workers who were still under the influence of dual unionism were told that the party's industrial commission expected all party members to join Local 127 of the Auto Workers Union. In the next few years, the Detroit Communists established small organizations, or shop nuclei, in nearly a score of auto plants, including Chrysler, Murray Body, Briggs, Buick, Packard and Durant. Hayes. A typical auto nucleus consisted of only a dozen or so communists scattered throughout various departments in a shop containing thousands of workers. In spite of their limited numbers, the shop nuclei were able to exercise a remarkable influence among the auto workers. 17. Communist shop papers. The Communists quickly made the Auto Workers Union an active agitational organization whose lunch-hour plant gate rallies were a familiar sight to many workers. The climate of fear in the plants made shop floor organizing nearly impossible. Instead, the Communists relied on the shop papers that they distributed at the plant gates. The papers put out the party's view on issues of the day and * Roger Kieran in his widely acclaimed study, The Communist Party and the Auto Workers Unions declares that the Auto Workers Union until 1933 was the only active union in the automobile industry. Bloomington, Indiana, 1980, page 96. In Auto Slavery, T.H.E. Labor Process in the American Automobile Industry, 1897 to 1950, New Brunswick and London, 1986. David Gartman devotes almost 100 pages to unions in the auto industry from 1897 to 1933. But he does not even mention the Auto Workers Union. Education about socialism. But their biggest feature was the anonymous workers' contributions exposing conditions in the shop. The only real outlet workers had to express their grievances. The shop papers were small, crudely printed 4-page sheets, selling for a penny, that appeared weekly, monthly or, as was most often the case, irregularly. Communist workers and their sympathizers provided the news about shop conditions that went into the papers, and they also surreptitiously distributed the shop papers within the auto plants. Communists not employed in the shops did the actual writing, editing, layout, and printing, as well as the distribution at the plant gates. Soon a large part of each issue was made up of descriptions sent in by auto workers of unbearable working conditions in the plants. 18. In April 1926, the Ford shop nucleus published the first auto shop paper, entitled The Ford Worker. Above the title were the words, "Workers of the World, Unite," and underneath, "Issued by Exploited Ford Workers." In introducing ourselves, the Ford Worker announced, "Greetings to all those who toil, irrespective of their race, color or creed. May this little missive, the first issue of a publication devoted to the interests of the Ford workers, reach all toilers, and be the means of drawing us all closer together in a common bond of working-class interests. May it create the determination and unity needed in the effort to put our class in its rightful position, that of a ruling class instead of ruled. We aim to bring about a condition where the exploitation of man by man shall cease to be. 19. Other shop papers issued by the nuclei were the Dodge Worker, Fisher Bodywork 1, Briggs Worker, and Chrysler.er Worker. The first issue of the Dodge Worker appeared in August 1926, and announced that it was issued by the Dodge shop nucleus of the Workers' Communist Party. Its introduction declared, "This little paper is edited and printed by the communists working in the Dodge Bros plants. We who write these articles work side by side with you on the machine, the bench and the floor, in every department of the plant. It is our aim to speak in behalf of the exploited worker in this shop, to point out some ways through which we can improve our conditions and put an end to the system of exploitation. We are communists, and at some future time we will tell you about ourselves and the great worldwide workers' movement to which we belong." 20. The Fisher Body Worker introduced itself with the information that this little sheet is edited by a group of workers in this plant. Each of us is a member of the Workers' Communist Party. Our organization has a branch, shop nucleus, in almost every shop in the city. You wonder why we are doing this? Well, it's like this. We know that wages and conditions here are rotten, and we have worked in other shops and they're about the same. We want to interest you in this matter and create enough sentiment to organize and improve our conditions. T.U.E.L. The shop papers contain sermonettes on unionism, such as the one in the Ford Womer called, "Hornets Are Wise," which told how a Negro farmer decided not to mess with hornets because the rascals are organized. It ended, moral, organize. In union there is strength. N22. Workers were invited to send in accounts of their deplorable conditions, and there was no lack of response. A study of the shop papers notes, the descriptions covered wage cuts, speed-ups, layoffs, unhealthy and dangerous working conditions, confusing and inequitable piece rates, tyrannical work rules and arbitrary and prejudicial foremen. 23. One Ford worker wrote, "The dirt and filth is awful. In some places it is an inch thick in the floor. There is no ventilation system worthy of the name. The men are compelled to work in these filthy, dusty rooms that are a menace to their health. During the hot weather we go home covered with cotton dust, grease and sweat. On this second floor there is nothing to carry the dust away, so it settles over everything. We breathe it into our lungs and eat it during the lunch period. We are not allowed to sit on the stalk to eat, so like pigs and dogs we eat on the floor. 24. Here's just one reason why we need a union," was the title of an editorial in the Dodge Worker. The answer read, "For some time we were working short hours, and only 2 or 3 days a week. Now in many departments we work from 10 to 13 hours a day and 6 and 7 days a week. Trade unions tell the employers, we're men and not machines. Trade unions fight for shorter hours, and short hours mean steady work. You can help build a union in the automobile industry in Detroit. Join the Auto Workers Union, or the Machinists Union. 25. A Dodge worker, writing of the colds and rheumatism that the men in his department had contracted from having to work while standing in water, concluded, "This is the price we pay for working in an open shop." That message was driven home repeatedly by the shop papers. But they also pointed to the way in which other workers were uniting to solve similar problems. They were forming units of the Trade Union Educational League. when the T.U.E.L held a mass meeting in Detroit on the eve of the 1926 AFL convention held in that city, a meeting to be addressed by William Z. Foster, Ben Gold and William F. Dunn. The worker recommended that all its readers be present at the T.U.E.L meeting. 27. Commenting on the AFL convention, the Ford worker noted that many workers find fault with the unions represented in the AFL, and so does the Ford worker. But let us call your attention to this. No matter what differences we have among ourselves, we must have a united front against the bosses. The article continued. We can do this only by joining a union and becoming a part of the American labor movement. From the inside of the movement we can correct its shortcomings and mistakes. To criticize from the outside is equivalent to fighting the labor movement in the interests of the bosses. Let us watch the AFL convention. If we are for the unions we will join them, if we are against the unions we will fight them. That's what the boss does. 7 Terre do you stand, F28. As we have seen, the shop papers openly proclaimed their communist origins, and they consistently raised political issues beyond the immediate grievances of the workers. The shop papers supported the idea of a labor party, rallied support for Sacco and Vanzetti, and appealed to the auto workers to vote for the candidates of the Workers' Communist Party. The Ford worker calls upon its 20,000 readers to vote the straight workers' party ticket on Tuesday, November 2, 1926. Because the Workers' Party is the party of labor. The Workers' Party is the only force today fighting for the interests of the worker politically and economically. The Workers' Party is your political party. Members of the Workers' Party are publishing the Ford worker, and our members in other shops are publishing hundreds of such shop papers. By voting the straight Workers' Party ticket you are registering your opposition to the Ford system of slavery. 29. The shop papers did not confine themselves to domestic issues. They also dealt with American foreign policy, emphasizing the necessity to oppose every aspect of U.S. imperialism. The Fisher Body Worker of May, June, 1927 carried an editorial entitled, Hands Off China, which opened, "The Chinese workers and peasants are completing their revolution and will soon establish a workers' and farmers' government in China. The imperialist powers are still scheming to overthrow the Chinese revolution. Just a few days ago the American government has sent more Marines to China to defend the property of the American capitalists in China." The editorial concluded, "Our 100% patriots who have millions of dollars invested in China are now being told by the Chinese workers and peasants to get out if they don't like the Chinese revolution, which is being fought in the interest of the Chinese toiling masses." The slogan of every worker in America must be, "Hands off China." The May 1927 issue of the Dodge Worker featured an editorial entitled, "The U.S. and Nicaragua. Nicaragua is a small country in Central America," began the editorial. "Unfortunately it is rich in minerals, mahogany and other natural resources. We say unfortunately because this natural wealth attracted the attention of American financiers, and they did not rest until they got control of a good portion of this wealth. In order to get control they had to find native agents. With millions of dollars at their command they found native rascals who were willing to sell their country to Wall Street, but the Nicaraguan people objected, and they joined together to fight the forces which served the American financiers. So aroused were the people that they fought bitterly and were on the point of decisively defeating the conservatives, when American Marines came to the rescue of the latter. Moreover, Henry Stimson, the representative of President Coolidge, is threatening to use more force if the Nicaraguans continue their resistance." The Dodge workers' analysis concluded, "This dollar diplomacy of the American government may secure riches for our millionaires. But for us, the workers and farmers, it gets nothing. Nay, what is even worse, it gets for us the hatred of the Nicaraguan and other Central and South American peoples equally with hatred for Wall Street. Ultimately this policy must lead to war. We must say to our government, we reject dollar diplomacy, we demand human diplomacy." The papers consistently advocated the goals of socialism and praised the accomplishments of the Soviet Union. They asked auto workers to support U.S. recognition of the first socialist state, and to oppose the anti-Soviet policies of the capitalist countries. The Ford worker looked forward to the day when they, like the Russian workers, would be able to create a government without room for capitalist domination, and in which the chief claim to honor will be the work one performs and the services he renders for the benefit of the great mass of workers from whose labor all wealth comes. 30. The Ford worker achieved the widest circulation of any of the communist shop papers. It claimed 20,000 readers, but the figure of 6,000 may be closer to the reality. At any rate, that was the figure mentioned by Jack Stachel, a leader of party trade union work. Each of the other shop papers had a circulation of between 100 and 3,000. 31. But the employers did not underestimate the impact of the shop papers and made them their chief target of attack. In and near the shops, foremen and plant guards seized copies and harassed distributors. Workers suspected of writing for the papers were fired. The mobsters, pugilists, and ex-convicts of Ford's Service department beat up distributors, and the Dearborn police arrested them. One distributor, Sarah Victor, was arrested 3 times in one afternoon. 32. Despite the efforts to suppress them, the shop papers circulated, like wildfire, among the auto workers. Frank Marquardt, who worked in the Detroit auto shops in the late 1920s, and who later became educational director of UAW Locals 600 and 212, explained the reason for the wide circulation of the shop papers. These papers, he recalled, had the smell of machine oil about them. They fairly bristled with live, on-the-spot shop reports, exposing flagrant health hazards in the paint shop, describing brutal acts of this or that foreman toward the men under him, citing facts and figures about speed up on specific job operations, revealing how workers got short-changed by a bonus system no one could ever figure out. Marquardt recalled, too, how the auto workers told him they loved the shop papers. The papers gave them a visceral reaction. It spoke to them about the experience that impinged on their nerves, muscles, and brains. The papers said what they felt. Marquardt noted, too, that the papers publicized the employers' discriminatory practices, the way Negroes were confined to the dirtiest and meanest jobs, particularly in the foundries and toilets. I can credit these papers, he wrote, for making men conscious of the fact that Negroes have special problems as a minority group, apart from the general conditions of wage workers. As for the impact of the papers on workers in general, Marquardt declared, I do know that those papers played a significant role in preparing auto workers' minds for the union thrust that was to come in the days ahead. 33. Communists gain leadership of Auto Workers Union. Over the years, relations between the communists and socialists in the Auto Workers Union deteriorated. In the presidential election of 1924, the socialist leaders of the union endorsed Robert M. La Follette, while the communists, following the position taken by the Workers' Party and the T.U.E.L, condemned the candidate of the progressives as a reactionary and the candidate of political gangsters. It was a position that enraged the socialist leaders. Nor did it gain much support among the auto workers. More serious was the split over the question of strikes. The socialist leaders opposed strikes, especially spontaneous unauthorized walkouts, while the communists insisted that they were necessary. When a series of departmental walkouts occurred during the summer of 1926, the communists proudly claimed that they were among the first to start the war and down the tools. On this issue, the auto workers stood firmly behind the communists. 34. Before 1926, however, despite their differences, the communists did not challenge the socialists for leadership of the auto workers union. They were satisfied to concentrate on organizing the unorganized and educating the auto workers on political, economic, and social issues through their shop papers and meetings, many of them held before the shop gates. 35. In 1926, however, the Communist Trade Union Committee recommended that all members of the party who are eligible to join the unions in the auto industry should be distributed proportionally with a view to capture the machinery of both the auto workers and machinists locals in the various automobile centers. That same year, Phil Raymond, a young, militant communist, challenged Lester Johnson for the post of secretary of the Auto Workers Union. The socialist leadership had tried to keep Raymond from running for office by changing the union's constitution to restrict eligibility to office to those who had been members of the union for at least a year. But by 1926, Raymond had been a member of the union for a year and he defeated Johnson by 1 vote. Phil Raymond became the first communist officer of the Auto Workers Union. 36. Within a year, the communists had 3 or 4 members on the AWU executive board. In 1927, the socialists gave up the struggle for union control. Lester Johnson left the union and entered law school. William Logan, head of the union, resigned, as did the secretary, Charles Dickinson. The union combined the offices of president and secretary into the post of executive secretary, to which it elected Arthur Rohan, the only socialist in a leadership that had become increasingly communist. 37. The communist leaders of the AWU decided to revive the union paper, which had gone out of existence in 1924. Renamed the Auto ***, see Philip S. Foner, History of the Lahore Movement in the United States, 9, New York, 1990, 339. Worker. 5 News, it sold for 1 penny instead of, as previously, for 15 cents. The price, however, was not the only similarity to the communist shop papers. Like them, the Auto Workers News dealt with shop conditions and featured accounts of the workers' complaints against speed-up, industrial accidents, layoffs, short woe-k weeks and the tyranny and favoritism practiced by foremen. In its very first issue, the Auto Workers News reported on a disastrous fire that took the lives of 21 workers at the Briggs Manufacturing Company, a body plant notorious for its hazardous working conditions. The Michigan Department of Labor and Industry blamed the fire on an act of providence, but the Auto Workers News placed sole responsibility for the blaze on the company's failure to provide an adequate ventilation system to dispose of the flammable fumes arising from the lacquering process. The paper also published the following verse entitled, Bodies by Briggs. Bodies by Briggs, this cinder heap of things that once were men. Bone of our bone, our brothers, they slain in the flaming den. Such is the tally of wealth and greed through all of mortal ken. Death marks the score in the worker's blood using a golden pen. 38. Headlines about industrial accidents were characteristic of future issues. Another victim of the speed-up system. 6 workers killed in Ford Rouge plant. Ford speed-up maims workers. Another headline read, Human scrap pile grows, old employees are thrown out of work. 39. AFL decides to organize auto workers. For some time, the Auto Workers Union was the only union under communist leadership which operated as an independent organization. But that was not because of choice. Rather, it grew out of the fact that the union had been ousted from the AFL and had to operate independently. Nevertheless, the communists were convinced that they did not have the resources to organize the auto industry. They concluded that while they would continue to stimulate the drive for organization among auto workers, they would prod the AFL into launching a massive drive to organize the industry. 40. They were under no illusions that this would be easy to achieve. The AFL leadership had indicated on several occasions that they favored a policy of labor management cooperation and frowned upon aggressive organizing. As we have seen, William Green was a leading exponent of this doctrine, insisting that the best interests of workers are promoted through concord rather than by conflict. 41. Nevertheless, a number of AFL leaders feared the growing communist influence in the auto industry that was symbolized by the circulation and popularity of the shop papers. This fear led James O'Connell, head of the AFL Metal Trades Department, to introduce a resolution at the Federation's 1926 convention in Detroit, calling on the AFL to initiate an organizing drive among the automobile workers. Sharing O'Connell's fears, the delegates unanimously passed the resolution. 42. Although they understood that the resolution was adopted because of their own developing influence in the automobile industry, and that they were certain to come under renewed attack as a result of it, the communists declared that they were pleased to hear of the Federation's intention to organize the auto workers. Phil Raymond wrote to William Green that the Auto Workers Union was prepared to render all assistance possible to the effort and asked him, under what terms and conditions, the AFL would lift its suspension of the AWU. 43. Green immediately informed Raymond that the AFL was not interested in assistance from communists and that the AWU could only return as a federal labor union. This meant that the union would have to relinquish control of its funds and strike decisions to the Federation and turn over its members to any international union that claimed jurisdiction over them. It was clear that the AFL had no intention of welcoming the AWU back into its ranks or of making use of the experience gained by the union's officials or by communist auto workers since 1922.44. In furtherance of the AFL campaign to organize the auto industry, Green published challenges to Henry Ford and the American Federationists to meet with him and other Federation leaders so as to convince himself that they had no intention to make war on industry, and to give them a chance to mobilize the creative ability of workers and cooperate with management. In one challenge, Green argued that Ford needed organization among his workers, in order that they may tell him things he does not know about his production force. 45. Similar challenges went to General Motors, but neither Ford nor GM even bothered to respond. It would also appear that the AFL craft unions were as little interested in organizing the auto workers as the employers. Of the original 17 craft unions involved in the campaign, 8 quickly dropped out. Even the 9 who remained were anything but enthusiastic about the campaign, despite the fact that the AFL planned to organize the auto workers into federal labor unions which would be split up among the various craft unions. As Joyce Shaw Peterson notes, the craft unions were afraid that their jurisdictional claims might be overruled, and in addition, had no desire to incorporate into their unions unskilled and semi-skilled workers, many of them the despised new immigrants. Unskilled workers, they suggested, did not have staying power when it came to unions and would not be committed members. That they might also be foreigners, blacks, or tinged with radicalism was no doubt also not in their favor. 46. Failure of the AFL campaign. The AFL's organizing campaign hardly got beyond the passing of the convention resolution. In June 1927, Green appointed AFL staff member Paul J. Smith to head the drive. Although Smith and a few organizers established a headquarters in Detroit, the organizing drive consisted of little more than an attempt to sell Henry Ford and General Motors the idea of union management cooperation. In July 1927 and again in February 1928, Smith reported to Green that efforts to organize the auto industry had been totally unproductive. 47. On November 12, 1928, Green replied to an inquiry from Robert L. Cruden, chairman of the Student Industrial Commission in Detroit, requesting information as to what the AFL was doing to organize auto workers. Conforming to your request, I am sending to you under separate cover, a copy of the printed proceedings of the Detroit 1926 Convention of the American Federation of Labor. The American Federation of Labor is not yet prepared to make a formal report of its endeavors to organize the automobile industry. We are still actively engaged in this work in different sections of the country, but as you can appreciate, our activities are greatly restricted for financial reasons. 48. The truth was that, greatly restricted, was simply a euphemism for no organizing activity whatsoever. Thus ended, writes James Chapter 0. Morris, the AFL's first attempt in the 1920s to organize a specific industry by primary reliance upon selling employers on the virtues of union management cooperation rather than upon selling workers on the merits of unionism. 49. As we shall see below, the attempt to organize the Southern textile industry on the same principle was to meet the same ignominious fate. 50. Who will organize the auto workers? Asked a writer in the Daily Worker of August 25, 1928. He answered, the party must be the driving force in the whole movement. There is no other group that can go through with an aggressive organizing campaign. 51. To spread the message of unionism in the auto industry, the communists used the auto workers' news, shopgate meetings, gatherings in the homes of sympathetic workers, in the halls of nationality groups and the workers' social and fraternal clubs. In addition, there was the support of strikes, most of them spontaneous, as auto workers walked off the job to protest wages and conditions. In the period 1926-30, the Auto Workers Union reported the occurrence of over 50 spontaneous strikes. Though the communists initiated few if any of these, writes Roger R. Kieran, they became involved in nearly half of them. 52. The Auto Workers Union helped considerably in the strikes at Briggs Meldrum in 1927, Fisher Body Plant No. 18 in 1928, and Graham Page and Murray Body in 1929. In the case of the Graham Page and Murray Body strikes, the strikers initially turned to the Detroit Federation of Labor for aid. Rejected, they then asked the Auto Workers Union to help them. The AWU instructed the strikers in the procedures of electing a strike committee and running strike meetings. In the end, the strikers voted to accept a compromise proposal and return to work. 53. The Auto Workers Union also benefited from the activities of the communists in the Canadian automobile industry. Actually, it was a two-way street, with many Canadian auto workers, including the 15,000 or so residents of Windsor, regularly coming into contact with one or other of the communist shop groups in the Detroit plants, and bringing their message of organizing the unorganized and industrial unionism back to Canada with them. 54. Communists began holding regular shopgate meetings in Canada at Ford in 1925, but these passed off uneventfully until 1927. In July of that year, Communist Party of Canada, CPC, Industrial Director Tim Buck mounted his soapbox outside Ford, only to be hauled down and arrested. But this did not halt the communist organizing drive. Between March 1928 and March 1929, 8 strikes occurred in the Canadian auto industry, all under communist leadership. The General Motors Oshawa strike of March 1928 was the leading one, involving a majority of the workforce, 4,000 to 5,000 workers, and the victory for the strikers in forcing General Motors to rescind a cut in piece rates was seen at the time as a potential breakthrough for the auto workers in both Canada and the United States. As Maurice Spector, leader of the CPC, put it, Oshawa is a demonstration that the spell of industrial slavery can be broken even in the automobile industry. 55. In the United States, the communists tried to do their part in breaking the industrial slavery in the auto industry. In entering a strike, Roger Kieran points out, the communists helped the strikers to organize mass meetings, formulate demands, select strike committees, establish picket lines, write leaflets, and obtain legal aid. The communists impressed upon the workers that a successful walkout demanded racial solidarity and such aggressive tactics as mass picketing. 56. Results of communist organizing in auto. The communists also used the Auto Workers News to drive home the importance of racial solidarity. The paper condemned the employer practice of paying black workers less than whites, of giving them the hardest and dirtiest work, and of trying to keep the workers divided by arousing suspicions and prejudices. For a while, too, the Auto Workers News ran a special women's column and condemned the practice of hiring women at substandard rates. Girls must have a chance to earn a decent living, it argued, and it insisted that one of the demands of the Auto Workers Union must be equal pay for equal work. 57. Although the Auto Workers Union never divulged its exact membership figures, there is evidence that it had several thousand members in 1929. At the AWU conference held on August 14, 1929, the union reported activity in Detroit, Pontiac, Flint, Grand Rapids, and other auto centers, and that its membership was being steadily increased. 58. William Chalmers, who attended many AWU meetings in order to gather information for a University of Wisconsin thesis, wrote, "The communists have made a profound impression on the workers of the industry through their continuous and strenuous activity. It is they who have constantly urged the workers to organize, who have addressed impromptu meetings, who have led spontaneous walkouts and strikes, and who have aroused the opposition of the employers. Chalmers predicted, if the industry is going to be organized from the outside, in the immediate future, it will be the communists who will be responsible. 59 A recent study of black auto workers in Detroit during the period from 1910 to 1930 concluded. For all auto workers, black and white, the 1920s were times of quiescence and passivity if measured by attempts to form unions and to contend aggressively with the auto industry. 60 This is hardly the whole truth. To be sure, the amount of activity during the 1920s seems small compared to the developments during the next decade. Nevertheless, by the end of the 1920s, the communists had established their presence in the automobile industry and had spread the idea of industrial unionism to large numbers of unskilled auto workers. Communist shop papers played an important role in clarifying issues and mobilizing auto workers in struggles for higher wages, against the killing workloads and for industrial unionism. These same papers were effective in uniting the auto workers in the fight against racism and sexism and for the unity of black and white and men and women workers. The left-led Auto Workers Union, which, until 1933, was the only union active in the automobile industry, helped lay the groundwork for the founding of the United Automobile Workers, UAW. In spite of 4 years of intensive activity, the T.U.E.L and the Communist Party were unable to organize the mass of the auto workers. There were good reasons for this. The relative prosperity and easy credit of the 1920s, the powerful anti-unionism of the employers and the government, the prevalence and effectiveness of company espionage systems, the inexperience, diversity and migratory nature of the workers themselves, and the limited resources of the left wing were all important factors causing this lack of success. The Auto Workers Union signed up hundreds of members during the course of strikes, but most of them left the union after the immediate crisis was over. Phil Raymond explained that the auto workers regarded the AWU like a fire department, that they could ignore except for those occasions, when they needed to call on it for help. 61. One might say that communist activity in the auto industry in the 1920s failed either to build a stable union or to stimulate a real AFL organizing drive. However, this would be a one-dimensional view. Although unsuccessful, the effort of the communist-led Auto Workers Union did pave the way for an industrial union. As one auto worker said of the Auto Workers Union's educational work, they used to hold classes in public speaking. They were developing people in the sense of giving them confidence to get up on their feet and speak. They were getting some training in public speaking, they were getting some ideas, some background of the labor movement. All of this meant that when the upsurge came, you had people in factories and around Detroit who were able to get up and present an intelligent case for unionism and the ideas in the union movement as they saw them. 62. Roger Kieran sums up the effect of the work of the Communist Party and the Auto Workers Union. Both the party and the union recruited and gave practical organizational experience to workers who later became active in the drive to form the UAW. Also, through the shop papers, shopgate meetings, and fraternal societies, countless auto workers who never joined the CP or AWU became acquainted with radical ideas. These workers became conscious of shared grievances. They learned of socialism, and they encountered the idea of an industrial union that would unite all auto workers in a struggle for a better life. In these ways, the communists did more than anyone in the pre-union days to lay the foundation for a successful auto union. 63. CHAPTER 10. The Textile Workers. In an evaluation of unionism in the textile industry published in 1923, the Trade Union Educational League observed, of the 1 million workers in the industry, not over 100,000 are organized. These are split up into fully a score of unions, squabbling among themselves, and constructed according to every known type. The employers, on the other hand, are well organized and trustified. In no industry in America are the trade unions so variegated and the workers so helpless and underpaid as in the textile industry. There is no outlook for the textile workers better than that of slavery unless their great number of unions are brought together and united, the League declared. It announced that to end this state of affairs, the General Amalgamation Committee of the textile industry held its first national conference in New York on May 5, 1923. The committee issued a statement entitled, The Textile Program, which asserted, the vast army of textile workers must be organized. But before complete organization can be brought about, the many unions in the field must be united. A solid front of all the existing unions is the first essential to the organization of the textile industry. This indispensable unity can be achieved only by thoroughgoing amalgamation. 1. Strangely, the textile program of the General Amalgamation Committee of the textile industry did not mention a pressing problem confronting the textile workers in Fall River, Lawrence, New Bedford, Passaic, Patterson, Philadelphia, Manchester, etc. As a result of the southward movement of the textile mills to take advantage of cheap labor, by 1925 there were more spindles in the southern textile mills than in New England. 2 Using southern competition as in 139. Excuse. Northern manufacturers reduced wages and thereby triggered a series of bitter conflicts. Strike in Willimantic. The scene of one of the first of these strikes was Willimantic, Connecticut. The American Thread Company, the largest thread mill in the world, was practically the only industry in that city of 12,000 inhabitants, of whom about 2,600 to 80% of them women were on the mill's payrolls. About 35% of the workers were organized in a local of the United Textile Workers, and most of its officers were women. The American Thread Company was a British concern, owned by the English Cotton Sewing Company of Manchester. In 1924, even while it was running only part-time, the company paid its stockholders a dividend of 10%. However, the average wage of its workers was only $15 per week. Nevertheless, on January 9, 1925, the company announced a 10% wage cut and turned a deaf ear to conciliation efforts by the local Chamber of Commerce, citizens' committees and the U.S. Department of Labor. After trying in vain to negotiate some concessions from the company, all 2,600 workers responded to the UTW strike call on March 12. So complete was the walkout that it was not even possible to keep the steam under the boilers. As indicated above, 80% of the strikers were women, and the strike was in the charge of a women's committee headed by Mary Kelleher, organizer for the United Textile Workers, and Amy Hooks, president of the Willimantic Textile Workers Council. Each morning at 7, about 1,000 pickets, mostly women, began their march before the mill gates, and for weeks they kept the mill closed. However, French-Canadian strikebreakers were recruited, and with the aid of the state police, the plant was reopened. 3. On July 16, deputy sheriffs entered the company houses and began throwing out the furniture and other personal property of the tenant strikers. The evicted strikers were forced to move to a tent colony on land donated by a sympathetic citizen. 4 Relief funds were scarce, for despite some contributions from the Women's Trade Union League, the United Textile Workers, viewing the strike as impossible to win, was unwilling to give adequate assistance to the strikers, who, nevertheless, remained steadfast. 5. After a year on strike and facing the threat of starvation, many of the strikers drifted to other cities in search of work, and a handful even returned to the thread mill. At the end of 13 months, the only evidence of the long strike was an occasional demonstration at the plant gates. The United Textile Workers conceded defeat and called off the strike on April 22, 1926. 6. The wage reduction at American Thread was only one of the many 10% cuts in the New England textile industry in early 1925. The UTW did nothing to mobilize the textile workers against these cuts. Since many of the workers were women, and since the UTW had a defeatist attitude toward the organization of women workers, it confined itself to complaining about the difficulty in mobilizing textile women to resist wage cuts. 8 On the other hand, the Trade Union Educational League distributed an appeal addressed to all textile workers organized and unorganized, urging them to organize and fight. The appeal said in part, the textile workers are either without any union or divided into small craft unions. There is no unity among the textile workers like there is among the bosses, and this is the reason that wage cuts can be put over. The textile workers need a powerful industrial union, all the textile workers in one union. This is the immediate program of the Trade Union Educational League for the workers in the textile industry. An industrial union of the workers against the industrial union of the bosses. Resistance to all wage cuts and increases in hours. 9. The communists in the textile districts must see that this message gets to the workers and that it is translated into concrete forms of organization, the Daily Worker editorialized. Shortly thereafter, it reported that the Workers' Communist Party and the Trade Union Educational League were bringing their message to the Willimantic strikers, urging a united front of all the unions and workers against the textile barons and amalgamation of the unions into one huge industrial union. Moreover, united front committees of rank-and-file workers were being formed in mill towns throughout New England, and members of the Workers' Party were taking a leading part in the formation of the united front committees and in the organization of mass meetings. They were seeking to organize resistance to wage cuts and speed-ups in the mills. 10 In the summer of 1925, after a detailed exposition of the shortcomings and failures of the United Textile Workers, Robert R. Brooks concludes, from 1922 to 1933, the Union appeared to consist almost entirely of a suite of offices, a complement of officers, and a splendid array of filing cabinets. Robert R. Brooks, The United Textile Workers of America. Ph.D. dissertation, Yale University, 1938, page 349. Large group of textile workers, including those organized by militants of the T.U.E.L, attended the United Front Committee's conference in Lawrence, Massachusetts. One of the decisions reached by the conference was to spread the principles of the T.U.E.L and the United Front committees among the silk and wool workers of New Jersey. The Paterson Strike. In the summer of 1924, Paterson had been the scene of a bitter strike over wages and loom assignments, the same issues that had caused the 1912 and 1913 strikes. The Associated Silk Workers, the only union still active in Paterson, declared a strike on August 12, 1924, demanding the abolition of the 4-loom system and a return to the 2-loom system, an 8-hour day, a 15% increase in wages and recognition of the union. The strike was bitterly fought, and there were so many arrests of strikers and such an effective curtailment of the right to picket that the union had to call in the American Civil Liberties Union to try to halt the police terrorism. The ACLU did win the right of the union and strikers to hold meetings, but the strike still ended in defeat. The Workers' Party publicly called attention to the fact that its members were taking an active part in the Paterson strike, and the T.U.E.L made it clear that while it was not leading the strike, it was cooperating fully with its leadership. Nevertheless, the T.U.E.L was critical of the approach of the Associated Silk Workers toward women workers. T.U.E.L members in the union urged the organization of the women winders and quillers. The answer they invariably received was that the weavers were the key to the union's strength and had to receive most of its attention. During the 1924 strike, no wage list was worked out for the winders, quillers or pickers, nor was any special attention paid to them, other than to see that they did not go back to work. There was only one woman member of the strike committee. Left-wingers in the Associated Silk Workers tried to get the union leadership to organize a women's auxiliary, to mobilize the wives of the men and to educate them to the importance of standing by their * for a discussion of the I-9, I-2 and I-9, I-3 strikes in Paterson, see Philip S. Foner, History of the Labor Movement in T.H. E. United States 4, New York, I-965, 35 I-72. Winders, quillers and pickers were the less skilled crafts in the manufacture of silk and were nearly all young women. Husbands. But the answer they received was, "We tried it once and nothing came of it." In the strike itself, the women silk workers were conspicuous by their faithfulness and militancy on the picket line. But the union's failure to either highlight the women's grievances and demands in order to involve them more fully, or to organize the wives of the strikers into auxiliaries was, in the T.U.E.L's view, one of the reasons for the strike's failure to gain its key demands. 14. Background of the 1926 Passaic strike. The left wing soon had the opportunity to show what it could do in this important respect when it was leading a textile strike. The first big strike initiated and conducted by the T.U.E.L was the Passaic strike of 1926. In fact, the 1926 walkout of over 15,000 wool and silk workers in and around Passaic, New Jersey was the largest strike in the 1920s under total left-wing leadership. In 1926, more than 16,000 men and women worked in the mills within the Passaic city limits. Thousands more worked in the neighboring towns of Clifton, Garfield and Lodi. The Botany Worsted Mills, the largest, employed 6,400 workers. The Forsman and Huffman Mills employed 4,000, and Passaic Worsted and Spinning, Jarrow Mills, New Jersey Worsted and Spinning and Dundee Textile together employed another 3,300. They produced fine woolens that were used mainly for women's dresses, coats, hats and suits. Most of the workers were foreign-born, unskilled laborers, among whom were recorded 39 nationalities, with Poles, Italians, Russians, Hungarians and Slavs the major groups. Women made up 50% of the workforce. They are of the recent immigration, one study noted, from Eastern and Southern Europe working in the mills as a matter of course to the foreign women in Passaic. 84% of these women surveyed by the Department of Labor's Women's Bureau at the end of 1922 were earning under $15 a week. An American Civil Liberties Union survey in 1926 disclosed that the men in the Passaic mills averaged $1,000 to $1,200 a year, while women averaged $800 to $1,000.16. The women worked at least 10 hours a day to earn these wages. Those employed on a piecework basis had to maintain a grueling pace. During the Passaic strike of 1926, one of the pieceworkers was asked why she had joined the walkout. She replied, "The boss he laugh all the time, we say we can no make a living. He say, why you no work harder? I work piecework, so hard, my back and feet ache all the time. When I stop a few minutes to eat, the boss he say, what the hell for you eat? Why no work? I say, I work piecework, I eat a few minutes my own time, I no eat can no work." 17. The hardships endured by the women who worked on the day shift paled by comparison with the lot of the women who worked at night. Their husbands had been employed on the day shift on the condition that they got their wives to work at night. In 1925, the Women's Bureau of the U.S. Department of Labor issued a bulletin reporting on the family status of breadwinning women in 4 selected cities. The report revealed that there were nearly 10,000 women breadwinners in Passaic, the vast majority of them in the woolen mills, and went on to note, the strikingly significant fact is that all of these breadwinning mothers had small children at home, requiring care. Again, it pointed out, over 4/5 of the breadwinning women, who were or had been married, were maintaining homes and hence were carrying the double burden of household duties and factory employment. Mill mothers left their children with their husbands or with other adults who were at home, or with neighbors, boarders, or landladies. However, many had to leave the children virtually without care except as such as would be given when there were other children. 18. A report of the National Consumers League on women workers in the Passaic mills emphasized that all the work is exceedingly heavy, involving standing, lifting, and constant walking. Complaints are general that the number of machine tenders has been reduced, thus increasing the strain. The noise and shriek of machinery, the oil-soaked floors, the close, humid air, and the strain of night work seem past belief. The hours of sleep snatched by the night workers ranged from none to 4 or 5, or possibly 6. Most women shrugged their shoulders at the question and answered, 1, 2 hours, maybe. Nor was this the worst of it. One evil universally recognized was the prevalence of pregnant women on the night shift. In order to make ends meet, these women worked up to the last possible moment, as is shown by the fact that births frequently occur in the mills. 19. A New Jersey law prohibiting night work for women was scheduled to go into effect at the end of 1924, but since there was no provision for either enforcement or punishment of violators, the law was totally useless. Moreover, the Passaic Wool Council, the voice of the manufacturers, took court action to block any possible enforcement of the law. Night work was necessary, the employers insisted, because as far as the carding operation was concerned, should the machines be stopped, the fiber would have to be removed from each machine each day, thus reducing the employer's profits. Testifying before the Senate Committee on Education and Labor on May 26, 1926, W. Jett Locke, an economist and economic consultant, noted, "Our own original investigations have shown that the usual custom in Passaic is for the husband to work in the daytime, while the wife works during the night. Although this night work of women is forbidden by state law, the law is not enforced because of a legal tangle deliberately produced by the mill owners in an action against the state. Although the people of New Jersey have forbidden it, the Passaic industrial autocracy has by manipulation thwarted their will, and women are forced to work at night. 20. The mother would leave for her shift at 8 or 9 in the evening, after putting her children to bed. She would return from work between 6 and 7 a.m. in time to prepare breakfast, see her husband off to work, and send the older children on their way to school. A certain amount of housework had to be done, lunch had to be prepared, and dinner still had to be managed. There was now the question of marketing. And somehow, during the hours between 7 in the morning and 6 in the evening, she had to arrange for 8 hours of sleep. At 8 p.m. or thereabouts, another 24-hour cycle started. 21. The Passaic mills were notorious not only for their deplorable working conditions but also for a network of industrial spying. Established and underwritten by the Industrial Council of Passaic Woolen Manufacturers, set up by the managements of several of the mills in 1916, it operated through an elaborate card system to ensure that no worker who was even suspected of agitation could get a job in any of the mills. Part of this system of blacklisting workers who advocated unionism surfaced in 1920, when Alice Barrows of the U.S. Bureau of Education was making a survey of adult education in Passaic. She called it the then existing local of the Amalgamated Textile Workers of America and inquired into the educational classes being conducted by the union. Labor spies reported her activities to the Woolen Manufacturers Council, which tried unsuccessfully to get Barrows ousted from her federal post. She, in turn, exposed the undercover system of the council in the Passaic papers, but the Employers Association still refused to change its practices. When the reformer Justine Waterman Wise, daughter of Rabbi Stephen S. Wise, took a job in one of the Passaic mills in 1924, she, too, was spied upon regularly. In 1926, with the aid of Alice B. Hamilton, the Workers' Health Bureau of America conducted a health survey of 404 Passaic textile workers. The survey, funded by the American Fund for Public Service, CE, demonstrated an unusually high percentage of tubercular workers and an extremely high accident rate, 22. In its study, Breadwinning Women, the Women's Bureau concluded, it is obvious that many of the problems connected with the breadwinning wives and mothers would be dissipated if the husbands and fathers were to receive a wage adequate for the family needs, 23. But such a description could hardly be applied to the wages in effect at the end of 1925. They stood around $24 per week for men and between $16 and $20 for women. 13% of the workers made less than $800 a year, 69% made from $800 to $1,300, and only 18% made from $1,300 to $1,600 a year. Compared with the figures of the National Industrial Conference Board, which found that the minimum wage at which an American standard of living could be maintained in Hoboken, about a dozen miles away, was $1,400, the wage level in the Passaic mills was painfully low. The mills themselves, however, were highly profitable enterprises, largely German zero-WNED but controlled by resident officials. During the war, the mills had made mammoth profits, and while the woolen and worsted industry had suffered economic setbacks in the 1920s, they continued to generate profits. Botany Worsted Mills, with assets of $28 million net, made profits of over $6 million a year, 24. As we have seen, the New England textile companies had cut wages 10% early in 1925, and in October of the same year the Industrial Council of Woolen Manufacturers of Passaic met to consider following the pattern set in New England. Colonel F.H. The Workers' Health Bureau of America was founded in New York City on July 29, 1921 by Grace Burnham and Harriet Silverman, who were joined later by another radical woman, Charlotte Toads. They regarded industrial disease as a function of capitalism, only another example of production for profits with workers paying the price, and understood health as a question which can never be settled satisfactorily for labor by anybody, except by labor itself. The Workers' Health Bureau has been called the sole Marxist medical institution devoted to labor in the early 20th century. Angela Nugent, or Tilda Nissing Trade Unions to Combat Disease, the Workers' Health Bureau, 1921-1928, Labor History 26 Summer, 1985 430. Over a period of 8 years. David Rosner and Gerald Markowitz point out, the Bureau did a series of investigations, reports and organizing drives for a wide variety of labor organizations and was instrumental in bringing safety and health issues to the consciousness of hundreds of thousands of American workers. Safety and health on the job is a class issue. The Workers' Health Bureau of America in the L920s, Science and Society 48, Winter, 1984-85, 473-74. Johnson, Vice President and Manager of the Botany Consolidated Mills, favored the wage cut, but most of the other mill representatives refused to go along, fearing a repetition of the textile strike of 1919 which, at its peak, involved more than 10,000 workers in and around Passaic. However, when Botany, the city's largest employer, proceeded to reduce wages by 10% on its own, all the other mills except Forsman and Huffman followed suit. 25. United Front Committee. Although wages were already low, Colonel Johnson had been able to persuade the Botany workers to accept the wage cut with the argument that the alternative was to lay off a part of the labor force. But the Trade Union Educational League, under the name of the United Front Committee of the Textile Workers of Passaic and Vicinity, UFC, and led by Albert Weisbord, was already active in the Wool City. Weisbord was the son of a Brooklyn garment manufacturer who had severed connections with his father after attempting to organize the employees of his factory. He was a Phi Beta Kappa graduate of the College of the City of New York and Harvard Law School. He had moved from the IWW to the Socialist Party, where he was elected National Secretary of the Young People's Socialist League, and then to the Workers' Communist Party. After giving up his legal career, Weisbord spent a year working in the textile mills of New England, helping to spread the message of the United Front Committee of Textile Workers. In 1926 he brought this message to Passaic. 26. The United Textile Workers protested the wage cut but did nothing to mobilize the workers to resist it. The AFL Union explained that it had attempted over the previous 15 years to organize the textile workers of Passaic and vicinity, but we have been met by the opposition of city officials and the indifference of the workers. 27. Actually, Passaic had a long history of efforts to unionize the mill workers, but the AFL had abandoned that effort after an unsuccessful campaign in 1902. The FWW in 1912 and the Amalgamated Textile Workers of America in 1919 attempted to revive the campaign for unionism abandoned in 1902 by the AFL. Neither, however, was successful. The United Front Committee, however, was confident that even though the city officials would be opposed, the workers could be aroused to conduct a fight-back campaign. The committee distributed leaflets among the botany workers, pointing out that they had been duped into accepting the wage cut. Within 2 months, the UFC had enrolled about 1,000 workers and organized them to resist the wage cut. With the United Textile Workers and other textile unions virtually non-existent in Passaic, the United Front Committee became the voice of the textile workers there. 28. On January 21, 1926, a worker was discharged from the Botany Worsted Mills for agitating on behalf of the United Front Committee. A committee of 3, elected by UFC members, met with Colonel Johnson to protest the firing. They were told that any people known to belong to the UFC would be similarly discharged. The members of the UFC met again on January 25 and voted to elect a committee of 45 to meet again with the mill management, this time not to ask for reinstatement, but to present the following demands. 1. Abolition of the 10% wage cut that had been in effect since October. 2. Time and a half for overtime, and 3. No discrimination against union members. Colonel Johnson replied by promptly discharging the entire committee. The committee members ran back into the mill and called upon all the workers to walk out. The workers left their machines, and the strike was on. 29. About 4,000 workers participated in the first walkout, all of them from the botany mill. Within an hour, a picket line was organized and was marching in front of the mill gates. Other mills were picketed, one, by the workers on strike. By the end of the first week, the workers of the Garfield Worsted Mill, the Passaic Worsted Spinning Mill, the Jarrah Mill, and the New Jersey Spinning Company had joined the strike. About 8,000 workers were out, and it was evident that a major battle was shaping up. The formal demands of the strikers served to strengthen this feeling. They were 1. Abolition of the wage cut and a 10% increase in wages over the old scale. 2. Reimbursement of the money taken from the workers by the wage cuts since the time the cuts were imposed. 3. Time and a half for overtime. 4. A 44-hour week. 5. Decent sanitary working conditions. 6. No discrimination against union members. And 7. Recognition of the union. These demands were presented to the management of each mill after the strike had reached all the mills that had instituted the wage cut. 30. Passaic strike begins. Within 2 weeks, most of the workers of the 6 mills that had cut wages were out. The next major objective was the Forstmann and Huffman Company, which owned 3 mills, the largest of which employed 4,000 workers. If these workers joined the strikers' ranks, a serious blow would be delivered to the industry in Passaic. But this mill had not imposed a wage cut and operated with a company union. On February 9, the mass picket line of strikers started across a bridge from Passaic to Clifton to close down the Forstmann and Huffman Mill in that city. When the unarmed picket line reached the bridge, the police assaulted the strikers, trampling and clubbing men, women, and children. The next day the pickets, more determined than ever, were able to get to the plant, and workers inside who had already joined the United Front Committee poured out to strengthen the mass picket line. After several days of picketing, the Forstmann and Huffman Mill force joined the strikers en masse. On February 23, the company closed its mills, declaring that it had ceased operations because the remaining workers were in fear of their lives. On March 9, the large United Peace Dye Works of Lodi, 3 miles from Passaic, were closed down. Italians and blacks, the only black workers in the area, along with Mexican workers, joined the picket lines. Within 2 months, the original 4,000 strikers had grown to over 15,000 of the 17,000 textile workers in the community. 31. On February 20, 1926, Elizabeth Gurley Flynn, acting for the American Fund for Public Service, hired Mary Heaton Vorse to serve as publicity director for the 15,000 Passaic strikers. Vorse directed the publication of the textile E-Strike Bull, Etten, a newspaper distributed to strikers and outside sympathizers. Vorse's biographer describes the Bull, Etten. A women's column, with stories of the women strikers and workers' wives, was one of the bulletin's most popular features. Poems of the strikers' children were frequently printed. Pictures were prominent. Humor, too, was prevalent, as in the pictures of the workers' ragged children over the caption, "Outside Agitators." The newspaper was written in a simple style easily read by those new to the English language. It printed announcements of classes, meetings, and stirring reports of picket lines, police assaults, and outside support for the strike. 32. To this Morton Siegel, in his detailed study of the Passaic strike, adds, "None of the issues of the bulletin ever called on the strikers to join the Communist Workers' Party. None of the issues contained even indirect praise for Soviet Russia. None of the issues suggested that the dictatorship of the proletariat was an inevitable necessity, and none of the issues quoted any Marxist classic or source." 33. On February 25, the first issue of the textile E-Strike Bull, Etten quickly raised the spirits of the strikers. Another lift to their morale was provided by the appearance on the strike scene of Elizabeth Gurley Flynn, famous, among other reasons, for her role in the IWW strikes in Paterson and Passaic in 1913. Another of the many radical and liberal women who came to help the strikers, as we have seen, was Mary Heaton Vorse, who described the scene at strike headquarters, an office that boiled picket captains, strike sympathizers, magazine writers, authors like Fannie Hurst and Rebecca West. Sympathizers, such as Catherine Wiley, Miss Jeanette Rankin, Mrs. Stephen Wise, Miss Justine Wise, streamed through the office on Main Avenue. 34. Conduct of strike. Mass meetings were held daily, and there was also a daily picket line. The long, singing line became a regular feature of the strike, creating an atmosphere and a feeling of unity and power. The strikers' families were drawn into all of the activities. Many of the women, of course, worked in the mills, but even those who did not joined their husbands on the picket lines. Women served on all committees, and a number of them were picket captains. They had to get up at 4 on the cold mornings to see that the picket lines around the various mills were organized. The strike committee, which met every morning at 9, was organized so as to give representation to all the mills on strike, and to all important crafts in those mills, as well as to the principal ethnic groups and to both women and youth. The chairperson of the committee was 21-year-old Gustav Dieck, of Hungarian descent, who worked in the finishing department of the botany mill. Another botany worker active on the strike committee was Ellen Dawson, a 26-year-old Scottish weaver known as the Little Orphan of the Strikers. From the Jarrah mill came Ma Brezniak, who was called a tiger on the picket line. Lena Chernecko, a founding member of the Communist Party and a militant garment worker from New York, came to Passaic to assist as an organizer, as did a number of other communist leaders, men and women. 35. Albert Weisbord described the women as the greatest strike enthusiasts of all, and Jack Stachel, the Communist Party trade union strategist, added, particularly worthy of mention is the militancy of the women strikers. They are in the forefront of the picket line, as one account noted. Many of the women on the picket line carry babies in their arms. In some cases one sees a woman with one child in her arms, and one or more children holding on to her ragged skirt. We asked one such woman what she was doing there. She looked at us with distrust. But upon being assured by an official guide from the strike headquarters that we were all right, she answered in her broken English. What do you mean, what I do here? I picket. But what about the children? They are mine. In the conversation which ensued, this woman worker told a story which sheds light on the condition of the textile workers. Her husband was employed in the botany mills, earning the full man's wage minus $19.70 per week. This being insufficient for the entire family, this woman, a mother of 6 children, worked in the mill nights, thus adding $8 a week to the family income. During the day she took care of the home and the children. She never slept more than 4.5 hours a day, and yet, now that the strike gave her an opportunity to rest up, she spends her time on the picket line with her children. 36. A complete page in the Textile Strike Bulletin was devoted to the young strikers. Baseball teams and other athletic groups were formed to keep them occupied when they were not on picket duty. 37. The children of the strikers received special attention under the care of Miriam Silverfarb, Sophie Melvin and Martha Stone. They were urged to write poems and compositions for the strikers' newspaper, and a regular column was set aside for these contributions. The children participated in the strike in more concrete ways as well. Groups of 200 to 300 children paraded the streets of Passaic, publicizing the demands of the strikers and calling for public support for their parents' struggle. In many ways, Weisbord later recalled, the children were invaluable. They would ferret out where scabs lived and picket their homes. And many a scab quit because his child came home with a black eye after a fight in school. The strike was carried into the schools in another way as well. The children demanded to know why the schools did not open free lunchrooms for the strikers' children. 38. But no lunches were provided, and in order to relieve the economic pressure on the parents and the relief organization, as well as give the children the benefit of a new environment and wholesome meals, the United Front Committee borrowed a leaf from the IWW's book in the Lawrence Strike of 1912 by sending the strikers' children away to the homes of workers' families sympathetic to the strike. 39. One of the most interesting organizations to emerge during the strike was the Council of Working Class Housewives, originally formed by a group of Jewish housewives in Passaic, most of them members of the Workers' Communist Party. Its members canvassed stores for donations of food and ran a soup kitchen for the strikers' children. Soon other housewives organized councils and affiliated themselves to the United Council of Working Class Housewives in New York City. 11 working women's councils, including both striking women and housewives, were also organized. They were English-speaking, Hungarian, Russian, Ukrainian and Polish. The working women's councils raised money for strike relief, helped in the children's kitchens and mobilized for picket duty. 40. They also held educational meetings in Polish, Ukrainian, and other foreign languages, prepared the strikers' wall newspapers and posted them in the stores in Passaic, Garfield, Lodi and Clifton. 41. The varied techniques employed for raising relief funds included tag days, solicitations by letter, bazaars, concerts, street corner meetings and appeals at union meetings and labor conventions. Help for the strikers also came from groups of local citizens, storekeepers in the industrial district, notes Michael H. Ebner, took out advertisements in the Textic Strike Bulletin, extended credit, and in some cases made outright cash donations to the relief committees aiding the protesters and their dependents. 42. A 7-reel motion picture, The Passaic Textic Strike, was produced and shown throughout the country to raise funds for strike relief. Stirring, thrilling, educational was the heading of an advertisement for the labor film, and it went on. The millions of unorganized steel, rubber, auto, oil, coal, textile and transportation workers will receive inspiration from this film, and will be encouraged to cross swords with their exploiters for better living conditions. The motion picture began with a prologue enacted by the strikers. Then the United Council of Working Class Housewives described itself as an organization of trade unionists' wives and other workers' wives. It was organized early in 1926 by communist women, with Kate Gidlow as secretary. Gidlow now was also secretary of the United Council of Working Class Women, another organization founded by communist women to help in strikes called by left-wing unions. The United Council of Working Class Housewives did considerable relief work in Passaic and also helped in the organization of women into working women's councils affiliated with the United Council. The council's relief work in Passaic, the organization reported, amounted to $200,000, not to mention the invaluable work done in the kitchens and along organizational lines. Daily Worker, May 23, June 12, 1927. Selves, Dramaltsamji, The Life of a Striker. The film then showed the strikers braving police clubs and shotguns, fire hoses in zero weather and tear gas bombs. The huge mass meetings, with 10,000 workers participating, were shown with the strike leaders and other speakers addressing the strikers. Relief activities were also depicted, as were the picket line lunch counters, the victory playground for the strikers' children, and the specific organization of women strikers and sympathizers. Audiences were deeply moved by the film, especially by the scenes showing the atrocious police brutality against the strikers, including girl pickets and even the children of the strikers. 43. Anti-strike violence. On February 25, the Passaic City Council invoked a riot act dating back to Civil War days in order to prohibit meetings and picketing. 3 days later, strike headquarters announced that picketing was legal and clearly intimated that the order would be defied. On March 1, 2,000 pickets assembled in line, and although they were met by police, they were allowed to pass. The next day, the line formed again and was met by Chief of Police Richard L. Zober and a number of policemen lined up across the street down which the pickets were approaching. The front of the line halted, but those in the rear, unaware of what was happening, pressed forward to see. Soon the police began clubbing the masked strikers, and when the clubs proved ineffectual, Zober tossed several tear gas bombs in front of the crowd. When even these failed to disperse them, he called upon the fire department to direct a stream of freezing water upon the crowd. 44. The next day the scene was repeated, with the police clubs directed at spectators, newspaper reporters and photographers and their equipment, as well as the strikers. 2 days later, the picket line reassembled, this time with steel helmets, and marched triumphantly past the onlooking police, while photographers in armored cars and even in an airplane recorded the event. This time, the lines were not *. Years later, Sophie Melvin recalled that on some days during the strike there were as many as 1,000 children in the victory playground. We fed them when they came in the morning and they stayed till the evening. Women in Textile Organizing. In Interview with Sophie Melvin Gerson by Ann Fischel, Radical History Review 4, Summer, 1977, 113. Molested, and to the tune of The Battle Hymn of the Republic, the pickets sang a new version of Solidarity Forever, which went in part. The men all stick together. And the boys are fighting fine. The women and the girls are all right. On the picket line, no scabs, no threats can stop us. As we all march out on time. In one big solid union. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. 45. There were other attacks on strikers' gatherings on March 8, 18, and 25, and the police in both Passaic and Garfield arrested pickets and other strikers. Those arrested usually drew heavy jail terms for their alleged offenses. 46. It seems to be no wrench on the patriotism of the Passaic police that they beat the heads of American workers to defend German stockholders, commented Elizabeth Gurley. Flynn. 47. In April, Norman Thomas, the socialist leader and a member of the National Committee of the ACLU, along with Frida Kirchwey of The Nation and other distinguished individuals, went to Garfield to speak in a vacant lot in defiance of the Bergen County Sheriff's virtual imposition of martial law. Thomas was arrested on charges of violating the state's Riot Act, held on $10,000 bail, and later released, but not before he had characterized New Jersey as a slave state. Immediately, the ACLU started proceedings to obtain an injunction preventing the sheriff from again violating civil liberties. When the Reverend John Haynes Holmes and Arthur Garfield Hayes went to Belmont Park to speak under ACLU auspices, dozens of armed police prepared to arrest them. At this point, the ACLU injunction was served on the sheriff, restraining him and his deputies from interfering with the meeting. The result was a victory freedom for the strikers to hold their mass meetings in Belmont Park. 48. Through the American Civil Liberties Union, Robert W. Dunn became deeply involved in the Passaic strike. The ACLU began a campaign to win freedom of speech and assembly for the strikers. On April 12, as Dunn ended a speech to 5,000 workers, club-wielding police routed the strikers and arrested Dunn, along with 6 others. The sheriff felt that the backbone of the strike had been broken by the arrest of nearly all the leaders and particularly that of Dunn, the jailed Weisbord's successor. An idea, writes Gloria Garrett Sampson, that must have amused everyone. Dunn was merely acting as an ACLU representative and had no official connection with the strike or its membership. Oswald Garrison Villard offered to go Dunn's $10,000 bail. Dunn's arrest prompted socialist leader Norman Thomas to go to Passaic, where he spoke out in protest and was also arrested. On June 25, 250 organizations representing 250,000 workers sent delegates to support the Passaic Strike Conference, where they were addressed by Elizabeth Gurley Flynn for the Garland Fund and Robert Dunn, out on bail, for the ACLU. Because many strikers faced lengthy prison terms, the ACLU and the International Labor Defense established the Joint Committee for Passaic Defense to raise defense funds apart from strike relief. But the police brutality never let up. Horses were ridden into the strikers' lines by the police. Fire hoses, clubbings, and tear gas failed to break their spirit. After one vicious attack on their lines, the renewed picketing was led by Elizabeth Kovach, pushing a baby carriage. Nor were the children spared. The presence of 50 school children at the head of a mass of 2,500 strikers meant nothing to the police, who attacked the demonstration, clubbing children as well as adults. 49 On April 10, 5,000 schoolchildren paraded alone, led by a dozen boys and girls bearing a large American flag. Barely had the parade started when a detachment of police ordered the children back. When they resisted, the police attacked. Considerable disorder followed, reported the New York Times. Excited mothers rushed hither and thither among the scattering mass of children in search of their own boys and girls. The next day's headline read, Passaic Police rout children's parade, 5,000 youngsters scatter in disorder, 50. On July 26, the Passaic police charged and clubbed a delegation of 350 members of the Furriers Union of New York who were parading in support of the textile strikers. The fur workers arrived in buses and found the police awaiting them. Chief of Police Zober objected to placards carried by the furriers reading, Down with the asterisk. The Garland Fund, another name for the American Fund for Public Service, was organized by Charles Garland in the summer of 1922 after he had turned down an inheritance for his own personal use. See Gloria Garrett Sampson, Toward a New Social Order. The American Fund for Public Service, Clearinghouse for Radicalism in the 1920s, unpublished Ph.D. dissertation, University of Rochester, 1987, pp. 3,350. Bosses. All workers must stick with the textile strikers. When the delegation refused to discard the placards, the police charged. 6 fur workers were arrested, 4 of them women, and a number were severely beaten. 51. The strike strategy called for extending the strike to include the silk mill workers of Paterson and vicinity. Strikers in Lodi, where the dye houses were located, were active in this struggle. The police were particularly brutal in their treatment of these strikers, especially the women. Maggie Pitocco, a 17-year-old striker, was repeatedly dragged from the picket line, and Retta Verlee was so hurt when knocked down by a police officer that she had to be taken for an operation. When Sam Elam, a black picket, went to her assistance, he was arrested and jailed. 52. On July 23, Frances Riberdeau, one of the striking textile workers from the United Peace Dye Works in Lodi, addressed a mass meeting of Paterson dye workers. She herself had already been on strike for 25 weeks, and her speech was hailed by Elizabeth Gurley Flynn as the best speech to textile workers I have heard in 15 years association with the labor movement. 53. I've been working in the mills at Lodi since I was a bit of a girl. Riberdeau began, I've been there 7 years now. Maybe I'll be there the rest of my life. That's why I want a union. Her wages were 18 cents an hour for working in the dye house, breathing poison, getting poison on your hands. Then, when she and others went on strike, the boss came and said to her, Those leaders of yours are against religion. They're socialists. I asked the boss, when you hired us you didn't care what religion we are, you only wanted us to work, work, work. Now, why are you suddenly interested in our religion? So I told the boss, I don't care who our leaders are. I'm glad they woke us up. We should have been wise to our conditions long ago. These leaders helped us to get wise. That's more than you ever did. So lay off that religion stuff. Nobody, no, not even the boss, can tell us anything now. For we have the union in back of us. The union makes us men and women instead of slaves. It keeps the boss from squeezing the life out of us and then throwing us away. Before the strike, the bosses would not rush us so much if we brought them a bottle of wine now and then or give him a kiss. No, I never gave the boss a kiss or brought him a bottle of wine. That's why they call me a Bolshevik now. Because I tell the truth about the bosses. 54. All accounts of the Passaic strike emphasized the important role played by the women strikers and their allies. Vera Book, later Vera Book Weisbord, a member of the Workers' Party and one of the strike organizers, considered this the most important aspect of the entire strike. She wrote in October 1926. Labor leaders may well study the marvel of a strike that is still strong after 10 months. The organized participation of the women had much to do with the remarkable vitality of the strike. They had their own mass meetings where the issues of the strike and the problems of their own lives were explained to them. Then the working women's councils were organized, which drew in not only the striking women but the wives of strikers and sympathizers. The United Council of Working Housewives opened kitchens for the children which the women themselves conducted. The women's councils went in for strike work with scabs and on the picket line. They raised money for relief. The housewives took charge of the strikers' children at the Victory Playground. An organization of women has been built up which has not only been a powerful support of the strike, but which the women will maintain after the strike is settled. 55. Invitation to United Textile Workers. Various attempts were made to sell the strike. The Associated Societies and Churches of Passaic, composed of Poles, Slovaks, Russians, and Hungarians, in conjunction with a blue ribbon panel of Protestant laymen, attempted and failed to achieve conciliation between employers and workers. Originally neutral, the organization later condemned the Kaiser-like attitude of management, sent a delegation of priests, ministers and laymen to Washington to urge a federal investigation. It also sponsored a mammoth Sunday afternoon parade to publicize the workers' conditions, and advocated the recall of Commissioner Abram Preiskell and John McGurr, the city's mayor. 56. The recall movement failed. So did all attempts to end the strike by mediation led by a citizens committee, the Passaic Chamber of Commerce, and another citizens committee organized by the American Civil Liberties Union. In mid-March 1926, Secretary of Labor Davis, after conferring with the mill owners, proposed that the strikers go back to work with their demands to be arbitrated afterward, but the workers turned down this proposal. 57. On March 28, Albert Weisbord appealed to the AFL Executive Council for support. This was quickly rejected. President William Greene made it clear that the Federation would deal only with the United Textile Workers and would have nothing to do with the communist-dominated United Front Committee. 58. However, the workers' determination to fight on was not daunted by the rebuff by the wholesale arrests of leaders of the United Front Committee, by the most drastic temporary injunction in New Jersey history, secured on April 16 by the Forsman and Huffman Company. It forbid picketing, advising, encouraging, or consulting with employees of the company, or by any of the other attempts to intimidate the strikers. They continued to take their places on the picket lines even when they knew they would be attacked, and they refused to be driven back into the mills. 59. In the wake of the fur workers' 40-hour settlement on June 11, the United Front Committee hoped that precedents had been set in that employers had bargained with Ben Gold, a communist, and that the AFL had, however grudgingly, accepted Gold's leadership. The T.U.E.L. strike bulked and rejoiced. Victory of fur workers will carry Passaic over the top. 60. However, such a breakthrough did not occur. Despite widespread publicity unfavorable to the employers and the local authorities, no serious negotiations occurred. Spokespersons for the AFL indicated that the Federation would probably enter the strike if the strikers invited the United Textile Workers to take it over, but they also made it clear that Weisbord and his associates had to be eliminated from any connection with the strike. 61. After a series of discussions, the Workers' Party and the T.U.E.L reached the decision that it would be incorrect to let the issue of communism stand in the way of a settlement, even though it meant that Weisbord and other communists in the UFC leadership would have to step aside. Weisbord opposed the decision, but finally agreed to step down as strike leader. He insisted, however, that the United Front Committee must remain and be taken in as a body by the AFL. On August 12, a committee selected by the strikers conferred with officials of the United Textile Workers. An agreement was reached that the UTW should take over the strike, that Weisbord and his associates would withdraw, and that only actual workers in the Passaic mills would be taken into the AFL. Weisbord wrote to the committee and gave his specific promise to withdraw from the affairs of the union immediately upon the issuance of a charter to the strikers' organization. The United Textile Workers thereupon issued the charter for Local 1603 to the United Front Committee. Weisbord sent a public letter of resignation, and the United Textile Workers took over the leadership of the Passaic strike. 62. The strikers chose as president of their new local Gustav Dieck, a young striker who had worked closely with the communists during the strike. Moreover, Rebecca Gratz, a communist who had been active in relief work for the strikers before the UTW takeover, now worked as field organizer of the relief committee of the Passaic textile strike, representing the new local. She traveled all over the country appealing for financial help for the strikers. 63. Both UTW Vice President James Starr, who was now in charge of the strike, and UTW President Thomas McMahon were convinced that they could achieve a quick settlement by just changing the tone of the strike by employing fewer outside speakers and fewer posters to attract attention to the injustices from which the strikers suffered. But they were no more successful than their predecessors. Before the AFL took over the strike, The mill representatives had indicated that they would probably be willing to deal with such an organization, but now that the United Front Committee, which the mill owners had claimed was plotting a revolution, hatched in Moscow, was replaced by the United Textile Workers, the owners decided that they could not even deal with the conservative AFL and refused to consider a settlement under any circumstances. 64. The strike dragged on, but by November 1926, the strikers' resources showed signs of becoming exhausted. Alfred Wagenknecht, who had remained at his post as relief administrator and was one of the leading communists in the organization of the strike, reported to a group of New York sympathizers that the landlords who had up to that point allowed the strikers to avoid rent payments to help them conserve their funds, were beginning to evict strikers who failed to meet payments. More serious was the fact that the surplus of $100,000 that the strikers had had in their relief treasury at the end of June was completely used up. 65. End of the Passaic strike. However, the strikers' determination, together with the demand from newspapers, citizens' committees, and ministers for a settlement, and the adverse publicity resulting from the violations of civil liberties, produced results. A committee of 5, made up of local residents and including 3 clergymen, succeeded where others had failed. On November 12, 1926, the first break came in the Passaic strike when the Passaic Worsted Company signed an agreement based on the following terms. 1. Recognition of the union. 2. The right of the workers to bargain collectively. 3. No discrimination in rehiring. 4. Arbitration of further disputes. And 5. No outside help to be engaged until all the strikers were reemployed. Since the wage cut had been rescinded before the settlement, it was not part of the agreement. 600 workers on strike at the mill met and voted to accept the agreement. This is the first time in the history of Passaic, reported the New York Times, that one of the larger concerns has formally recognized the American Federation of Labor and has conceded to its workers the right to organize. 66. The Botany Mills came to terms with their striking workers on December 13 and, with minor exceptions, the agreement was similar to that of the Passaic Worsted Company. The Garfield Worsted Mill and the Dundee Textile Company then settled, restoring the wage cut and accepting the same terms as the other companies. These terms were also ratified by the strikers. 67. But the Forstmann and Huffman plant still refused to come to terms. On February 14, 1927, the workers still on strike voted to bring their walkout to an end. They did so without winning any agreement other than the company's assurance that it would endeavor to reemploy as many of our former workers as we possibly can, without discrimination. The Jarrah and New Jersey worsted strikers voted to resume work on February 16 on the basis of their right to affiliate with the AFL and to be reemployed without discrimination. The United Peace Works strikers were the last to return. The only concession granted them was an oral promise by management not to discriminate in rehiring. On March 1927, the Great Passaic Textile Strike came to an end. 68. The Communist Party and the T.U.E.L viewed the outcome as a victory. Albert Weisbord, terming it a great victory for the left wing, argued that as a result of its policies and tactics, the wage-cutting campaign has been definitely stopped, and a smashing blow has been given to the company union. This is the greatest labor victory of the year, exulted the Daily Warner. Furthermore, Passaic had clearly demonstrated woman's ability as a fighter in the cause of labor. It was the simple, unpolished women, mothers of families, who gave battle to the textile barons of Passaic, who aroused the attention of the entire country to the shameful conditions prevailing in Passaic mills. With their babes in arms, they braved the Cossacks with their gas bombs on the picket line. Misery and starvation had brought these women together and taught them the lesson of solidarity. Can the woman worker be organized? Asked a working woman in the Daily Worker, and the paper answered. Played much of the fiery spirit, the courage and the determination that characterized the strike. Teresa Wolfson, a keen student of women in the labor movement, described the Passaic strike as an epic-making example of the ability of women workers to fight for what they consider to be their economic rights, and went on to note. At the beginning of the strike, the thousands of women of different nationalities could not understand one another and had nothing but their jobs in the same factory in common. After tramping on the picket lines, working in the food kitchens, attending mass meetings and classes in English for an entire year, these women were forged into union material, despite their language differences, their maturity, and their social problems. This union material ultimately produced a union organization MA community where hitherto there had been none. 69. For the time being, however, the situation was anything but optimistic. At a meeting of the National Committee of the T.U.E.L, the following report was received. Union in Passaic has less than 200 members, 8,000 unemployed in Passaic. Agreements are broken down completely. Mills fire employees and then rehire them at cut wages as new workers. Members of the union have been eliminated entirely from the mills. Workers asked why they should pay $1 a month to the union. There are no answers. The why question, they drop out. 70. Evaluation of strike. The outcome of the Passaic strike left many dissatisfied, and this feeling increased over the next few years. While the result had been a victory for the strikers in the short run, few of the terms of the agreement were actually enforced and most were simply disregarded by the companies. Since it was the United Textile Workers and not the United Front Committee which emerged as the union representing the Passaic strikers, this could have been predicted. The UTW was not interested in mobilizing the membership for struggle to uphold the terms of the agreement. In fact, the membership became so disillusioned with the policies of the UTW that they abandoned the organization in droves. In less than 2 years, the union of 12,000 was down to less than 100, and soon it disappeared altogether. 71. It was not long after the strike that a feeling emerged in left-wing circles that the communist leaders had made a mistake in agreeing to the terms for the takeover of the strike leadership by the United Textile Workers. Both Weisbord and his wife expressed bitter disagreement with the decision. And Bert Cochran has charged recently that Weisbord was forced to step out at Moscow's order, and that it was simply the result of a zigzag in communist policy internationally, that it was an improvised and ill-conceived application of the Communist International's 6th Plenum's campaign against the ultra-left. 72. However, the Comintern pronouncement against formation of parallel unions was not issued until the summer of 1926, and Weisbord had been trying to bring the AFL into the strike since March. Moreover, the Daily Worker did not view the Weisbord removal as an application of a new principle, but as bowing to expediency. The communist paper criticized Weisbord's forced withdrawal as merely another phase of the expulsion policy invoked by the labor officialdom to ensure the continued rule of reaction. 73. Later, William Z. Foster described the mistake of affiliating the Passaic textile strikers to the AFL, even at the expense of eliminating the communist leadership, as a wrong policy and a serious error. Foster acknowledged that the tool was severely criticized by the Red International of Labor Unions, based in Moscow, for its whole course of action in the Passaic strike. 74. This controversy cannot erase the fact that the Passaic strikers, under communist leadership, exhibited labor solidarity at its highest level, which remained as an important symbol in American labor history, that gave substance to that symbolism. That was the concrete achievement of turning back wage reductions in an industry that was already paying at levels insufficient to maintain an American standard of living. 75. Before leaving the Passaic strike, it is worth including the following report. On June 25, 1926, Robert Dunn of the ACLU chaired the Support the Passaic Strike Conspiracy, held in New York City. The conference pledged itself to raise $30,000 to aid the Passaic strikers. Weisbord insisted that while he gave his word to comply, he resented the decision and did not vote in favor of it. He and his wife, Vera Book Weisbord, charged further that the Communist Party leaders were only too glad to get rid of him. Albert Weisbord, Critical Moments in Textile Strikes, Class Struggle 1-5, Vera Book Weisbord, A Raw, Dickel Life, Bloomington and London, 1977, pp. 130.31. Cochran fails to mention this criticism by the Red International of Labor Unions. Bert Cochran, Labor and Communism, The Conflict That Shaped American Unions, Princeton, N.J., 1977, page 32. To raise the funds, Alfred Wagenknecht, a workers' communist party leader and relief chairman, General Relief Committee, proposed methods of raising money. It declared: 1. All unions, fraternal organizations and sympathetic organizations must again open their treasuries for the strikers. Money in the treasuries must be made to work for the labor movement in order that it may grow. 2. Make another shop collection. 3. Assess your membership. 4. Collect contributions of food. 5. Distribute your contribution lists among your members so that their friends may have the opportunity to help win the strike. 6. Help the Children's Campaign. Meals for the strikers' children. Buy a seal and you buy a meal for a textile striker's child. Milk Fund Milk. Tickets. Take strikers' children into your homes and camps. Make it possible for every striker's child to get its much-needed outing. 7. Sell Hell in New Jersey, the textile strikers' pictorial. Every time a pictorial is sold, a meal is bought for a striker's child. 8. Motion picture of the textile strikers' struggle will be ready soon. Prepare to have it shown in your neighborhood. Prepare to see it. 76 Stephen J. Ross notes that the Passaic strike produced the only labor movie that has remained virtually intact. It was produced by Alfred Wagenknecht. It was distributed by International Workers' Art, IWA, created by the Workers' Communist Party in the 1920s for making films and newsreels and distributing Russian movies in the USA. Stephen J. Ross, Struggles on the Screen, Workers, Radicals, and the Political Uses of Silent Film, American Historical Review 96, April, 1991, 355. Chapter 11. The Textile Workers. 2. The mill owners of New England are determined to force their workers to accept the same conditions that prevail in the cotton industry in the South, where child labor, the 60-hour week, unrestrained exploitation and wages averaging $10 and $12 a week is the rule, so declared John J. Ballum, secretary of the National Textile Workers Progressive Committee and a leader of the Trade Union Educational League, in announcing the New England Textile Conference to be held in Boston on February 20, 1927.1. The conference voted to form local textile progressive committees in every textile town in New England to organize resistance to the wage-slashing campaign of the bosses. 2. One of the most important of the committees was organized in New Bedford, Massachusetts. Conditions in the New Bedford mills. Although the mills of New Bedford were run by an inefficient and antiquated management structure, in which nepotistic control dominated, 3. They were more modern and sanitary than those in Passaic. There was no night work for women. Living conditions were also far superior to those in Passaic. New Bedford is a seaside city, and the mills were built on the water. The mill workers' homes were clean and tidy, but the wages of these workers, who produced the finest cotton goods in the United States, were incredibly low even compared with those of the Passaic textile workers. Average weekly earnings in New Bedford, according to the reports of the Massachusetts Department of Labor for 1927, were $19.95, and for the first 3 months of 1928, they were down to $19. Yet in 1927, a new 164 Bedford family of 5 needed $2,204.04 per year to maintain standards of health and decency. Since the average New Bedford earnings were $1,037.40, the mill workers were receiving less than half of what was needed to provide a living wage for a family. Nor did these average earnings tell the entire story. Women employed in the mills for as long as 5 years were making $8 and $10 a week. Not surprisingly, mothers as well as fathers had to go into the mills and children were sent to work as soon as the law allowed. Lodgers were a common feature of life in the families of mill workers. Then at the beginning of April, 1928, the New Bedford Cotton Manufacturers Association cut wages by 10%. The owners justified the reduction by referring to Southern competition. However, according to the Springfield Republican, it was actually management's response to the state legislature's refusal to modify the laws governing night work. In any event, on April 16, 5,000 to 6,000 of the skilled workers, members of the American Federation of Textile Operatives, AFTO, walked out. They were led by the New Bedford Textile Council. The Textile Council was made up of 7 craft unions representing 8,000 of New Bedford's 30,000 textile operatives. The locals, consisting of loom fixers, mule spinners, weavers, ring twisters, slasher tenders, carders and ring spinners, and warp twisters, were affiliated with the American Federation of Textile Operatives, a national organization of textile workers independent of the American Federation of Labor. But in April and May, 1928, the locals joined the United Textile Workers, affiliated with the AFL. Whether independent or affiliated with the AFL, the unions that made up the Textile Council represented only the skilled workers, most of whom were native-born and English-speaking. The Portuguese, predominantly unskilled, were discriminated against by the companies and the craft unions. They received the dirtiest and hardest jobs when they entered the mills, and were kept from advancing by the exclusivity of the craft unions. They were also excluded by the Textile Council when it called on the skilled workers to strike against the 10% wage cut. 4. T.U.E.L calls for strike. The same day, April 16, that most of the skilled workers walked out, handbills were distributed among the unskilled and unorganized mill workers in New Bedford, urging them to strike. They were signed, Textile Mill Committee of New England, William L. Less than Locke, Secretary of the Committee, Fred E. Beale, Gus Deek, and Evan Stone had come to New Bedford to offer their aid to the Textile Council in bringing the unskilled workers into the strike. But the council leadership rejected their offer and denounced the Textile Mill Committee as communistic and a danger both to the unions and the manufacturer. 5. Not in the least disturbed by this reaction, the Textile Mill Committee established a New Bedford branch in the city and announced its aim. Only 8,000 operatives are organized. About 27,000 remain free. It is our purpose to organize our committee from this free element, and members of the existing locals can join our group without hindrance and without relinquishing the membership they already have. We still stand ready to join with the New Bedford Textile Council even though they have refused our moral and financial support. 6. The response of the unskilled mill workers to the strike leaflets was tremendous. On April 23, the press reported that 30,000 cotton workers, 60% of whom are female, struck 58 mills of the 27 companies affiliated to the New Bedford Textile Manufacturers Association. Not a loom wove and not a spindle spun in even one of the mills as the workers went out in defiance of a 10% wage cut. 7. Not only was the strike conducted separately by the New Bedford Textile Council and the New Bedford Textile Mill Committee, but the two organizations presented different demands. The council demanded only the revocation of the 10% wage cut, while the committee called for a 20% increase in wages, the 8-hour day and play week, 40 hours, equal pay for men and women for equal work, and elimination of the speed-up system. In addition, the New Bedford Textile Mill Committee declared that in the event a mill closed down and moved south to operate with even lower wages and longer hours under non-union conditions, the workers who were made unemployed thereby should set up an unemployment council of textile workers and seek to achieve the program adopted by the Trade Union Educational League to deal with such a situation. This included the demand for a. Work to be provided by the city and the state at prevailing union rates of wages. b. Maintenance of unum. There were many reports that the Manamet Mills of New Bedford, the largest cotton yam manufacturing plant in the country, operating 318,000 spindles and employing between 4,500 and 5,000 workers, was preparing to close down indefinitely in the city and move to the south. New Bedford Evening Standard, April 10, 1928. Employed workers by means of a special unemployment fund to be created out of increased taxation on property. C. The opening of food stations for the unemployed and provision of free fuel and clothing. D. Provision for free food for children in public schools. And E. A moratorium on rents during the period of unemployment. 8. Conduct of New Bedford strike. Not only were their demands different, but the New Bedford Textile Council and the New Bedford Textile Mill Committee handled their own relief measures separately. The Boston and New York branches of the Women's Trade Union League sent assistance to the Textile Council, and a New Bedford branch of the W.T.U.E.L. was established for the administration of relief programs. 9. Relief was a special problem for the unskilled, who were the lowest paid workers, and the Textile Mill Committee, as leader of the strikers, worked energetically to meet the urgent need. Anne Washington Cradden, a veteran of the Passaic strike, was in charge of relief. As a result of her activity, Portuguese and Polish bakers contributed more than 100 loaves of bread daily, while the South End grocery stores, sympathetic to the strikers, donated food supplies. Nearby, friendly farmers furnished potatoes and milk. In the main, however, the TMC had to look outside the community for aid. The Workers' International Relief, the organization set up by the communists and their sympathizers, took over the work of raising funds and furnishing relief for the strikers organized by the Textile Mill Committee. 10. Although officially in charge of relief, Anne Cradden participated in every phase of the strike. She regularly addressed meetings of strikers. A reporter for the New Bedford Evening Standard wrote, Anne Washington Cradden was born to wealth in North Carolina. As a college student in Washington, D.C., she had marched in cap and gown with 15,000 women in the suffrage parade that was brutally attacked by a jeering mob of men. After graduation from George Washington University in 1915, Cradden worked briefly in a settlement house, and later as one of 300 women field agents hired to gather statistics for the U.S. Bureau of Labor. After other labor activities, she joined the left wing of the Socialist Party. She received trade union experience as an assistant to Mary Heaton Vorse in the successful campaign by the Amalgamated Clothing Workers of America. Alice Kessler Harris, The Autobiography of Anne Washington Cradden, edited and with introduction, Signs, Summer, 1976, pp. 1019-1037. The fact that only about 50% of the crowds she addresses understand English did not give Miss Cradden any pause. She stands at the front of the platform, gestures little, speaks slowly and clearly, in simple language, repeats the expression, fellow workers, constantly. Her face and manner draw the crowd. She gets applause. A canvas of a typical audience reveals only one here and there who understands any question put to him in English. But these auditors stand quietly and listen to Anne Cradden as she talks. The women sit, many of them with babes in their arms. The men stand behind the benches and against the wall. From the outset, Cradden emphasized the importance of involving women in every aspect of strike activity. This was not a simple prowl. Lem in New Bedford, where the Portuguese men looked with disfavor on activities by their wives and daughters that went beyond taking care of the family. Sophie Melvin, who came to New Bedford from Passaic, recalled later, I actually saw the husbands become vicious against their wives who took a meaningful position in the union. I stayed with one family where one night, the wife, the 2 daughters and myself in the midst of winter had to get dressed and run out of the house because the husband came back drunk and he lashed out at his wife, primarily because she was at a meeting that night and spoke. It was horrible. I too. But Sophie Melvin, Anne Cradden and other militants insisted that women had to be active in the strike if the workers, male and female alike, were to have any chance of winning. Cradden put it bluntly, women are better at this sort of thing than the men. They are more courageous than men. They will do more and suffer more. One of the distinctive sights in the Passaic strike was that of women with baby carriages leading the picket lines. Organize the women along with the men. Teach them to maintain the picket lines and to organize collections, and let them learn to speak. 3. And so, from the beginning, women constituted a major element of the pickets. Indeed, headlines in the New Bedford Evening Standard read, "Most of the pickets are women," and 4 out of 5. Pickets women. From the picket line, these women came to strike meetings and, some for the first time in their lives, spoke in public to audiences. A typical description of a strike meeting in the local press went, "A girl striker, Teresa Yolante, was the first speaker, introduced by another young girl, with alert features and bright black eyes, who cried, 'I declare this meeting opened in the name of the Textile Mill Committee.' Miss Volante, an attractive picture in light gray suit and scarlet hat, made an appeal for workers to collect money and to picket Monday morning. She was followed by Mr. Murdoch, who spoke briefly, and Miss Cradden, who spoke at more length. In fact, the meeting was dominated by women speakers, a number of whom spoke in Portuguese and Polish, and most of them were addressing audiences in public for the first time. 14. When Murdoch and Beale were arrested and jailed for disturbing the peace, Anne Cradden took over from the strike leaders. "I will lead you now," she told the strikers. "They have taken your leaders. But don't let them scare you. Other leaders will spring up to take their places. I am here to direct relief, but as long as it becomes necessary, I will lead you myself." She remained at the head of the strike committee for days until Murdoch and Beale were bailed out. 15. Children are rapidly becoming an important element in the strike here, the New Bedford Evening Standard observed on May 2, 1928. Under Elizabeth Donnelly's leadership, clubs composed of boys and girls from 5 or 6 years old to 10 and 12 were formed at the headquarters of the Textile Mill Committee. There they gathered after school each afternoon to hear talks by Donnelly, to discuss the strike in their own words, to elect their own officers, to learn to sing the strike songs, and to shout the strike slogan. Solidification, education, solidarity. STRIKE. Are we on strike? Yes, we are. Strikers, strikers, rah, rah, rah. Afterward, the children were fed a substantial meal of bread and potato hash. On April 30th, children marched for the first time with their elders on the picket lines. "Keep the children out of it," cried the New Bedford Evening Standard indignantly. The New Bedford Textile Council called it a crime, and, uncalled for, the mayor of New Bedford termed it contemptible, and the local Girl Scout commissioner protested against the child picket line. 16. "It's the family's strike," replied Anne Cradden. "For this work you need the women and their children." And she appealed directly to the women strikers. "You women who cannot leave your children at home, bring them with you. Let them understand what the strike means, so that when they have to go hungry, and when they have to go to school in ragged shoes, they will know why. Educate them to be good union men and women, for they are the workers of the future. Nothing has a greater effect upon scabs than children. The presence of the little ones on the picket lines about the mills, singing strike songs and shouty tilde, 'Hey, you scab, don't take my dad's job,' has a tremendous influence. 1. The children continued to picket the struck mills, marching through the streets in strike demonstrations. One reporter wrote from New Bedford, "The children have done much to keep up the firm spirit of their parents." 18. Arrest of strikers. On May 9, the first arrests occurred. For insisting on their right to continue picketing, 2 women strikers, Angelina Suprias and Christina Samores, were arrested and charged with loitering and disturbing the peace. In court later, they were both placed on bail of $1,100 each, which was furnished by the Textile Mill Committee. Neither could speak English, and both pleaded not guilty through an interpreter. Both were back on the picket line at the Pennaquid Mill the next morning. 19. 3 other strikers, 2 of them women, were arrested the next day. On May 23, all 5 of the arrested pickets were found guilty in the 3rd District Court, and 3 of them received harsh jail terms. Angelina Suprias and Christina Samores, the first to be arrested, were sentenced to serve 6 months each in prison. Suprias had an additional fine of $45 imposed on her, while Samores was fined $20. Frank Cunha, the only man arrested, was sentenced to 30 days in jail, while Mary Valente was fined $60, and Maria Silvia, $40. The International Labor Defense announced that the sentences would be appealed to higher courts. 20. On June 10, Maria Catricaros, called the ringleader of strikers' pickets, was arrested. 3 days later, Elizabeth Donnelly was arrested while she was leading children in singing on a picket line. The headline in the New Bedford Evening Standard the next day read, "Miss Donnelly arrested leading singing children, held in $300. Donnelly stood in the women's dock and pleaded not guilty to the charge of disturbing the peace. "I've got a perfect right to sing," she told the judge. "I'm an American and know my rights." But, as the Standard reported, she was held on $300 bail for trial later. 21. At the same court session, a jail sentence of 30 days was imposed on Bessie Catricaros, an 18-year-old weaver and sister of Maria, for shouting, "Tell the scabs to go to hell." As she was pushed into the police wagon, she cried out, "God gave me my voice, and God is the only one who will keep me quiet. 22. Eula Figueiredo was another of the Portuguese women strikers in and out of jail during the strike. By August 2, A.C. González Pinto, picket leader of the strike, had been jailed 12 times. 23. Despite the arrests and jail sentences, the strikers stood firm. In July, when the owners attempted to reopen the plants under police and National Guard protection, only about 20 workers returned. 24. One of the most dramatic events in the New Bedford strike took place when a rumor spread that 8 scabs had started the looms in the Kilburn mill. It brought out 18,000 strikers, who continued to picket throughout the night. Pickets in fishermen's boats kept guard at the waterfront in what the New Bedford Evening Standard acknowledged was a tremendous demonstration of workers' solidarity. 25. At this point, the authorities stepped up their repression. Mass picketing was ruled illegal, and the militia continued to guard the mills. Arrests of strikers began to mount. Sadie Reich, the Women's Trade Union League organizer, was among the hundreds of women arrested for picketing, and she was ordered to move out of her YWCA room. On July 13, the court imposed 6 months jail sentences and $20 fine on each of 37 strikers tried on that day. They had been arrested for picketing on July 6. The International Labor Defense announced that all cases would be appealed immediately. Release of the strikers during the appeal required raising $20,000 in bail bonds. 26. Day after day, the New Bedford Evening Standard reported the number of pickets arrested. A typical report read, 4 strikers arrested this morning. 3 of them are women. Maria Valente, Laura Nunes, Joseph Gomez, and 16-year-old Blanche Almeida, after twice being driven away from the factory gates by a squad of police, came back to reform the picket line for the 3rd time, which resulted in the arrest on charges of peace disturbance and loitering. Gemina Medeiros, strike committee member, on her way to a meeting at union headquarters, was also arrested on a warrant issued against her on charges of disturbing the peace. 27. But neither arrests nor imprisonment could stem the strikers' militancy. On July 22, John Sullivan, president of the New Bedford Cotton Manufacturers Association, declared that the mill committee's influence was growing. Not only are they getting members from among the unorganized workers, but they are taking many members away from the established union, because some workers like aggressive tactics. 28. Strike spreads to Fall River. In nearby Fall River, where 28,000 cotton workers were employed, representatives of 15 textile mills met on April 22 to organize the Textile Mill Committee. The action followed reports that a 10% wage cut was being prepared by the mill owners. Late in June, the announcement came of the wage cut. The mill committee immediately distributed the following leaflet at all Fall River mills. Fight the wage cut. Join the Textile Mill Committee. Textile workers. The old wage scale must come back. No compromise. Every worker must organize and be prepared to fight to wipe out these wage cuts. Only TMC comes with a fighting plan to the workers. The AFT-0 officials do everything in their power to prevent a strike. The UTW officials jump around and do nothing. Over in New Bedford, the Textile Mill Committee has organized the workers and is leading them in a great fight against the bosses there. We must do the same here. The Fall River workers can fight just as the New Bedford workers can. Now is the time to fight. Fellow workers, now is the time to join the TMC. The quicker we grow, the quicker the bosses will take back the wage cut. The stronger we get, the better we can fight. The sooner we begin to fight, the better for ourselves and for our textile brothers in New Bedford. Don't delay. Now is the time. Come to our office at 161 So Main Street, Room 6. Open every day, 9 to 11 a.m., 3 to 9 p.m. And join up. Textile Mill Committee, Fall River Unit. Watch for our big mass meeting soon. 29. When the police of Fall River stopped a meeting called by the Textile Mill Committee, the committee promptly issued a leaflet proclaiming, "Police stop meeting of textile workers." Why? Because the mill owners of Fall River and New Bedford are afraid that a real union will be organized, and a fight for the restoration of the 10% wage cut will follow. They are right. The workers will organize and the workers will fight, even as the New Bedford workers are doing. 30. On August 6, in response to a call from the Textile Mill Committee, 3,000 workers walked out of the American Printing Company in Fall River. Immediately the city was placed under martial law. Solid police cordons were thrown across the viaducts leading to the American Printing Company, and patrol wagons were drawn up at the curb, ready for mass arrests. When the strikers attempted to break through the police wall to picket the mill, men and women were clubbed and arrested. A pregnant woman striker was crushed against the iron railing of the viaduct and beaten by the police. She was taken, bleeding, to the hospital. But the strike continued and spread to other mills in Fall River. 31. As the strike progressed, the American Federation of Textile Operatives merged with the Textile Mill Committee, and its name was changed to the New Bedford Textile Workers Union. Claiming 6,000 members, many of them Portuguese and a large number women, the Communist Textile Union in New Bedford was prepared to carry on the struggle to victory. Mass picketing continued, as did police clubbings and arrests. 32 Meanwhile, a citizens' mediation committee, in collaboration with the Massachusetts State Board of Conciliation and Arbitration, proposed a compromise offer from the mill owners of a 5% wage cut. Although the New Bedford Textile Workers Union insisted that the strikers hold out for their original demands, the United Textile Workers officials, having raised only the single demand of revocation of the 10% wage cut, accepted the settlement offer, subject to a vote by the strikers. 33. 2 ballots had to be taken before the compromise was accepted. The first vote rejected the offer, and the authenticity of the count on the second vote was questioned by a number of observers. Left-wing leaders were arrested to keep them in jail while the second vote was being taken, and Robert W. Dunn, who was at the scene, charged that the results were announced by the New Bedford Evening Standard a half-hour before the voting ended. Actually, only 2,000 workers voted on the final ballot, and the compromise was accepted by only a small margin. 34. The New Bedford Textile Workers Union tried to prolong the strike until several of the original demands were won. A drive was launched to provide adequate clothing and shoes for the strikers and their children, and a store was set up in New York City to be used as a central receiving station for articles to be shipped to New Bedford and Fall River. 35. 3 kids in our class saved up, and we are sending the New Bedford strikers $2.90. It took us a month to save this money, so we have to give up candy and movies. This letter to the Workers International. Relief was from Martha Rose, 12, of Chicago. When we heard the strikers' children didn't have enough to eat, Martha continued, I got 2 other girls in my class to give up candy and movies because we thought it wasn't right for us to have a good time while strikers' children were hungry. So here is our money order. 36. But with the workers facing winter without any resources, the strike could not be maintained. On October 7, 1928, the Fall River Cotton Manufacturers Association granted 30,000 textile workers a wage increase of 5.5%, although the American Printing Company was not an association member. The 3,000 workers received the same increase, since wages had been cut. %% in Fall River, the wages in both Fall River and New Bedford were now about the same. 37. End of strike. On October 12, 1928, the longest strike in the history of the New England textile industry came to an end when the New Bedford Textile Workers Union released its members from further strike obligations. During the 26 weeks of the strike, a total of 2,000 arrests occurred, and 662 strikers had been indicted on 882 counts. Every defendant was convicted in the lower courts on practically all counts. Sentences were meted out to individual strikers from 6 months to 3 years, amounting to a grand total for all the strikers of 2 years of jail sentences and over $6,000 in fines. 38. The New Bedford Textile Workers Union insisted that these sacrifices by the strikers had not been in vain, for they had succeeded in halting the terrific wave of wage cuts that was sweeping the country at that time. 39. The left-wing union also took satisfaction from the fact that it had enrolled about 6,000 members in the city. Some of these members proved instrumental. During the asterisk, there wasn't a single communist in New Bedford before the strike, wrote A. B. McGill, who covered the strike for the Daily Woe 7 *er. Now there is a party branch with over 100 members, nearly all of them mill workers, a young workers' league with about 90 members, and a branch of the Young Pioneers, embracing several hundred strikers' children. Daily Woe 7 *er. Sep. 27, 1928. Latter stages of the strike, in organizing the communist-led National Textile Workers Union, NTWU. Others from nearby Fall River also joined the NTWU to make the New Bedford area the strongest center of the new organization. 39. As we shall see below, the National Textile Workers Union reflected a changed communist trade union policy. Instead of concentrating almost entirely on boring from within, trying to transform existing unions, through the Trade Union Educational League, the new policy advocated placing more emphasis on the formation of independent unions to oppose the conservative AFL affiliates with the aim of achieving what William Z. Foster called the greatest and most pressing task now confronting the working class: the organization of the unorganized. Greater than 40. Even after the strike ended, 25 communist leaders were indicted by a New Bedford grand jury on charges of conspiracy to violate the city ordinance forbidding parades without a permit and conspiracy to disturb the peace. Chapter 12. Labor and Fascism. In March 1919, Benito Mussolini, the former ardent socialist, organized the reactionary fasci in Italy. By the summer of 1920, there were 100 organized groups of the fascist movement. By February 1921, the fasci had grown to more than 1,000 groups. Everyday armed bands selected from the dregs and scum of the Italian gutters and recruited from the jails, the most savage, bloodthirsty gangsters go about, setting fires to the chambers of labor. Leagues and circles, the Italian-American anti-fascist paper Armartels, the Hammer, reported in April 1921. Their bands of assassins are known as the Fighting Fascist. In fact, they fight the poor, the order of the rich. L. Mussolini marched into Rome in 1922, and with the assistance of the monarchy and the Roman Catholic Church, established the fascist dictatorship in Italy. Coming to power on October 30, 1922, the Duce of Fascism consolidated his dictatorship in 1924-25, in the process almost totally restricting the liberty of the Italian people. 2. Soon after fascism appeared in Italy, it made its appearance in the United States. Black shirt squads were organized throughout the country, and began immediately popularizing the slogans that Mussolini made the trains run on time, and that fascism is the antidote to communism and Bolshevism. Soon the Fascist League of North America, headed by Count Theon de Revel, was established, and every Italian in the United States who was in business with Italy had to become member. Before the war, Benito Mussolini was the editor of Avanti, central organ of the Socialist Party OFL 176. Through threats or the use of money, the Fascist League of North America turned the Italian-American press into a vehicle of propaganda for fascism in the United States. Organizations or individuals who refused to join the League were attacked and blacklisted. Their relatives in Italy were threatened or arrested. 3. In April 1923, Auguste Belanca, a leader of the Amalgamated Clothing Workers of America, ACWA, returned from Italy. He was the first American labor representative to bring back an impression of the country since Mussolini had come to power as head of the fascist government. Belanca reported that Mussolini had destroyed many of the labor unions and reorganized them into fascist unions on a program opposed to strikes, and stressing cooperation between capital and labor. Nearly every publication issued today, he continued, is a government organ and partly subsidized by the government. The greatest part of the labor press has been destroyed by black shirt mobs. Every non-fascist publication is subject to strict censorship. No wonder fascism is encouraged in this country by the enemies of the labor movement. 4. Belanca was correct. Mussolini's regime was viewed favorably by the U.S. government, by industrialists and financiers, and as we shall see, even by Samuel Gompers, then AFL president. Almost the entire American press joined in the approval of fascism. 5. But there was also from the beginning of the fascist dictatorship voices of opposition in the United States, especially among Italian Americans, even though many in the Italian community were mesmerized by Il Duce's charisma. America's first organized opposition to fascism originated in the Italian-American labor movement, notes John P. Diggins. 6. In April, a cluster of labor organizations in New York created the Anti-Fascist Alliance of North America, AFANA, which they hoped would become the focus of opposition to Mussolini's government. The AFANA was a socialist, syndicalist organization that revolved around the newspaper FL Nuovo Mondo, New York, and was financed in part by funds from Local 89 of the ILGWU. Luigi Antonini, Local 89's general secretary, was one of a small group of syndicalists, anarchists, socialists, and labor organizers who initiated the anti-fascist movement in the United States, and who continued to play a key role in these early years of Italian-American anti-fascism. The organization was also known as the North American Anti-Fascist Alliance. Most of them had emigrated to the United States at the turn of the century with records of labor militancy in Italy. 7. Antonini worked closely with such men as Frank and August Belanca of the Amalgamated Clothing Workers, the socialists Girolamo Valenti, Giuseppe Lapis, and Vinnie Montana, and the anarchist Carlo Tresca, all leaders of the Italian-American left and of the Italian-American anti-fascist movement. 8. Although predominantly made up of Italian-American labor activists, the AFANA was heartily endorsed by the Central Labor Union of New York, the ILGWU, ACW, T.U.E.L, and hundreds of labor unions. 9 inches in Italy. The fascisti have made it a crime to belong to a real labor union, an officer of the AFANA told the press. Hundreds of labor temples are in ashes. Thousands of our best fighters in labor's battles have been murdered. Tens of thousands have been imprisoned and mistreated. Shall we wait until they are strong enough to do likewise in America, or shall we organize against them now? 10. Welcome the Anti-Fascist Alliance, declared the labor herald, organ of the T.U.E.L. It is of great importance that the Anti-Fascist Alliance should receive the complete cooperation and support of every militant unionist. Those desiring to assist in the work of preventing the fascisti from getting a foothold in America and to help combat the black shirts generally, should communicate with the Anti-Fascist Alliance, 231 East 14th Street, New York City. 11. Anti-Fascist United Front, was the headline in the Industrial Worker, organ of the IWW, in its issue of April 21, 1923. The article reported that the attempt to organize the fascist groups in America had led to the formation of a vast anti-fascist united front. Along with the formation of the Anti-Fascist Alliance of North America, the Italian Chamber of Labor, an independent body representing all the Italian local unions of New York City, and with a membership of 150,000, called a conference which was held on April 3, 1923, at the Italian Labor Center in New York. Over 100 delegates, representing local and central bodies of the Workers' Communist Party, Socialist Party, IWW, the ACW, ILGWU, the Mosaic and Terrace Workers, the Amalgamated Foodstuff Workers, the Journeymen, Barbers, and other unions unanimously approved a plan of action for an anti-fascist campaign proposed by the AFANA. The activities discussed and adopted included a vast propaganda campaign by means of the printed as well as the spoken word in all the Italian centers of this country. Speakers will be routed across the country in order to present the fascist movement to the workers in its true light. A servile and corrupt daily press has consistently lied to the great mass of the Italian workers as to the character and aims of the fascisti. This lying propaganda will be counteracted by the publicity planned. The movement will not limit itself to illuminating the Italian workers as to the danger of the fascist theories and activities to organized labor, but will present this problem to American labor also. The fascist groups in America will degenerate into subsidized agencies of gunmen and scabs, maneuvered by American capitalists in order to destroy American labor organization. The Italian Chamber of Labor and the new Anti-Fascist United Front will bring this aspect of the situation before the highest councils of the American Federation of Labor in order to force official action in the matter. Besides these purely defensive steps, the Anti-Fascist United Front, centered around the AFANA, planned to launch an offensive against the fascist regime in Italy, because of its savage oppression and persecution of the Italian organized workers. The immigrants living in the United States would be told to boycott Italian products, withhold remittances and deposits from all Italian state institutions, and to refuse to recognize the official representatives of the fascist regime in America. The United Front would also launch a campaign for funds to aid the victims of fascist banditry, the widows and orphans in Italy, the maimed and the refugees from the reign of terror of the Italian reactionaries. The statement closed. The United Front of Italian Labor in America against fascism will be an accomplished fact, and Signor Mussolini will have something more to worry about. 12. Following the meeting, the first move made by the AFANA was a petition to President Calvin Coolidge insisting on the recall of Italian Ambassador G. Caetani on the ground that he was encouraging the spread of fascism in the United States. 13. The appeal was ignored, but the AFANA stepped up its efforts to achieve the recall of Caetani's successor, Giacomo de Martino, whom they charged with having abused the privileges of his office by proselytizing and intimidating immigrants. 14. Again the petition was ignored, but the AFANA had made its presence known. The AFANA distributed an editorial in the June 1923 issue of the Railway Clerk, official organ of the Brotherhood of Railway and Steamship Clerks, reporting a meeting between Elbert H. Gary, the open shop president of U.S. Steel, who had broken the Great Steel Strike of 1919, and Mussolini. The labor paper was convinced that plans to Mussolinize the American workers had been laid out and are in process of execution. It asked, "Is it a coincidence that Mussolini begins to establish state branches of the fascisti in this country so soon after Judge Gary's visit to him? Let the citizens of the United States beware of the menacing danger of Mussolini's agencies. We need no fascisti in America." 15. In the spring of 1923, the AFANA and the Italian Chamber of Labor jointly published a manifesto to the workers of the United States and Canada, urging them to come to the aid of their fellow workers of Italy. The appeal was directed to all the Italian workers of the United States and through them to the entire labor movement, charging Mussolini with the crimes of high treason, perjury, murder, arson, burglary, rape, and continued violence upon the body and property of all the workers of Italy. The manifesto charged the labor movement of the United States and Canada, in the name of their own humanity, to come to the aid of the working class of Italy before it becomes socially extinct, warning that the fascist octopus is attempting to extend its tentacles across the ocean and to bring to America the gospel of the torch, the bomb, and the stiletto. The manifesto summoned all labor unions of the United States and all true and honest lovers of liberty to begin at once an energetic campaign so that this evil weed may not take root in the soil of the Republic. But it is not enough for us. It continued to prevent the monster of fascism from staining with blood and searing with fire our fair American land. We must also strive with tireless effort and unabated faith to wipe away from Italy the shame and abomination of her present inhuman government. We must revive the faith, still alive in the breasts of millions of Italian workers, with our support, our example, the tangible proofs of our solidarity, and by transfusing into them the certainty that we shall stand by them till the inevitable day of resurrection and triumph. Fascism, wherever it rears its bloody head, whatever weapon it uses, whatever livery it dons, must forever disappear from the earth with the lust of blood and dominion that gave it life. Against it we proclaim now a war of extermination, declaring it outside of the moral law of mankind and beyond every mercy and forgiveness of the workers of the world. Down with international fascism, up with the banners of working-class solidarity. 16. Thus, under the leadership of its secretary, the poet Arturo Giovannitti, the AFANA began its war against fascism. 17 Unfortunately, while some AFL unions did respond vigorously to the manifesto, under the leadership of Samuel Gompers the AFL offered neither moral nor material support to the anti-fascists. 18 At its 1923 convention, the AFL failed to pass an ILGWU motion denouncing all manifestations of fascism, and adopted instead a mild and vague statement opposing the imposition of tyranny in America. 19. On July 16, 1923, Egisto Rossi, an Italian trade unionist and vice chairman of emigration for the Italian government, who had met Samuel Gompers when the latter had visited Italy shortly after World War I, wrote the AFL president assuring him that fascism was of great benefit to the Italian workers. The labor organizations which had emerged under fascism, Rossi claimed, are much more in accordance with the spirit of American labor unions than were the old ones, most of which have become political organizations affiliated with Moscow, and the leaders of which were out-and-out communists, caring not a snap of their fingers for the welfare and prosperity of the country to which they belong. The fascist government's policy, he continued, is anything but that of an oppressor of labor, as the maintenance of the 8-hour day and of all existing social legislation, including insurance of the aged, the sick, the unemployed working man prove. Rossi was certain that fascism would win the hearty sympathies and support of the AFL president. For Gompers had constantly and consistently maintained that the true interests of the working men are not served by radicals who speculate on the ignorance of the masses to further their own selfish condition. Moreover, his philosophy was committed, like that of the fascists, to the steady uplifting through better social legislation and more just working conditions of the mental and moral atmosphere surrounding labor, whose welfare can never be realized except by making it recurrent with that of the majority of the citizens of the United States. 20. Gompers had returned from Europe after World War I more convinced than ever of the threat of radicalism, especially communism. The importance Egisto Rossi placed on the role of fascism in suppressing these influences in the Italian labor movement was intended to cater to Gompers' anti-radical prejudices, and they hit the mark. Indeed, he could not have been more satisfied with Gompers' response had he written it himself. Shortly after receiving the letter, Gompers wrote an analysis of fascism in the American Federationist, the AFL's official monthly, which he edited. Echoing Egisto Rossi and other defenders of fascism, Gompers wrote, "It must be of course understood that at the time the fascisti came into power in Italy and for some time prior thereto there had been a rising and dangerous Bolshevik movement fostered under the direct guidance of the Moscow authorities. The information available is that had the fascisti not seized the government just when they did, the Bolsheviks would have done so not many days later." 21. Most of Gompers' article was devoted to an analysis of Odenpoor's book Fascism, issued by the Labour Publishing Company of London and shortly afterwards published in the United States. Pointing out that Odenpoor was long associated with the Italian labor movement and was viewed as a pronounced radical but an anti-fascist, Gompers noted that in his book Poor was convinced that some good will come out of fascism, and he presents in great detail a constructive side of the movement of which little has been heard in America. Agreeing with Poor's every comment favorable to fascism, Gompers welcomed fascism as a movement capable of decisive action on a national scale, and as a system that was rapidly reconstructing a nation of collaborating units of usefulness, in place of the old industrial unions and the growing influence of Bolshevism among them. Gompers saw the new vocational parliaments, instituted by Mussolini, as a step in the right direction. In fact, Gompers was greatly impressed with Mussolini himself. However repugnant may be the ideas of dictatorship and the man on horseback, American trade unionists will at least find it possible to have some sympathy with the policies of a man whose dominating purpose is to get something done. To do rather than theorize. To build a working, producing civilization instead of a disorganized theorizing aggregation of conflicting groups. After urging the American labor movement to make possible a wide reading of Poor's book, Gompers concluded, "Certainly the promise of industrial democracy in Italy, pledged in declarations and phrases which might easily enough have been taken from the mouths of American trade unionists, makes the book one of tremendous and exciting interest. 22. Thus the president of the American Federation of Labor joined the Republican administration, the leading open-shop industrialists and bankers, and almost the entire commercial press in hailing fascism. In essence, Gompers saw fascism as a model of class reconciliation that vindicated his own trade union philosophy. 23. By the time fascism emerged, Gompers had developed the view that organized labor should seek recognition as a partner of the large corporation. He now viewed society as a corporate entity in which workers, and Gompers, however, criticized Poor for speaking with much sympathy of the Russian Soviets, a fact which is regrettable in view of the balanced judgment which he displays so generally in the remainder of book. Samuel Gompers, An Analysis of Fascism. American Federationist 30, November 1923, 928-29. Management had equal stake in achieving industrial stability, order, and social peace, in which class reconciliation replaced class struggle. 24. Gompers' support of fascism proved to be embarrassing to the AFL. Timothy Healy, president of the Firemen and Boilers, challenged the AFL to be as forthright in opposition to fascist Italy as it was to communist Russia. "Why don't we say something about Italy and the Mussolini dictatorship?" he asked. 25. With Gompers' death in 1924, the AFL had an opportunity to meet this criticism. While, as we have seen, William Green shared Gompers' view that labor and capital must be partners, unlike his predecessor, he was concerned by the fascist attempt to infiltrate the American labor movement. 26. When he was informed of the fascist activities among immigrants, especially the Italian miners of Pennsylvania and the needle trades workers of New York, Green addressed a letter to organized wage earners, warning them of the menacing efforts of American black shirts, the violent methods of Mussolini, and the reactionary nature of fascist unions in Italy. Making certain to assure employers that he had not gone over to the left, Green coupled his attack on fascism with a bitter onslaught against communism. 27. Green followed this up with an article, Fascism and the Workers, in the American Federationist of February 1926. He charged that the fascists are resorting to all sorts of tricks and maneuvers to stir up trouble and bring about a state of affairs which they can use an excuse for recruiting their armed forces and proclaiming open war against the working class. 28. The 1926 and 1927 AFL conventions reversed the stand taken at the 1923 convention and adopted resolutions condemning fascism. The resolution introduced at the 1927 convention by A.I. Shiplikoff of Federal Labor Union No. 17873, New York City, had two parts. The first noted that the people of Italy had been ruled for the last few years by a dictatorship, which has deprived them of many of their civil, economic and political rights, a dictatorship which had particularly affected the workers of Italy, subjecting them to arbitrary laws in the making of which they had neither voice nor vote, and practically reducing them to the position of vassals to the dictator and his fascist supporters. It added that the very basis of the fascist idea was contrary to the idea of government by the people, and that it had been authoritatively reported that the anti-democratic and anti-American fascist movement is attempting to exercise its influence in this country, particularly among our workers of Italian birth or descent. The resolution urged the delegates to roundly condemn the fascist movement and philosophy as a return to the days of autocracy and tyranny in government and opposed to the interests of human progress. 29. The second part of the resolution declared that the American Federation of Labor cannot and would not endorse any organization in the country or elsewhere engaged in fighting the fascist movement. No explanation was advanced for this statement, which contradicted the first part of the resolution. 30. In its report to the convention, the Resolutions Committee concurred with the resolution, insofar as it denounces the fascist form of government. It added, "In fascism we find merely another form of dictatorship and autocracy, a principle of government which can never find anything but opposition in the minds of free people." As for the second portion of the resolution, the committee pointed to the record which showed that no organization had been endorsed. It went on, however, to add that it approved most cordially the declarations in behalf of human freedom contained in the resolution, opposing this form of dictatorship, just as we oppose the communist dictatorship. With this understanding, the resolution was unanimously adopted. 31. Without endorsing the organization, William Green told the AFANA in 1926 that the AFL will stand with you and work with you until we have succeeded in driving fascism from the face of the earth. 32. As John P. Diggins points out, both AFL and rival unions gradually joined the campaign against fascism, as the typesetters, electrical workers and operators, locomotive engineers, barbers and bookbinders, molders, machinists, and the American Federation of Teachers began attacking Mussolini in their respective publications. 33. One union which was not part of the AFL was not among those who gradually joined the campaign. This, of course, was the Amalgamated Clothing Workers of America. Advance, its official organ, began early to publish articles and editorials of condemnation of fascism and its method of terrorism. 34. In June 1924, the Italian socialist deputy Giacomo Matteotti was murdered by fascist squadras. Matteotti's slaying raised one single cry of indignation and horror in Italy and abroad. 35. On June 26, an anti-fascist demonstration was held at Carnegie Hall in New York by Italian and American anti-fascist organizations. With 2,500 people in attendance, most of them workers and trade unionists, cries of "Down with Mussolini and fascism" rang through the hall. Elizabeth Gurley Flynn, the "rebel girl" of the IWW, told the audience that the murder of Matteo T. had been approved by Mussolini because the socialist deputy was about to uncover scandals in Mussolini's government, which would have made the Teapot Dome scandals look sick. 36. Gurley Flynn proposed a nationwide campaign of boycott against Mussolini's fascism as a way of showing America's horror over the assassination of Matteo T. The proposal was picked up later on December 5, 1925 by Il Martello, which in an appeal to all Italian-American anti-fascists urged them to follow the following guidelines of boycott. Workers, comrades. The best method to defeat our common enemy is to cut off monetary assistance and profit. If your doctor is fascist, boycott him. If your lawyer is fascist, boycott him. If your tailor is fascist, boycott him. If your shoemaker is fascist, boycott him. If your retailer is fascist, boycott him. If your grocer is fascist, boycott him. If your newspaperman is fascist, boycott him. If your druggist is fascist, boycott him. If your barber is fascist, boycott him. If your landlord is fascist, boycott him. If you know that banks, movie theaters, drugstores, insurance and travel agencies are owned by fascists, boycott them. Do not buy products which bear the label, Made in Italy. You must boycott, wherever you are and always. In this way, we can weak tilde the Italian monster. It is like a horse, if it has no oats, it changes course. 3. On August 26, 1926, Il Nuevo Mundo published the North American Anti-Fascist Alliance's Manifesto to all workers of the United States, Canada, and Mexico. To those people concerned about Italy's constitutional and civil liberties, the Manifesto charged fascism with crimes of high treason against the sovereignty and liberty of the Italian people. It accused the fascist government of conducting a disruptive propaganda in this country among Americans and Italian Americans to undermine the essence of the Declaration of Independence and destroy the ideals of equality and freedom, as well as of organizing a center of espionage whose aims are to infiltrate among factory workers to foment strikes, unrest, disruption, and inefficiency. The manifesto conceded that when the North American Anti-Fascist Alliance was formed in 1923, we thought that fascism would be a transient movement of collective madness. Today, instead, we have to affirm sadly that fascism is still operative and aggressive, in spite of national and international condemnation. If this monster is not strangled soon, it will undermine all liberties. To prevent these nefarious consequences, the North American Anti-Fascist Alliance is addressing this manifesto to all workers, to the political parties, liberal, moderate, radical, communist, socialist, Republican, to organize an opposition against fascism. Let fascism not triumph in the democratic countries of the world. Let America expel any fascist or pro-fascist element. 38. The manifesto had been drawn up by a group of trade union leaders of the Amalgamated Clothing Workers, the ILGWU, the Italian Trade Union Progressive Center, and the editors and directors of several anti-fascist Italian-American papers. Moreover, it was fully endorsed by the Italian Communist Party of America, the Italian Socialist Party of America, and by the Society G.B. Odiema, presided over by Giuseppe Lupus, an Italian Social Democrat. The manifesto was thus a common attempt by anti-fascist forces aimed at the condemnation of fascism, its ideology, and its tactics. Issued by a collaboration of communists, socialists, social democrats, and Republicans in exile, it marked the high point of an organized united front in the struggle against fascism. 39. Unfortunately, the United Front was already on the verge of splitting apart. Led by Salvatore Ninfo of the ILGWU, Morris Feinstein of the United Hebrew Trades, and Girolamo Valenti of the Amalgamated Clothing Workers, a number of groups seceded from the North American Anti-Fascist Alliance. The seceding groups refused to continue a united front which included communists, no matter how much this approach weakened the anti-fascist struggle. They reorganized under the auspices of the socialists and adopted the new title, the Anti-Fascist Federation for the Freedom of Italy. The new secretary, John Vaccaro, welcomed all labor, radicals, and liberal groups, who were opposed to both communism and fascism. 40. Attacking the splitters, the Daily Worker praised the United Front which had enabled the Anti-Fascist Alliance to grow. The Anti-Fascist Alliance was organized in April 1923 and has done splendid work since its organization. It has conducted several campaigns against fascism and has rallied the great majority of the Italian workers in America to its side. When Matteo T. was murdered on the order of Mussolini, the Alliance organized great demonstrations in every large city in the United States against the murderers. Mussolini sent emissaries to America to counteract this propaganda, but his speakers were never able to hold one successful mass meeting. Italian workers met his agents on the pier and the police had to protect them from the wrath of their anti-fascist fellow countrymen. To weaken this splendid organization on the false issue of communist influence is to strengthen the power of fascism. 41. Equally troubled by the split, Non-communist anti-fascists made attempts to persuade the socialists to remain in the alliance. But their pleas fell on deaf ears. 42. The anti-fascist labor forces were further weakened by the impact of the Great Depression on the key unions in the movement. The ILGWU and the ACWA experienced a sharp decline in membership between 1929 and 1933. Not until the mid-1930s, and especially not until the outbreak of World War II, did the anti-fascist movement in the United States reassert itself to oppose fascism in Italy and to halt the spread of fascism in the United States. 43. Meanwhile, in the fall of 1927, the Italian anarchists in the United States became very active in the anti-fascist cause. Prior to this, they had devoted much of their time and activity to the campaign to free Sacco and Vanzetti. After the execution of Sacco and Vanzetti, the menace of fascism became the overriding concern of the Italian anarchists, notes Paul Avrich. In Little Italies throughout the country, the anarchists emerged as the forefront of the anti-fascist struggle, heckling pro-Mussolini speakers, disrupting rallies and engaging in fist fights and gunplays. On occasion they also employed dynamite, attacking fascist clubhouses and Italian consulates. 44. However, the anarchists had little connection with organized labor in these anti-fascist activities, and they declined as did the labor anti-fascist forces. Anarchist anti-fascism in the United States declined along with the disintegration of the anarchist movement as a whole, because of government repression and old age, so that, for evidence that this is an exaggeration, see Vincent M. Lombardi, Italian-American Workers and the Response to Fascism, in George E. Posetti, ed. Payne e Lalexellaro, The Italian-American Working Class, Toronto, 1980, pp. 141-57. The end of the 1930s, the Italian anarchist movement in America was merely a shadow of what it had been 2 decades earlier. 45. It was precisely during these years that the anti-fascist forces in the labor movement revived and made an even greater contribution to the struggle against fascism than they had during the 1920s. CHAPTER 13. The Black Workers. In our previous volumes, we have seen that despite official proclamations of racial equality by AFL officials and conventions, the Federation did little to organize black workers other than adopt resolute tie-ons without creating effective machinery to put them in operation, or establish any enforcement machinery to prevent its unions from discriminating. Between 1910 and 1920, the number of AFL affiliates denying admittance to black workers by constitutional provision or ritual had risen from 8 to 11. By the end of the 1920s, 24 international unions discriminated directly in their constitutions or rituals, while many others discriminated informally. 10 of these unions were AFL affiliates. Expectations that the great northward migration of African American workers from the southern states would open wide the doors of the AFL and the railroad brotherhoods proved illusory. 1. T.U.E.L and black workers. William Z. Foster's experience in the packing house campaign of 1918 and the steel strike of 1919 had convinced him that no effective organization of the mass production industries was possible unless special attention was paid to the black workers. Yet he also knew from experience that there was strong opposition to white unions among black workers, growing out of frequent betrayals and their indifference to the blacks' needs. Hence, both as a communist influenced by the Leninist approach to the special character of the black question, and as a practical trade union organizer, Foster called upon all T.U.E.L militants to join in a campaign to open all unions to the Negro workers. To this end, it was necessary to educate white unionists on the self-defeating effect of racism on organized labor and to 189. Impress upon black workers the need for joining with whites in a common struggle against the employers. 2. The Labor Herald, official organ of the T.U.E.L, helped in the educational work with articles on the black worker and his problems. The April 1923 issue carried a story dealing with the black worker who had migrated from the cotton fields to the steel mills only to find that his rent, food and clothing were costing more than he was making. He learned, too, that he was the last to be hired and the first to be fired. But, saddest of all, he learns to distrust the white workers, who will not take him into their unions, yet who call him scab because, as an unorganized worker, he must take whatever job is offered him. For years, various unions, while uttering official platitudes about no discrimination on the basis of nationality, color, creed, or politics, really followed the policy of Negro exclusion. The article went on to point out that friction between black and white workers was being nourished and developed by the employers for the purpose of dividing the workers and forcing upon them a fratricidal struggle. Unless the workers confronted the employing class with their ranks united, regardless of race or color, they would never succeed. All workers, Negro and white, foreign-born and native, skilled and unskilled, must organize industrially and politically, and thus present one front against the one enemy. 3. Even more pointed was an editorial in the July 1924 Labor Herald, headed, Negroes and the Unions. It merits extensive quotation, for it was the most fully developed statement by the T.U.E.L on the subject of black workers. Trade unions that neglect or discriminate against the Negroes, and there are many such in this country, are following a narrow, short-sighted policy that will ultimately lead them to disaster unless it is changed. Leaving aside, for the moment, all questions of the interests of the Negroes themselves, which are an essential part of the interests of the working class, and looking at the matter only from the selfish interests of the unions as now constituted, it is becoming plainer every day that if the labor movement is to be saved from destruction at the hands of the open shop campaign, they must break down the prejudices instilled by capitalist institutions, they must accept the Negroes on a basis of equality, and they must organize them into complete solidarity with the white workers, native and foreign-born. It is no accident that in the industries dominated by the most militant enemies of labor, the Negroes are being brought in constantly increasing numbers. Because the unions are so short-sighted that they neglect the organization and education of our black brothers, they're thereby inflicting deep injury upon themselves. They're forcing the Negroes into the position of strikebreakers. They're delivering a terrible weapon into the hands of the employers. For the preservation of the unions, to defeat the open shoppers, in order to build up working-class power, the Negroes must be brought into the organized labor movement on a mass scale. All discrimination must be abolished. Every worker must be united in the unions without regard to race, creed, or color. It is time to put our high-sounding principles into effect if we would preserve the trade union movement. Point 4. Hence the section on the Negro in the T.U.E.L program adopted in 1924 stated, "The problem of the politically and industrially disfranchised Negroes shall occupy the serious attention of the League. The League shall demand that the Negroes be given the same social, political and industrial rights as whites, including the right to work in all trades, equal wages, admission to all trade unions, abolition of Jim Crow cars and restaurants." 5. The leaders of the T.U.E.L were not content to spout generalities about human brotherhood, which often were nothing but excuses for inactivity on the issue of Negro labor and a convenient mask for the prejudices of the trade unionists who uttered them. Instead, the T.U.E.L leadership called upon the militants to work among the white sector of the trade union movement, saturated with prejudice against the Negro, and win the support of the white unionists for a policy of opening all unions to the black worker and assuring him an equal opportunity to work on the same terms as the white worker. Point 6. James W. Ford, a black delegate to the Chicago Federation of Labor, described how the T.U.E.L militants worked in the early 1920s. At one meeting of the Federation, he charged the AFL leadership with discrimination and immoral trade union conduct toward Negro workers. As he had anticipated, several white delegates accused him of defending a class of workers who were mainly strikebreakers. To his utter surprise, other white delegates came to his defense, although he was the lone black delegate. They not only supported fully the charges I had lodged against the bureaucracy but succeeded in forcing it to permit me to continue my remarks. He later learned that these delegates were left-wingers and communists, under the leadership of William Z. Foster, and that they were leading a fight as members of the T.U.E.L for the rights of Negro workers. Ford immediately joined the League and later the Communist Party and became active in the battle against race prejudice in the labor movement. 7. The T.U.E.L leaders were not generally successful in combating racism in the unions or in recruiting blacks. They grievously underestimated the resistance among white unionists to their program on the Negro question and often found them so beachended by race prejudice as to prefer exploitation to cooperation with the colored man. The militants failed, too, to appreciate the resistance of the black workers to the white unions, caused mainly by their experience with organized labor, but deepened by the influence of the conservative Negro church and by the belief of many blacks employed in industry that their interests resided with the employing class rather than the white unionists. The experiences of the Negro seeking work, commented Opportunity, the organ of the National Urban League, in October 1924, has forced him to believe that there is as much sacredness about the principles involved in his right to earn a living as were involved in the principles for which the white trade unionists stood. 8. While thousands of workers rallied to the T.U.E.L and conducted a series of strikes under its leadership, especially, as we have seen, in the textile and needle trades industries, few black workers were involved in these activities. Few were touched by the great strikes in the needle trades, since few of them, the crisis noted, are in the clothing-making industry. The same was true of the textile industry. All told, few black workers were recruited into the unions by the militants. 9. American Negro Labor Congress. In an effort to accomplish what the T.U.E.L had failed to achieve, the Communists organized the American Negro Labor Congress in 1925. The Congress was sponsored by the Workers' Communist Party, and two black functionaries in the party, H.W. Phillips and Levitt Ford Whiteman, were instrumental in organizing the convention in October at which the organization was born. 10. Its central objective was to generate a movement directed toward the organization of black labor and to overcome their exclusion from the established unions. 11. The official call of the Congress urged the abolition of all discrimination, persecution and exploitation of the Negro race and working people generally, to remove all bars and discrimination against Negroes and other races in the trade unions, and to aid the general liberation of the darker races and the working people throughout all countries. 12. 32 black delegates, men and women, and 1 Mexican American, predominantly working class and representing a scattering of trade unions and farmer organizations, responded to the call and were present in Chicago. Greetings were sent to the Congress by the T.U.E.L. and William Z. Foster was a featured speaker. 13. The Congress declared that the failure of the American Federation of Labor officialdom, under the pressure of race prejudice benefiting only the capitalists of the North and South, to stamp out race hatred in the unions, to organize Negro workers, and to build a solid front of the workers of both races against American capitalism, is a crime against the whole working class. If the unions of the American Federation of Labor, through ignorance and prejudice, fail in this duty to the American workers and industry, we Negro workers must organize our own unions as a powerful weapon with which to fight our way into the existing labor movement on a basis of full equality. 14. The formation of separate black unions was to be supported where necessary, but this was not to be seen as a diversion from the main task of uniting white and black workers in the same unions. The Congress favored the establishment of local councils in all black population centers which would form a united front with existing unions and other organizations. It called for the creation of interracial labor committees to meet jointly for the purpose of bringing the Negro workers into the trade unions, preventing discrimination, undercutting of wages, the use of one race against the other in strikes, etc., and for bringing about the action of all workers, black and white, against lynching and race riots. The program approved at the Congress went beyond the labor question to cover all aspects of black rights. To help push the program, the Congress launched a newspaper, Negro Champion. 15. However, the Congress was able to attract few delegates outside of the Communists and their adherents. Still, the Communist Daily Worker hailed the Negro Labor Congress and predicted that it would enable black workers to become a power in the labor movement. 16. The black press, however, was almost unanimously critical because of the communist-inspired character of the Congress. The fact is, however, that the Congress aroused considerable interest in the country. The American Negro Labor Congress, IRA-DIA, Reed points out, succeeded in arousing more public interest and editorial comment on organizing Negro labor than has ever appeared in the public press. 17. The sharp attack on the Congress by the AFL leadership deterred black unionists from participating. AFL President William Green issued a public statement denouncing the Congress as a Moscow-hatched plot to convert the American Negro, working man to Bolshevism, and admonishing black workers not to become traitors to their government. Green added that there was no need for the Congress, SMCE. The AFL stands ready to give you the protection of an organized movement. 18. The American Negro Labor Congress had relatively little success in bringing black workers into the white trade unions. It lasted 5 years, but it soon became clear that the Congress was ISO_lated from the black masses and therefore ineffective as a mass organization. It was superseded in 1930 by the League of Struggle for Negro Rights. 19. Meanwhile, the AFL continued to warn blacks not to be lured by the voice of Moscow, and to assure them that they had no need for the communists since the Federation offered them the protection and experience of the trade union movement. 20. UMW and black miners. When William Green succeeded Samuel Gompers as president of the AFL in 1924, the hope arose among some blacks that he would lead a battle against the exclusionist practices of the Federation's craft unions and their policy of limiting black workers, in the main, to segregated units. Green, after all, was a charter member of the United Mine Workers. He had served as a local union officer, subdistrict president, president of the Ohio District, and international secretary-treasurer. Even W.E.B. Du Bois, skeptical though he was about white trade unionism in general and the AFL in particular, entertained the hope that Green's background might cause him to combat the racial practices of organized labor. 21. Du Bois praised the UMW for having organized the black miners without discrimination throughout the country. 22. He appears to have been unaware that, by the time Green became AFL president, the UMW's reputation for non-discrimination was being seriously questioned. During the 1920s, 20% of West Virginia's miners and 50% of Alabama's miners were black. Yet there was not a single black international officer in the UMW. In fact, not since the 1890s when Richard L. Davis, a black miner from Ohio, was elected to the International Executive Board, had a black miner held any international office. 23. Abram L. Harris found that black members of the UMW in Pittsburgh seemed quite happy in being affiliated with the organization, but, after investigating the status of the black miner for the West Virginia Bureau of Negro Welfare and Statistics, he reported that black miners who had quit the UMW had done so because, while the union was good for keeping up wages, in many instances Negroes could not get jobs by which to earn the union wages, owing to the Ku Klux spirit in the union. Harris concluded his survey by warning the UMW that the Klan's power within the organization must be checked or it will disrupt the labor solidarity among white and black workers at which the United Mine Workers aim. Harris evidence revealed that the labor solidarity had already been seriously disrupted. 24. In his study, The Negro Miner in West Virginia, James T. Fawing found that the attitudes of Union brothers who were also members of the Klan led some of the Negroes to withdraw from their locals. 25. This reaction was not confined to West Virginia. An important reason for it was the practice of UMW leaders and white members of indulging in racist attacks on black miners, accusing them of being natural strikebreakers. "We have some white scum also," a UMW organizer declared, "but the Negro is in the majority." 26. Certainly there was black strikebreaking. But the fact that hundreds of black miners stood firmly by the Union, and that hundreds of black strikebreakers joined it, were never pointed out by the international officers or the UMW Journal. It was easier for the Lewis administration to place the blame for UMW defeats on black workers than to admit its errors. 27. Angered by the racism of the Lewis administration, blacks quit the UMW in droves. Black membership dropped from 25,000 in 1920 to no more than 5,000 in 1927. 28. Save the Union movement. And black miners. Late in 1927, the T.U.E.L urged its members in the UMW to make the restoration of the confidence of black miners in the Union a key issue. 29. Hence the Save the Union conference in Pittsburgh on April 1, 1928, attended by progressive miners from all over the nation, went on record condemning the Lewis administration's racist policies and demanding equal jobs and equal pay for black miners. A report on the conference in the Pittsburgh Courier stressed the fact that many black delegates attended. The Black Weekly also reported, William Boyce, a Negro miner from Indiana, made a telling recital of the wrongs inflicted by the administration upon the Negroes in the industry, who were allowed to pay dues but were discriminated against on every occasion. Although Boyce was an active Union man for the past 28 years, he declared that this was the first time he had an opportunity of addressing a miners' convention. 30. Charles Fulp, a black miner with 15 years in the mines, told the delegates, "The time to beg is past. We must assert ourselves and demand our rights. My father was a slave, but his son won't be one. Abolish all discrimination, or our fight is lost. If you discriminate against the colored miners and force them out of the Union, what else is left for them to do but scab?" 31. Several black miners, including Boyce and Fulp, were elected to the National Executive Board of the Save the Union Committee. Such equal participation in leadership had never been practiced in the UMW, Linda Knighton points out. 32. In the April 1, 1928 issue of the Coal Digger, the journal of the Save the Union movement, Fulp described how the operators used racism and anti-communism to divide black and white miners. "You and I are white men," an operator tells the white miners. "We own and rule this country and someday you may be the president of the USA." The black worker, on the other hand, is told that those dirty white bums are not half as good as the good colored people, and the bosses go on to say how they love the colored people. He continued. Finally, the oppression of the people is so severe that the white and black worker meets and talks this over and decides to unite for the interests of their class, and then we hear at once the Reds are getting in among the Negroes and making them radicals. But it is not the Reds, it is simply that both the Negro and the white man realizes that they have one common enemy to fight, the bosses, and not each other, since they belong to the same class, the working class. The Lewis administration, as we have seen, used both racism and red baiting to condemn the Save the Union movement. In May 1928, the UMW began expelling the movement's leaders, charging them with dual unionism. In ordering the expulsion of Isaiah Hawkins, John L. Lewis declared, "We white members cannot tolerate this sort of thing. This man Hawkins is getting too strong a hold. He already has attained the leadership of a large group of whites throughout western Pennsylvania, West Virginia, and Ohio. He must be stopped before his following spreads throughout the country and creates an embarrassing situation. It would not matter so much if his work attracted simply Negroes, but he has a large and growing following among whites." 33. In November 1928, William Boyce was suspended from the Union for a period of 99 years. 34. The AFL and black workers. The fact that while he was an official of the UMW, Green never spoke against the Lewis administration's racism did not, to some black spokespersons, bode well for the relationship between the black worker and the AFL under his leadership. It was not long before the worst was known. An open letter from the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP, to the 1924 AFL convention, also addressed to other groups of organized labor, read in part, "For many years the American Negro has been demanding admittance to the ranks of organized labor. For many years your organizations have made public profession of your interest in Negro labor, of your desire to have it unionized, and of your hatred of the black scab. Notwithstanding this apparent surface agreement, Negro labor in the main is outside the ranks of organized labor, and the reason is first that white union labor does not want black labor, and secondly, black labor has ceased to beg admittance to union ranks because of its increasing value and efficiency outside the unions. Warning that the black worker had already broken the Great Steel Strike of 1919 and would soon be in a position to break any strike, where he can gain economic advantage for himself. Even though this hurt both black and white labor, the NAACP insisted that it was essential for black and white labor to unite. Is it not time for white unions to stop bluffing and for black laborers to stop cutting off their noses to spite their faces? A proposal was advanced for formation of an interracial commission made up of the NAACP, the AFL, the Railroad Brotherhoods, and other bodies agreed upon, which would seek 1. To determine the exact attitude and practice of national labor bodies and local unions toward Negroes and that of black workers toward unions, and 2. To organize systematic propaganda against racial discrimination in local assemblies and unions. The NAACP stood ready to take part in such an effort and invited the cooperation of the entire labor movement. The appeal closed. The association hereby solemnly warns American laborers that unless some such step as this is taken soon, the position gained by organized labor in this country is threatened with irreparable loss. 35. The NAACP plea for cooperation was acknowledged by the AFL and then forgotten. Green's only sign of awareness of the black worker around that time was his warning to blacks not to be enticed by the American Negro Labor Congress, and his assurance to them that the AFL stood ready to give them the protection of the organized movement. 36. At the 1925 AFL convention, a dispirited group of black delegates who had been agitating since 1919 for wider recognition of their legitimate rights made their last effort. A delegate from a black federal labor union introduced a lengthy resolution taking the AFL to task for its refusal to show an interest in the welfare of black workers. The resolution singled out the policy of separate organizations for Negroes, condemning it as hardly better than no organization at all and as seriously undermining the doctrine of labor solidarity, a principle the AFL was fond of proclaiming. The resolution urged the Federation to enter into negotiations with each affiliate for the purpose of eliminating all traces of racial discrimination. Finally, the Federation was asked to proceed with the greatest possible dispatch and energy in launching a drive to organize all black workers in the same unions with white workers. 37. The resolution fared no better than similar motions submitted in previous years. The 1925 convention, ignoring the criticism of the Federation's policy toward Negroes, boasted that all but a very few of its 110-member unions accepted black members. The AFL practice of separate organizations was overwhelmingly approved. Then, rubbing salt in the wounds of the black delegates, the convention rejected a petition from the colored coach cleaners urging the Brotherhood of Railway Carmen either to issue them a charter or to give them direct representation in both the union and the AFL. The petition noted that, by accepting limited membership in the Carmen, the coach cleaners had relinquished their right to govern themselves and with it their right to send their own representatives to the AFL's annual convention. All the convention offered the disenchanted black workers was help in arranging another meeting between the coach cleaners and the Carmen, in the slim hope that they could settle their differences. 38. From 1925 through 1927, no resolution relating to black labor was even seriously discussed at an annual convention. A. Philip Randolph, who attended the 1926 AFL convention, complained that as far as black workers were concerned, there was not a word on their problems, although the American labor movement cannot reach its goal without them. The Pittsburgh Courier, a leading black weekly, made the same point even more strongly. The American Federation of Labor, with its steadily declining membership, cannot afford to allow discrimination to continue within its ranks. Otherwise it will become a means for destroying the organizations they have so laboriously built up. Some of the most loyal and militant workers in organized labor are Negroes. They have walked the picket lines and starved in order that the right to bargain collectively with the employers might be established and maintained. The Negro worker demands the right to join every union, and having joined, he demands equal treatment with all other union workers regardless of race, creed, color or nationality. Otherwise organized labor cannot hope to retain his allegiance. 39. But the AFL was simply not interested in retaining the black workers' allegiance. An attempt to have the Executive Council appoint a black advisor and organizer failed. None of the international trade unions, which refused membership to Negroes, at the beginning of the year changed its policy. The National Urban League reported in its survey of the industrial and labor scene at the opening of 1927.40. Meanwhile, blacks abandoned the separate federal and local unions in droves, so that by 1927 there were only 21 left in existence. As the resolution of the 1925 convention pointed out, black members had learned from bitter experience that such unionism was hardly better than no unionism at all. Brotherhood of sleeping car porters. On a state and city level, black labor was better represented, but how much better is difficult to measure. No one really knows just how many black workers were in unions, since few organizations kept membership statistics based on race. A 1928 survey by Charles S. Johnson estimated black membership in the trade unions at nearly 200,000 in occupations where black labor was important: longshoremen, hod carriers, and miners, or in independent black unions of railroad workers. But in 1930 the NAACP estimated the total at no more than 50,000 colored members of national unions, and half of those were members of the Black Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters. The Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters was launched on August 25, 1925, in New York's Harlem by A. Philip Randolph and a few score of Pullman porters. Its intention was to deal with the low wages, long hours, lack of adequate rest on trips, lack of bargaining power, and job insecurity in the porters' work. There were 15,000 Pullman porters traveling all over the country. Those assigned to regular runs began work at $67 a month. If they remained in service for 15 years, they would thereafter receive $94.50. Deducted from their wages. The 11,000 miles of travel per month usually meant 400 hours, excluding preparatory time and time spent at the terminals. To aggravate the situation, porters often doubled out, or ran, in charge of a car, taking increased responsibility under unfavorable physical conditions for added pay at a diminishing rate. Porters were required to remain on call at sign-out offices for several hours a day without pay. Porters in charge often had to perform conductors' work without adequate compensation for extra services, and the Pullman Employee Representation Plan did nothing to correct injustices. Many of the Pullman porters realized that only through real collective bargaining could they hope for improvements. 41. When federal control of the railroads ended in 1920, the Pullman Company, eager to stifle the porters' efforts to organize, introduced the Employee Representation Plan, which, in the words of E.F. Carey, the company president, was offered to our employees for the purpose of handling expeditiously and settling promptly and fairly all questions which arise as to wages, working conditions, and such matters as may be important to the welfare of the employees. 42. Basically, the plan was a company union. Like the anti-union schemes adopted by many other American companies during the post-war years, it included a promise not to discriminate against workers for membership in any union or fraternal order, but insisted that the right to hire and discharge shall be invested exclusively in the company. The workers' representatives could appeal a discharge as a grievance to the Bureau of Industrial Relations, whose decision was to be final, but the Bureau was simply the company's personnel department. Its chairman, who supervised the entire employee representation plan, was appointed by the company, and the company controlled the *. Professor Robert Higgs challenges the prevailing view regarding the terrible working conditions of Pullman porters. He concedes that a Pullman porter's job had many unpleasant features, including, before the 1937 collective bargaining contract, being on call 24 hours a day and having to sleep, if at all, on a couch in the men's room. Then he adds, but the job also had desirable attributes sufficient to attract voluntary, not coerced, certainly not enslaved, applicants chronically exceeding vacancies. Porters traveled the country and into Canada. They hobnobbed with rich and famous passengers, and they received much higher pay than the average black worker of comparable skill. Review of Jack Santini. Mix of Smicks, Y.T. R's of Strugel. Stories of Black Pullman Porters, Urbana and Chicago, 1989. In Labor History 32, Winter 1991. 152. Professor Higgs' comment that Pullman porters received much higher pay than the average black workers of comparable skill tells us nothing when one considers that for many black workers, the so-called era of prosperity in the 1920s was already a Depression era, and even black college graduates might work as Pullman porters because other work was not available. Operation of the plan by financing it and supervising the election of representatives. 43. It was not long before some of the porters' representatives under the plan saw through it as merely a device to put a benevolent face on the Pullman Company and discourage union consciousness. Some of the porters were ready to organize a real union but were deterred by a fear of losing their jobs. A small group of New York porters, led by Roy Lancaster, Ashley L. Totten, and William H. Day Verney, continued to hold conversations on the need for a union. In 1925, Totten, who along with Lancaster and Day Verney, was a militant representative under the Employee Representation Plan, heard A. Philip Randolph speak and was impressed by the socialist editor of The Messenger. He initiated a one-man campaign to sell the porters to Randolph and Randolph to the porters. Early in 1925, Totten invited Randolph to address the Pullman Porters Athletic Association. Randolph accepted, and in a speech on trade unionism, he condemned the porters' participation in the Employee Representation Plan, and emphasized the need for porters to have their own organization, free from company control. The speech stirred and aroused the New York porters, and Day Verney urged Randolph to meet with a group of porters to launch the union effort. 44. The meeting was held at Day Verney's home on the evening of June 25, 1925. At the meeting Randolph presided, read the motions he had drawn up in advance, and then voted for approval himself, so that those present could not be accused later by a company spy, certain to be there, of supporting a union. Totten, Lancaster, and de Verney agreed that the solution of the porters' problems lay in a union. Randolph agreed to write about the porters in the Messenger, and a series of meetings followed, culminating on August 25, 1925 with a meeting at Elks Hall in Harlem. At this meeting, a national committee to organize Pullman porters into the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters was established, and Randolph was invited to become the union's leader under the title of General Organizer. The Messenger would be the union's official organ. De Verney, who had for 30 years been an operating porter, was chosen to assist Randolph, and Roy Lancaster, a former official of the Employee Representation Plan, became Secretary-Treasurer. 45. Although most porters worked for the Pullman Company, the union did not choose the name Brotherhood of Pullman Porters. Rather, probably at Randolph's suggestion, the name chosen was Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters, as William H. T.U.E.L Union to represent all porters, i.e. the United States, Canada, and Mexico. 46. The rally publicly launching the Brotherhood was hailed by the Amsterdam News as the greatest labor mass meeting ever held of, for and by Negro working men. It drafted a set of demands and announced that the porters would settle for nothing less than 1. Recognition of the Brotherhood, which, of course, meant abolition of the Employee Representation Plan. 2. An increase in wages to $150 a month, with the abolition of tipping. 3. A 40-hour week and relief from unreasonable doubling out. And 4. Pay for preparation time. 47. In August 1936, Frank Crosswaith, who in 1925 had been executive secretary of the Trade Union Committee for Organizing Workers and who soon became a special assistant for the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters, eloquently declared, "The soldiers of labor's cause must never be permitted to forget that fateful August night 11 years ago, when enveloped by the suffocating heat of a summer's night and the stifling smoke from 100 cigars, cigarettes and a few pipes, several hundred Pullman porters defiantly threw down the gauntlet of battle to the nation's mightiest industrial monarch." He went on to praise the porters for demonstrating a courage hitherto unsuspected among Negroes in industrial warfare, and for awakening the labor movement to the serious menace of the company union. 48. It was not easy, however, to win recruits for the Brotherhood. Although unemployment had decreased by the mid-20s, black workers were still feeling its effects. A large number of unemployed blacks were eager to become Pullman porters. Indeed, it was often the only job a black college graduate could land. Those who were already porters were reluctant to risk their jobs, and the company's welfare workers, ex-porters who paid visits to porters and their families and usually received twice the salary of the average porter, were quick to point out that Randolph, not being a Pullman porter and hence immune to the company's bitter hostility to unions, had nothing to lose. Welfare workers, anti-union porters and company inspectors rode the trains on which union men worked and invented charges of rule violations against them, which often led to their discharge. To overcome the fear this practice created, the Brotherhood had to assure the porters that its membership list was carefully guarded. 49. Geous conditions under which they labored. The Brotherhood's first organizing drive in Chicago, headed by Milton P. Webster, a former Pullman porter who exercised some influence in the city's Republican politics, met with a magnificent response, but the majority of local black leaders were unenthusiastic. They argued that the porters could never successfully challenge the Pullman Company, that the company, because of its long record of hiring black workers, was a benefactor to the race and should be supported and not attacked, and that blacks should not bite the hand that feeds you. The company made sure to distribute such statements by influential Negroes to rank-and-file porters, adding in its own releases that the Brotherhood's porter nucleus was made up of derelicts who have been dismissed for incompetency, traditional gripers, and morons, and that Randolph was an outsider, a communist agitator, and a threat to our American way of life. Lancaster and Totten were fired, and de Verney resigned before he could be dismissed. 50. Spearheading the attack for the Pullman Company was Perry Howard, a black Chicago attorney, a member of the Republican National Committee, and an agent for the Department of Justice. Howard, an orator in the style of Booker T. Washington and an advocate of the expansion of segregation in government employment, challenged Randolph to a public debate in Chicago with the avowed purpose of blasting and demolishing the Brotherhood and its leadership once and for all. The hall was filled with black workers. Howard charged that the Brotherhood was the first of a series of communist attacks against American capitalism, that Moscow backed the BSCP and that the Union intended to involve black workingmen in the meshes of communism and socialism to the detriment of their happiness and prosperity. Howard was lustily booed while Randolph received an ovation. 51. The debate received not a single line in the Chicago papers, but word spread among the porters and gave the infant Brotherhood much-needed publicity. This marked the beginning of a nationwide offensive against the Employee Representation Plan. Totten drew on his wide experience and first-hand knowledge as a former official of the plan to condemn its inequities in the Messenger, in leaflets and in speeches delivered during an organizing tour across the country. Randolph and Totten swept victoriously through St. Paul and Minneapolis, Seattle and Spokane, Portland, Oregon, Oakland, San Francisco, Los Angeles, Salt Lake City, Denver, St. Louis and Kansas City, leaving in their wake an ever-increasing army of converts to the Brotherhood. At the risk of their jobs, porters began assuming active roles in the Union. 52. At first, the Pullman Company did not take the Brotherhood seriously, viewing it as just another of the many fly-by-night efforts of the porters to organize. But as the Brotherhood gained recruits, the company struck back viciously. Union stalwarts, several of them with decades of service as porters, were dishonorably discharged. Thugs hired by the company struck down Brotherhood organizers in broad daylight, and part of the black press was subsidized to launch an all-out offensive against the Union. The Chicago Whip, which Randolph derisively termed the Flip, and the Defender, which he called the Surrender, not only advised porters to support the company union, but urged members of the black community to align themselves with the wealthier classes in America as their only hope of salvation. The Whip urged porters to stay aloof from organized labor, emphasizing that many members of the AFL belonged to the Ku Klux Klan and that the railroad brotherhoods were notorious for their racism and opposition to black workers. 53 The Argus of St. Louis, up to that time a poorly financed publication, blossomed out in an increased size. Its editorials flayed the Brotherhood Reds, and charged that Randolph's purpose for working with the porters was to take their money and run to Russia. After all, Randolph was known to like the Reds. The Pullman Company placed half-page advertisements in the Argus and distributed copies free to porters. Following an investigation for Labor Age, Robert W. Dunn wrote that, "Praise of the company has come from Negro papers all over the country in which advertising has been carefully purchased in return for correct editorial policy. There were a few exceptions, most notably, the New York Amsterdam News, the Chicago Bee, the Kansas City Cal Tilde and, for a time, the Pittsburgh Courier. Of these, the most important was the Courier. It criticized Perry Howard for his opposition to the Union, advised readers not to believe reports that communists were behind efforts to organize the porters, and praised Randolph as brilliant, honest, and able." 54. In the face of opposition from respectable black circles, the prompt firing of all who aided the organizing drive, and physical attacks on organizers, Brotherhood nuclei were established in several cities. Boston, Randolph acknowledged, was a hard nut to crack, because porters there, like other New England workers, were steeped in conservatism and feared dire consequences for themselves from unionization, especially if it failed. But a nucleus appeared there as well. 55. With the Ku Klux Klan operating in high gear in the South, the Brotherhood restricted its organizational drives below the Mason-Dixon line to a porter underground, which made contact with the personnel of southbound trains and distributed literature explaining the union's program. When an organizer was finally dispatched to Jacksonville, the Pullman Company used its influence to have him brought into court on a charge of preaching racial equality by distributing the Messenger. Given the choice of leaving Jacksonville within 24 hours, or serving a term at a convict camp, he left at the advice of the Brotherhood. Organization of the South would have to wait for some break in the hostile climate. 56. To counter the anti-unionism of the black papers, ministers and political leaders, the Brotherhood sponsored labor institutes and Negro labor conferences in the larger cities throughout the country. The discussions centered on the grievances of the porters and the need for black workers in general to unionize. This work was facilitated by grants from the Garland Fund. The $11,200 the fund gave the Brotherhood was not only for organizational work, but also to aid in the preparation of a survey of working conditions among the porters. 57. While Milton P. Webster in Chicago first took charge of the actual organizing, Randolph devoted much of his time in a constant effort to win public support. He wrote to attorneys, congressmen, and other influential people to explain the importance of the Brotherhood. He spoke to colleges, professional and labor groups, ministers' alliances, and business associations, black and white. He enlisted speakers, including Morris Ernst, liberal lawyer, and Mary McDowell, Chicago woman leader in the meatpacking union, to speak to porters' groups. In a demonstration of white support, he organized a Citizens Committee of 100, which included Lewis Gannett, Norman Thomas, and Frieda Kirchwey, editor of The Nation. The Brotherhood did win neutral or approving mention in the New York Times, New York World, and New York Herald Tribune, and in Chicago, the Derry News and Journal. 58. The Nation carried an editorial, The Pullman Porters, which urged wide support for the union. The porters are organizing for certain specified and immediate objects. Instead of allowing the public to underwrite the Pullman Company's payroll by giving in tips, sometimes, the difference between $72.50 a month the porters are paid by the company and what it costs them to support their families, the union wants, instead of the possible 400 hours a month the porters may be called upon to work, hours and run schedules more suited to the needs of a human being even if there is a chemical deposit in the pigment of his skin. It wants a place provided in sleeping cars where this human being may occasionally secure a little sleep when his interminable duties do not for the moment claim him. These are reasonable demands, and nobody with a spark of decency in his heart can do less than wish the porters Godspeed in their fight. The men who punch our pillows and shine our shoes and stow our bags under the seat bear in their black hands no little of the responsibility for the individual future of their race. Whatever greetings we may give them because we believe in their immediate objects must be increased tenfold when we realize the full import of their movement. 59. On August 25, 1926, the Brotherhood celebrated its first anniversary. The Daily Worker hailed the event and reported, "The union has in its first year of existence won over half the 12,000 maids and porters employed by the Pullman Company and challenged successfully the Employee Representation Plan, or company union." The nation went further and declared, "The union was organized last fall, and to gather in a majority of the employees of a nationwide service in the space of 7 months remains an achievement of no uncertain magnitude." As an American Federation of Labor speaker pointed out at a recent meeting of the porters, many a union has worked for 7 years and for 3 times 7 years without succeeding in securing any such percentage of union members among the total employed in its field, 60. Randolph, however, was more modest. He mentioned no membership figures, but noted that the Brotherhood had brought the porters' plight to the attention of university and college groups and to the conventions of many organizations, that 75,000 miles was covered by organizers, and that women's auxiliaries had been set up in New York, Chicago, Washington, Boston, St. Paul, Minneapolis, Oakland, Los Angeles, Denver, Omaha, and Salt Lake City. The Brotherhood, moreover, had advanced the cause of unionism among all black workers, not just the porters. The Brotherhood carried the message of labor unionism to over 1.5 million black and white workers from August 25, 1925, to August 25, 1926. Over 500 meetings were held, with 100 or 2,500 or more at each. Thousands of Negro workers who had never heard about organized labor before were addressed. Over 60,000 heard the general organizers speak on the cause of black labor at the opening of the sesquicentennial in Philadelphia. 61 *. Unfortunately, this praise did not impress the AFL leaders, and they spurned the Brotherhood's request for affiliation in 1926. Messenger, April, 1926, page 8, December, 1926, page 375. By the end of 1926, more than half the porters had pledged allegiance to the Brotherhood. Pullman chose to ignore this fact and continued to deal with employees through its company union. However, it did step up its social welfare program of summer picnics, parades, and Christmas parties. In order to deprive the Brotherhood of one of its most effective organizing weapons, the porters' starvation wages, Pullman called a wage conference in 1926 and permitted the porters to elect delegates. At the conference, porters were granted an 8% wage raise. Company officials were quick to point out that the Employee Representation Plan was responsible for the porters' pay rise. They neglected to mention that, in the election of delegates to the wage conference, the company had noted the name of every porter who failed to vote, and that these porters, assumed to be Brotherhood members, were then threatened, suspended, or dismissed. The company's concessions did not deter the Brotherhood. In 1927, it pressed for the demands it had formulated 2 years earlier, but it was easier to formulate a series of demands than to win the porters' support for an all-out drive to realize them. Beset by company spies and detectives and subject to pro-less than company propaganda in much of the black press and most of the churches, many porters and their families dropped away. Only underground cells of solid, tried members continued to function, and their number was diminished whenever a cell was penetrated by a company spy and the identified cell members dismissed. To let the black porters know they were not indispensable, the Pullman Company began hiring a few Chinese, Mexican, and Filipino porters. The Brotherhood tried to assure the black porters that U.S. immigration laws made this company threat meaningless, but the threat did have an effect. 62. With shrinking membership and a corresponding decline in dues, the Brotherhood was forced to close many of its branch offices. It appeared that the efforts to unionize the black porters would meet the same fate as previous attempts to organize the porters. But the Brotherhood's long months of work and its courageous battles in the face of Pullman's vicious counteroffensive had won the admiration of many labor and liberal publications, which recalled Pullman's infamous record in the Great Strike of 1894. They urged support of the effort to curb the power of this longtime foe of unionism. Financial support came not only from the Garland Fund but from a number of needle trades unions, such as the Amalgamated Clothing Workers and the Chicago Federation of Labor, whose president, John Fitzpatrick, spoke at public meetings and over the radio in behalf of the Brotherhood. Soon, other officials of the AFL, including William Green, joined the supporting chorus. Worried about the influence of communists among the black workers, they saw the Brotherhood, whose leadership was bitterly anti-communist, as a bastion against the American Negro Labor Congress. 63. Although most of the black papers continued to be hostile, the Pittsburgh Courier, formerly a champion of the Brotherhood, did an about-face and declared that the company had properly refused to recognize the Union because Randolph was a socialist. The Crisis, the New York Age, the Amsterdam News and other black journals rallied to the Brotherhood's defense and sponsored benefits that raised much-needed funds for the organization. The NAACP supported the Brotherhood, and while the National Urban League did not follow suit, its executive secretary, Eugene K. Jones, himself a former porter, did endorse the Union. Some black churches even permitted it to use their buildings for meetings. Most important of all, many, including black workers, came to see the Brotherhood both as a symbol of the Negro's claim to dignity, respect, and a decent livelihood and as a test of the ability of black workers to build and maintain an effective union. As the Nation put it, it has been claimed that the black man is unorganizable. Again and again unscrupulous corporations have recruited from his ranks the scab labor which breaks or tries to break a strike of white workers. If the porters can organize their industry, hold their ranks, prove their fighting ability in the interest of the working class, it will have a profound effect on the attitude of white organized labor. And it will have a profound effect upon the organizable capacity of Negro workers in other industries. These men who punch our pillows and shine our shoes and stow our bags under the seat bear in their hands no little of the responsibility for the industrial future of their race. 64. The fight of the Pullman porters is the all-absorbing topic wherever two or more Negroes gather in Harlem, one report said. 65. Many blacks knew the words of the marching song of the fighting Brotherhood, set to the tune of My Old Kentucky Home. We will sing one song of the meek and humble slave, the horn-handed son of toil. He's toiling hard from the cradle to the grave, but his masters reap the profit of his toil. Then we'll sing one song of our one big brotherhood, the hope of the porters and maids. It's coming fast, it is sweeping sea and wood, to the terror of the grafters and the slaves. Chorus, Orgamze, O porters, come organize your might. Then we'll sing one song of our one big brotherhood, full of beauty, full of love and light. 66. In its hour of distress, the Brotherhood also had the support of the porters' wives and women relatives organized in the Colored Women's Economic Council. The council formed women's auxiliaries in various cities, which staged rallies, bazaars, picnics, boat rides, theater benefits, and other types of fundraising socials. Of particular importance was the help the auxiliaries gave to porters' families who had suffered because of Pullman dismissals. 67. Encouraged by this support, the Brotherhood moved against the Pullman Company on a government level. On May 20, 1926, the Watson-Parker Railway Labor Act had become law. It provided for the prompt disposition of all disputes between railroad carriers and their employees. In case of a dispute, the act called upon the two sides to meet in joint conference to make and maintain agreements on rates of pay, rules, and working conditions. Employee and employer representatives were to be designated without interference, influence, or coercion, and any dispute that could not be resolved in conference was to be submitted to a federal board of mediation. 68. After trying vainly to get E.F. Carey, the president of the Pullman Company, to meet with the Brotherhood as the designated and authorized bargaining agent of the porters, Randolph appealed on October 15, 1927, to the Railroad Mediation Board to settle the dispute between the company and the Brotherhood. Although the Mediation Board ruled that the Brotherhood represented a majority of the porters, it had no power to declare the employee representation plan illegal and to force the company to deal with the Brotherhood. In August 1927, the Mediation Board announced that the parties had failed to reach agreement through mediation and recommended arbitration. However, arbitration was voluntary, and while the Brotherhood agreed, the Pullman Company rejected the Board's recommendation. The Mediation Board had no power to compel arbitration. In the event that one of the parties refused to cooperate, it could only recommend that the President create an emergency board to prevent a strike. The ICC to compel the Pullman Company to cease and desist from directly or indirectly informing or instructing applicants for positions as porters that they may expect increment to their wages from passengers, on the ground that this was a violation of the Interstate Commerce Act. 69. In March 1928, the ICC ruled by a vote of 4-3 that it did not have jurisdiction in the dispute between the Pullman Company and the Brotherhood. Thus, the latter had met with failure in both appeals. Faced with a dwindling membership, depleted funds and a government clearly unwilling to stand up for the black workers, the Brotherhood announced that it would strike the Pullman Company as the only way to compel recognition of the workers' right to collective bargaining. As M.P. Webster, Chicago district organizer, explained, the porters will create an emergency by voting a strike, and then it would be necessary for an arbitration board to take up their claims to abolish tipping in favor of higher wages. The Pullman Company has refused to arbitrate and the strike threat will be used as a club to get legal arbitration. 70. The strategy was to force President Calvin Coolidge to set up an emergency board under Section 10 of the Watson-Parker Act, to investigate the dispute and report its findings to him, and then, confident that the findings would support the Brotherhood, rally public opinion to induce the president to put them into effect. The threatened strike made news in every paper throughout the country, and articles on Pullman's system of tipping as a substitute for proper wages filled many columns. Haywood Broun, writing in the New York Herald, D. Triumphna, called the Pullman Company a panhandler. Some federal police officers should take away the tin can from the corporation and confiscate its pencils. I'm tired of tipping the Pullman Company. 71. But the Brotherhood's strategy came to naught. The Railroad Mediation Board ruled that Section 10 of the Watson-Parker Act did not apply to the dispute between the union and the Pullman Company and that, in the board's judgment, an emergency as provided for in the said section does not exist in this case. Many porters, fed up with the company's stalling and the government's do-nothing policy, urged the Brotherhood to go ahead with the strike, indicating their willingness to risk the consequences. In a newspaper interview, Randolph announced that, "This is the first time we have threatened a strike and we intend to go through with it if our men favor doing so." On April 24, 1928, Randolph informed the Railroad Mediation Board that the Brotherhood had taken a strike vote, and that the strike had been approved by a vote of 6,053 to 17. He requested that the board recommend that President Coolidge create an emergency board to prevent the disruption of rail service, but the board refused. 72. On June 6, 1928, the Brotherhood held a mass meeting in New York City at which Randolph and Webster notified the Pullman maids and porters that a strike has been ordered for noon June 8, if there is no intervention by President Coolidge. The New York Times reported, the strike will be effective tomorrow for more than 6,000 Pullman maids and porters affiliated with the union. The Times reported Randolph as saying, "It is my earnest wish that a strike of porters and maids may be averted." The Brotherhood would like to settle the dispute according to modern, civilized methods of negotiation, through discussion in conference as provided by the Railroad Labor Act. Since the Pullman Company recognizes its conductors' union, the porters feel that they are entitled to similar treatment. Our organization has resorted to every reasonable and honorable means to get the Pullman Company to meet the Brotherhood's representatives to talk over the cause of the dispute, but to no avail. For 2.5 years the Pullman Company has employed an elaborate spy system of espionage, coercion and intimidation to prevent the porters and maids from joining the union. The union demands recognition, $150 a month and a 240-hour month or 8-hour day. The present wage is $72.50 a month and an harage of nearly $400, with tips averaging $58 a month but out of which the porter pays $38 as occupational expense for shoe polish, food in transit and 2 uniforms a year. The porters and maids were buoyed by William Greene's statement to the press that the Pullman employees would receive sympathetic support from the Federation, although the union is not affiliated with the AFL. Alexander Marks, AFL local organizer, also publicly pledged the unlimited backing of our organization to the men. He appears to have forgotten the women members. Your demands are reasonable and the American Federation of Labor will see to it that they are met. Randolph hailed the statements of Greene and Marks, and proudly told the press, the American Federation of Labor, the Big Four brotherhood and labor organizations throughout the country have assured us of their united support. With such support, he assured the union members, Filipinos, Japanese and Chinese strikebreakers will not be able to take the colored porters' place, satisfactorily. Apart from having to face bitter opposition from the strikers and their labor allies, these strikebreakers are too small in physique, are not numerous enough and will not be regarded as trustworthy by the traveling public. 73. Frank R. Crosswaith, special organizer for the union, announced that the wives and children of the porters will join the strikers on the picket lines when the strike begins. He continued, "We expect a 100% tie-up of Pullman cars in New York, Chicago, Oakland and at many other points. As the strike progresses, we expect more porters to walk out. Of the 13,000 porters in the country, 7,000 will answer the first strike call and others will join us later. 74. By the end of the day, June 7th, all of the branches of the union were notified to be ready to strike on the following day. 75. But on June 8th the front page headline in the New York Times read, "Pullman strike averted by Greene." Although many brotherhood leaders and the majority of the membership were ready and eager to walk out, Randolph had no intention of calling one. The strike vote had indicated that the porters were ready to strike and fight however long it was needed to secure their rights and win their demands, but a strike vote doesn't mean that the porters will necessarily strike. Randolph declared. 3 hours before they were scheduled to walk out, Randolph received a telegram from William Greene in which the AFL president declared, "Even though the attitude of the Pullman Company is provocative to the extreme and the grievances of the porters and maids are great and exasperating, I am of the opinion that it would be unwise to engage in a strike now. Economic conditions are unfavorable to the success of such an undertaking. Because of a lack of understanding, public opinion has not been crystallized in support of your demands. 76. So much for the tremendous barrage of reports hailing the era of prosperity in the United States. So much, too, for the intensive public relations campaign Randolph had waged for so many months. Greene counseled instead a campaign of education and public enlightenment regarding the justice of your cause and seriousness of your grievances. On June 8, 1928, the same day the telegram was received, the Brotherhood's leadership called off the strike. 77. Randolph's decision not go forward after being empowered to do so by the membership was a serious blow to the morale of the porters. But the Brotherhood's leaders argued that the mere threat of a strike had brought the Union a great gain, since it had reversed the conception of the American public stereotype of a shuffling, tip-taking porter to an upstanding American worker, demanding his right to organize a union of his own, as well as a living wage. But the Pittsburgh Courier, now strongly anti-Randolph, declared that the Brotherhood had suffered a major defeat and insisted that the Union had never intended to call a strike, that it had all been simply another Randolph bluff. 78. The Communists claimed to sell out and charged that the whole episode smacked of typical AFL and Railroad Brotherhood type of leadership. They charged that the Brotherhood leaders had sold out to the AFL in exchange for the promise of a charter in the Federation, and called upon the porters to replace the leaders with a militant class-conscious leadership. 79. For years to come, black communists were to point to the calling off of the strike as a blow to all black workers. The chances of success were very bright. The rank and file of the porters were very militant. The Randolph leadership and the AFL called the strike off, betraying Negro workers in the interest of the labor fakers. The Liberator, a black communist weekly, declared on July 20, 1931. The American Negro Labor Congress started a drive to reject the leadership that had sold out the porters, and it made some headway, especially in the Oakland area. So Randolph, in turn, launched a campaign to kill the reptile of communism, declaring that under no circumstances would the Brotherhood have anything to do with that sinister and destructive crowd, and that any porter who cooperated with the American Negro Labor Congress would be expelled from the Union. 81. Sperling Sparrow and Abram L. Harris argue that the Brotherhood leaders reached their decision because they knew the porters would not strike. However, all evidence indicates that the opposite was actually the case, and even Randolph wrote that the strike could have been effective. 82. He insisted that the strike had been merely postponed, but by mid-July 1928, nothing more was heard of a walkout. The Brotherhood's membership had declined so seriously that the Pullman Company stepped up its practice of discharging porters who were known to be adherents of the Union and circulated yellow dog contracts among the rest, forcing porters to sign an oath of loyalty to the company as a condition of further employment. 83. In the weeks following the aborted strike of 1928, Randolph concentrated on achieving the affiliation of the Brotherhood with the AFL. Originally critical of the AFL for its policy of craft unionism and its exclusion of black workers, by 1925, Randolph had become conciliatory toward the Federation. Already in 1923, he had attempted to mend his bridges with Gompers, whom he had earlier condemned as the symbol of all that was evil in the AFL, by inviting him to contribute articles to the Messenger. At the time of Gompers' death, Randolph announced his support of Gompers' position that the AFL could not insist that all affiliated unions grant black workers entrance into their ranks or grant them equal rights, because Southern whites would not accept blacks as equals. From the beginning of Greene's presidency in 1924, Randolph sought his advice, support, and practical know-how in building the Brotherhood. Greene, who was especially worried by communist efforts to influence the black workers, regarded the success of the fledgling Brotherhood and its affiliation with the AFL as a way of assuring that, if blacks were to be organized, it would be under wise leadership. The Brotherhood's leadership, sorely in need of Greene's financial assistance and moral support, and sharing much of his aversion toward the communists, found it beneficial to cultivate harmonious relations. Most of the AFL internationals did not share Greene's enthusiasm for the Brotherhood, recalling Randolph's earlier attacks on their unions and remembering that, while anti-communist, he was still a socialist. But since the Porters' Union did not threaten the segregated job structure or their monopoly, they were prepared to support the union's entry within the House of Labor. Even the Railroad Brotherhoods favored affiliation of the Brotherhood with the AFL, where it would be kept by jurisdictional rules from encroaching on railroad jobs set aside for whites only. 84. To a number of black papers and politicians, however, the proposed affiliation of the Brotherhood with the AFL was enough to kick up another storm of criticism of the Union. The Chicago T.U.E.L Defender denounced the Brotherhood for wanting to join the Federation, which it called, paradoxically plutocratic and communistic. Through the Louisville News, a black politician urged the Brotherhood to have nothing to do with the AFL and, instead, to seek to win the Pullman Company officials. 85. As early as 1927, the Brotherhood had applied for an international charter from the AFL, but the application remained dormant because the International Bartenders and Beverage Dispensers of America, basing its claim on a 1920 decision of the AFL Executive Council, claimed jurisdiction over the Porters. 86. Then in 1928, the Hotel and Restaurant Employees International objected to a charter for the Brotherhood, claiming jurisdiction on the ground that the Pullman porters were really hotel workers on wheels. Green tried to persuade the Hotel and Restaurant Union to agree to the granting of an independent charter to the Brotherhood, but failed. The union insisted that the Brotherhood enter the AFL as part of its international, and the other internationals backed its claim. Randolph knew that if he consented to tie the Brotherhood to an organization like the Hotel and Restaurant Employees, which had a constitutional PR less than greater than vision establishing the inferior status of black workers, his leadership would be in serious jeopardy. He rejected the feasible solution offered by the AFL, and the porters gave him a resounding vote of confidence, 87. In mid-1928, Randolph again applied for a charter for the Brotherhood. This time he found Green cool to the application. The latter had been told that Randolph had close connections with communists and had mismanaged the finances of the Messenger magazine. He told Randolph that the AFL would not tolerate communism in any form, and he advised the Brotherhood leader to make his position clear on this point. He was also to present a complete picture of his management of the Messenger. Randolph's answer must have satisfied Green, since he again took up the question of the Brotherhood's application for a charter. At conferences with Green and Edward Floor of the Bartenders League, Randolph made it clear that the Brotherhood would never consent to be just another dues-paying, Jim Crow auxiliary. For his part, Floor refused to withdraw his claim to jurisdiction. In the end, a compromise was reached under which Randolph, in order, as he put it, to establish a beachhead, affiliated 13 of the Brotherhood's largest divisions as federal unions directly affiliated with the AFL. When the Bartenders League learned of this decision, it asked the AFL convention to overrule the agreement, but the delegates at the 1929 session upheld the Executive Council. 88. Thus, the Brotherhood entered the AFL, not as an independent international union, but under the system which had long been used to deal with black workers who could not gain membership in the regular unions of their crafts, in short, a substitute for real unionism, and one which had long been resented by black workers. 89. Some sections of the black press, along with several Negro politicians and clergymen, denounced Randolph for having anything to do with the AFL, citing its general exclusion of most black workers and its imposition of Jim Crow status on the rest. Most of all, Randolph was criticized for accepting federal union status when experience had proved that under it, black workers had no control over their working conditions, since all authority rested with the parent white union. It was the type of unionism that had completely hamstrung the efforts of black workers to improve their standards. The communists termed Randolph's acquiescence another indication of the bankruptcy of the Brotherhood leadership. 90. Randolph defended his decision as fundamentally sound, arguing that as the delegate of the New York division, he would gain entrance to AFL conventions. Once there, B could study at close hand this American version of the labor movement, and wage a battle to remove the stumbling blocks it placed in the way of unionizing black workers. Randolph saw the sleeping car porters as the spearhead which will make possible the organization of Negro workers. He was convinced that the Brotherhood could best do so within the Federation. 91. The NAACP supported Randolph's position, and speaking for the organization, Drive. Abram L. Harris declared that the Brotherhood had taken a positive step by aligning with white organized labor. He predicted that it would eventually receive an international charter which would go a long way toward bridging the gap between white and Negro workers. 92. The National Urban League dismissed this view. In an open letter to William Green, T. Arnold Hill, the League's Director of Industrial Relations, condemned the issuance of federal charters, noting that it gave black workers the badge but not the protection of unionism. In fact, he maintained, federal unions weakened black workers by placing them under the jurisdiction of an executive council made up of vice presidents of the AFL, many of whose unions barred blacks by means of specific clauses in their constitutions. 93. In his reply, Green defended the federal union method, insisted that the AFL had done all it could in trying to organize blacks, and, echoing Gompers, argued that if few blacks belonged to international unions, the fault lay with themselves. Black workers had simply not yet gained a labor consciousness. The Federation, Green wrote, cannot effectively carry the gospel of unionism until workers are ready to hear and act. 94. One result of the AFL's decision to charter individual Brotherhood locals rather than grant the union a national charter was to make it exceedingly difficult for the Brotherhood to maintain a national structure. 95. Yet it would be impossible for the Brotherhood to organize the porters for effective action against Pullman without a national structure. To meet this problem, Randolph decided to call the Brotherhood's first national convention in Chicago in 1929. He did so over the opposition of William Green, who called such action premature. At the convention, the Brotherhood adopted a constitution and held its first election of officers. Randolph was elected president, Milton P. Webster first Vice President and Roy Lancaster Secretary-Treasurer, 96. At this time, the Brotherhood was all but defunct. Its membership had declined to the vanishing point after the Pullman Company fired or suspended every porter found to have voted in favor of the strike. But Randolph was determined that the union of black workers must not fail. "We are making history for our race," he emphasized in a letter to Webster. "We are sounding the tocsin for a new race freedom." 97. Chapter 14. Sacco-Vanzetti. In 1921, the American people were confronted by two terrible miscarriages of justice. One was already several years old. Tom Mooney and Warren K. Billings, militant labor organizers, had been falsely accused of having planted a bomb during the San Francisco Preparedness Day Parade of 1916, which exploded and killed 10 people. Billings had been sentenced to life imprisonment and Mooney to death. International protests, including those in St. Petersburg, Russia, had forced President Woodrow Wilson to appeal to the governor of California to commute Mooney's sentence to life imprisonment, which the governor reluctantly agreed to do. Although evidence disclosed that Mooney had been several miles from the scene of the explosion when the bomb went off, and that the two men had been found guilty on perjured testimony, the state of California refused to either grant a new trial or release Mooney and Billings. In 1920, further evidence of perjured testimony came to light. Draper Hand, who had been the detective in charge of the witnesses during the trial, admitted to the California authorities that he had made up evidence against Mooney and had coached and rehearsed the witnesses to present such evidence to the jury. It was he who had coached and rehearsed the witness Oxman, whose testimony had convinced the jurors of Mooney's guilt. A year later, Earl Hutcher and his wife disclosed that Oxman had been visiting them in Woodland, California at the very time that he had testified to seeing for a discussion of the early history of the case. See Philip S. Foner, History of the Labor Movement in the United States, Volume 7. 218. Mooney in San Francisco. That same year, the witness John McDonald gave an affidavit to Frank P. Walsh, a member of the Mooney defense team, in which he stated that the essential points of his testimony were dictated by the District Attorney of California. But a special grand jury denied immunity to McDonald, and the threats made upon him were so great that he refused to testify before that body. Walsh wrote that the same powerful capitalist interests that had brought about the conviction of Mooney and Billings were still at work in San Francisco. 1. The result was that Mooney and Billings remained in prison for a crime they had not committed. 3,000 miles across the country, two other radicals, Nicola Sacco and Bartolomeo Vanzetti, were also in prison for a crime they did not commit. Arrest and trial of Sacco and Vanzetti. In a previous volume, we dealt with the arrest of the two immigrant Italian anarchists. The crime with which Sacco and Vanzetti were charged took place on April 15, 1920. A shoe company in South Braintree, Massachusetts was the scene of a robbery and murder. As a paymaster and guard were carrying the $16,000 payroll to the factory, two men who had been waiting nearby shot and killed them, seized the payroll and were then picked up by a car carrying 3 other men. Sacco and Vanzetti were arrested 3 weeks later while accompanying Mike Broda, an anarchist friend suspected of involvement in the crime, when he went to pick up his car from a repair shop. The trial of Sacco and Vanzetti for the South Braintree crime began on May 31, 1921. Much was made by the prosecution of the fact that the two men had been armed when they were arrested as robbery and murder suspects, and that they had lied under the initial questioning, denying either knowing Broda or being anarchists. This behavior, the prosecution charged, revealed a consciousness of guilt, but the truth is that they were armed because they feared for their lives. Their arrests occurred during the period of the most intense political repression in American history. The post-war read Philip S. Foner, Hist. Less than NY of the LALXRR movement in the United States, Volume 8. Scare culminated in the notorious Palmer raids of January, 1920, in which 4,000 radicals were rounded up and several hundred eventually deported. Just before Sacco and Vanzetti were arrested, an anarchist comrade of theirs, Andrea Salcedo, either fell or was pushed to his death in New York City after weeks of illegal detention by federal authorities. 2. The evidence against Vanzetti was incredibly thin. Only one man claimed to have seen him at the scene of the crime, and he identified the swarthy Vanzetti as the driver of the getaway car, contradicting all other witnesses who described the driver as of fair complexion. The prosecution also claimed, with little supporting evidence, that the .38 revolver Vanzetti was carrying at the time of his arrest belonged to the murdered guard. The defense, headed by Fred Moore, the radical lawyer in many IWW cases, produced 13 witnesses, all Italian, to testify that Vanzetti had been selling fish on the day of the crime. Some prosecution witnesses, in violation of standard police procedure, had viewed Sacco individually instead of in a lineup, whereupon their initial recollection of the murderer's physical appearance improved remarkably. Others incredibly claimed that Sacco had spoken to them in clear, unaccented, colloquial English. The key testimony against Sacco was the assertion that the .32 bullet found in the body of the guard had been fired from the revolver Sacco had on him when arrested. Each side produced ballistic experts to affirm or deny the claim. The prosecution expert, Captain William Proctor of the State Police, testified that the bullet was consistent with having been fired from Sacco's gun. He later admitted that the prosecution had carefully coached him in that exact wording after he had said he could not make a positive identification. He added that he did not believe Sacco's gun had fired the shot. 3. Sacco's alibi was that he had gone to Boston the day of the crime to obtain a passport to return to Italy. The defense produced witnesses from the Italian consulate, others who had lunched with him in Boston, and a man who recognized Sacco as having sat across from him on the train. The prosecution did not destroy the alibi. Nor did the prosecution attempt to determine who had fired 5 of the 6 bullets found in the bodies of the dead men, to link the defendants with the stolen money, to establish a motive for the crime, or to present fingerprints as evidence, even though newspaper reports indicated fingerprints had been found in the getaway car. 4. Essary. The entire trial was characterized by intense hostility toward the defendants. The blatant prejudice shown by Judge Webster Thayer and by prosecutor Frederick Katzmann shocked even seasoned newspaper reporters. During cross-examination, Katzmann bullied the defendants as to their political beliefs. He asked Sacco whether he loved America, why he had avoided the draft, what he thought of Harvard University, and whether he sent his son to public school. It turned out he did. Frank Sibley, the veteran reporter who covered the trial for the Boston Globe, remarked of Judge Thayer's conduct. "What affected me more than anything else was his manner. It is nothing that you can read in the record. In my 35 years, as a newspaperman, I never saw anything like it. His whole attitude seemed to be that the jurors were there to convict these men. The rulings against the defendants were done with the air of prejudice and scorn." Judge Thayer later boasted to a friend, "Did you see what I did to those anarchist bastards?" 5. After a trial which more than justified later charges that the legal proceedings were permeated with unfairness, Sacco and Vanzetti were convinced and sentenced to death in the electric chair. Their guilt was that they were immigrants, and more important, anarchists active in the class struggles of their time. They symbolized the alien threat to provincial Anglo-Saxon America. A prominent legal scholar, Dean John Wymore of Northwestern University Law School, linked Sacco and Vanzetti with, among other things, the thugs of India, the Camorra of Naples, the Black Hand of Sicily. 6. About 4 years after the trial, a fellow prisoner of Sacco and Vanzetti in the Dedham jail, Celestino Maderios, convicted of killing a cashier during a bank robbery, confessed to involvement in the South Braintree crime. He asserted that Sacco and Vanzetti were innocent, and that he had participated in the robbery and murders as a member of the Providence, Rhode Island-based Morelli gang. But Judge Thayer dismissed the Madeiros confession, suggesting that the convicted killer expected a payoff from the defense committee. 7. Before Sacco and Vanzetti had been indicted for the crime, New Bedford police were engaged in their own investigation based on the supposition that the Morelli gang were the probable bandits. Joe Morelli, the head of the gang, faced indictments involving the robbery of shoe factories in South Braintree, including one at the company where the crime occurred. After the indictment of Sacco and Vanzetti, the probe by the New Bedford police was dropped. Not a single effort was made by the authorities to determine whether there was any validity to Madeiros' confession. 8. For 6 years, defense lawyers filed successive motions for a new trial, pleading new evidence, recantation of prosecution witnesses, the prejudice of the judge, and the confession implicating the Morelli gang in the robbery. But Judge Thayer rejected all motions, and in 1926, the Massachusetts Supreme Court upheld his decision. Finally, in the spring of 1927, Thayer reaffirmed the death sentence. 9. During their long agony, Sacco and Vanzetti sat in prison awaiting their tragic fate. The case had become an international cause célèbre, attracting the support of thousands of workers here and abroad. Their steadfastness, dignity and transparent honesty also aroused the sympathy of many people who would not ordinarily have concerned themselves with the fate of 2 Italian anarchists, accused of a brutal murder. While in state prison at Charlestown, Massachusetts, Vanzetti wrote a series of autobiographical notes, translated from the Italian by Eugene Lyons. They were published in Advance, organ of the Amalgamated Clothing Workers of America in November and December, 1921 under the title, The Story of a Proletarian Life. It was introduced with the editorial note, "The conviction of Vanzetti and his friend Nicola Sacco on a murder charge has roused the greatest international protest since the Mooney Billings conviction." 10. Advance also urged its readers to write Sacco and Vanzetti in prison, noting, "It is too easy to forget that Sacco and Vanzetti are not mere names but human beings shut away from the light, weighed down to the tedium of idle waiting for the hangman." It continued, "Write to Sacco and Vanzetti. That is the request of the defense committee in Boston. By heeding it you will make life more bearable for the prisoners. If you are one of the thousands who believe in the innocence of Sacco and Vanzetti, tell them so. If you are one of the thousands who, like the two Italians, are imbued with the spirit of the larger love which brooks no factions or frontier, tell them so. 11. Editorially Advance noted that the government of the United States had demanded release of American prisoners in Russia. After pointing out that no such demand is made upon other governments, it commented, "There can be no grievance against the efforts of a government to secure freedom for its citizens, but why not begin at home where the government's authority is supreme? While Washington is threatening Moscow, American citizens are pleading with the American government for the liberation of some of the best Americans at home. Why is Debs still in prison? Why is Mooney still in the penitentiary? When will the unceasing demand for their freedom be heeded? There is no sign of hope. There is every indication that Moscow will respect the demand from Washington sooner than Washington will respect the demand from its own people. And while the old industrial and political prisoners are kept behind bars, new ones are added to their number. The latest victims are the two Italians, Sacco and Vanzetti. They were charged with murder which could not be proven against them, but they were convicted of murder because radicalism, not denied by them, was proven against them. They paid for their loyalty to their class. An appeal will be taken to a higher court. That will require funds which must be raised. Sacco and Vanzetti must not lose their lives because of lack of funds to save them. Labor organizations will be appealed to for assistance and there should be a liberal response. 12. In June 1922, the Amalgamated Clothing Workers and the International Ladies Garment Workers voted to raise money for the defense of Sacco and Vanzetti, and called upon their constituent locals to do likewise, urging them to extend all moral and financial aid to the movements for securing the freedom of Sacco and Vanzetti. In a message telegraphed to the prisoners, the ILGWU expressed fervent faith in their innocence, and added, "Organized labor in America will not rest until the sinister conspiracy which resulted in your incarceration is exposed and your freedom won." 13. Elizabeth Gurley Flynn of the Workers' Defense Union was introduced by Amalgamated President Sidney Hillman at union meetings in Cleveland and Chicago, as among the first and most consistent champions of Sacco and Vanzetti. The former, rebel girl, of the IWW declared, "It is not only a question of these two young men, but it is a question even more vital than their lives and their liberties. The question is, shall a working man, especially a foreign-born working man, put his neck in the noose, put his life in the shadow of death if he dares to speak the message of organization and the message of rebellion to the foreign-born workers in this country? 14. Communists and the defense movement. From the earliest days of the case in 1920, when few outside the anarchist ranks had even heard of Sacco and Vanzetti, the communists worked tirelessly to save the two men. In 1920 the party had been decimated by the Palmer raids, but Art Shields, arriving in Boston to work with the Defense Committee, found the communists distributing literature and holding meetings to rally support for Sacco and Vanzetti. The Liberator, the communist cultural publication which replaced the masses after that monthly had been forced to suspend publication as a result of persecution during World War I, published Art Shields' first defense article from Boston in December 1920. Shortly after this, the Communist Party published Shields' pamphlet, Are They Doomed, and with the cover illustrated by Robert Minor, the great radical artist and member of the party's Central Committee. The first issue of the Labor Herald, published in March 1922, referred to the case of Sacco and Vanzetti. The official organ of the Trade Union Educational League called out, "Labor, act at once to rescue Sacco and Vanzetti." When the T.U.E.L held its first national conference in August of that same year, it adopted a special resolution pledging entire and wholehearted support in the task of securing the release of Sacco and Vanzetti. 15. On November 15, 1924, after the death sentence was imposed by Judge Thayer, the Communist International, the Red International of Labor Unions and the Communist Youth International issued an appeal from Moscow which the Daily Warner published, declaring that it should stir the labor movement of America from one end of the country to the other. The murder of Sacco and Vanzetti must be prevented, urged the appeal. We must wrest these, our revolutionary brothers, from the claws of the American bourgeoisie. Organize mass demonstrations. Plaster this appeal upon every street corner. Demand the liberation of Sacco and Vanzetti. 16. The Workers' Communist Party followed with its own call to save Sacco and Vanzetti from death, signed by William Z. Foster, Chairman, and Charles E. Ruthenberg, Secretary of the party's Central Executive Committee. The document read in part. The Workers' Communist Party of America declares that the cause of Sacco and Vanzetti is the cause of the whole working class. It declares that the attack on their lives and liberty is an attack on the lives and liberties of all workers. Evi J. Ware. It believes that only the united action of the working class can free these worker victims of capitalism's courts and save them from death. The Workers' Communist Party of America declares that the persecution of Sacco and Vanzetti is part of the drive against the most militant of the workers in America, that the communists and members of the L.W.W., trade unionists railroaded for activity in strikes, who are in jail or under indictment, are victims of the same class and the same government that tries to send Sacco and Vanzetti to their deaths. The Workers' Communist Party of America calls upon all organizations of workers in America to join with it in a united front for Sacco and Vanzetti, against their capitalist enemies and for their immediate release. March 17, 1925 was set by the Workers' Communist Party as Sacco and Vanzetti Day, on which mass protest meetings were to be held in every industrial center. Make Sacco and Vanzetti Day a red day for freedom, the Central Executive Committee appealed. Demonstrations to free Sacco and Vanzetti took place that day in 200 cities and towns. The meetings were addressed by members of the Sacco-Vanzetti Defense Committee, a number of them Italian anarchist workers, and by leaders of the Workers' Communist Party. 18. The first issue of the Labor Defender, January 1926, the monthly magazine of the International Labor Defense, ILD, edited by communists, carried an article on the case by Ralph Chaplin entitled, In the Shadow of the Electric Chair. 19 Thereafter, every issue carried articles on the case. ILD meetings for Sacco and Vanzetti were held all over the country. On April 25, 1926, Vanzetti wrote to the ILD from his prison cell. The echo of your campaign in our behalf has reached my heart. I repeat, I will repeat to the last, only the people, our comrades, the world revolutionary proletariat, can save us from the powers of the capitalist hyenas. 20. And from Sacco's cell came this message 8 days later. Your unchanged solidarity towards your two comrades brought me a great relief, for your brotherly and upturned spirit that you are showing towards your brotherly comrades, victims of an unjust persecution. When a liberal lawyer complained that communist propaganda was endangering the campaign to save Sacco and Vanzetti, Frank P. Walsh of the defense replied, they were kept alive by propaganda, especially the communist propaganda. Let's say nothing against communist propaganda at this time. Let's have more propaganda. T.U.E.L. Felix Frankfurter's analysis. In 1927, Felix Frankfurter, then teaching at Harvard Law School, published the case of Sacco and Vanzetti, which helped immensely to rally respectable opinion behind the two men. By systematic exploitation of the defendants' alien blood, their imperfect knowledge of English, their unpopular social views, and their opposition to the war, Frankfurter wrote, the district attorney invoked against them a riot of political passion and patriotic sentiment, and the trial judge connived at less than me had almost written, cooperated in the process. Frankfurter wrote further that, Judge Thayer's opinion stands unmatched for discrepancies between what the record discloses and what the opinion conveys. His 25,000-word document cannot be accurately described otherwise than a farrago of misquotations, misrepresentations, suppression and mutilation. Sacco and Vanzetti, he insisted, never really made sense as the murderers. Neither had a criminal record. As he wrote, a good worker regularly employed at his trade but away on a particular day which is clearly accounted for, and a dreamy fish peddler openly engaged in political propaganda neither do nor can suddenly commit an isolated job of highly professional banditry. As Frankfurter saw it, the case against Sacco and Vanzetti for murder was part of a collusive effort between the District Attock 1EY and the agents of the Department of Justice to rid the country of these Italians because of their red activities. 22. The Lowell Commission. Frankfurter's presentation was a clarion call to all liberals, all academics, all concerned citizens and others who were impressed by the future Supreme Court Justice's vindication of the innocence of the two anarchists and the outrage of their trial. But it did not lead to a new trial. However, along with the rising protest movement, it did lead to the appointment by Governor Fuller of a three-man advisory commission to consider the fairness of the verdict. Consisting of Samuel Stratton, president of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, Robert Grant, a former probate judge, and at the head, A. Lawrence Lowell, president of Harvard, the commission was thoroughly isolated from the experiences of Sacco and Vanzetti. As the New Republic observed, the life of an Italian anarchist was as foreign to them as life on Mars. 23. The Lowell Commission did not find anything wrong with the evidence against the two men. They even offered a witness against them, Lottie Totillo, that the prosecution had been afraid to use because of her unreliability. The commission, however, used her contradictory testimony. The woman is eccentric, not unimpeachable in conduct, they wrote, but the committee believes that in this case her testimony is well worth consideration. About Vanzetti, the commission concluded, on the whole, we are of opinion that Vanzetti also was guilty beyond reasonable doubt. 24. By using the phrase, on the whole, the commission seemed to infer that a shadow of doubt did exist. But Governor Fuller ignored this. Port allayed any doubts that he might have had about the executions. 25. The appeals process continued up to the Supreme Court of the United States, but the court refused to interfere. The great dissenter, Supreme Court Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes, not only refused to stay the execution, but would not even read the evidence in the case, except on the limited points that came before me. 26. Date of execution set. On April 9, 1927, the sentence of death was again imposed on the two men by Judge Thayer, and the execution date set for July 10. It was later postponed to August 23, 1927. Sacco stood up and told Judge Thayer, "I am not an orator. It is not very familiar with me the English language. I know the sentence will be between two class, the oppressed class and the rich class, and there will be always collision between one and the other. We fraternize the people with the books, with the literature. You persecute the people, tyrannize over them and kill them. We try the education of people always. You try to put a path between us and some other nationality that hates each other. That is why I am here today on this bench, for having been the oppressed class. Well, you are the oppressor. As I said before, Judge Thayer know all my life, and he know that I am never been guilty, never, not yesterday nor today nor forever. 27. And Vanzetti told Judge Thayer, I would not wish to a dog or to a snake, to the most low and misfortunate creature of the earth I would not wish to any of them what I have had to suffer for things that I am not guilty. But my conviction is that I have suffered for things that I am guilty of. I am suffering because I am a radical, and indeed I am a radical. I have suffered because I was an Italian, and indeed I am an Italian. I have suffered more for my family and for my beloved than for myself. But I am so convinced to be right that if you could execute me 2 times, and if I could be reborn 2 other times, I would live again to do what I have done already. 28. On May 27, 1927, Vanzetti wrote, We are ready to die, but be men to the last. 29. Intensified activities to save Sacco and Vanzetti. As the day of execution drew near, various groups of protesters began to arrive in Boston to lend their services to the defense. The New York Sacco-Vanzetti Emergency Committee of the International Labor Defense sent the Sacco-Vanzetti Freedom Delegation on buses to Boston. Led by Rose Barron and William L. Patterson of the Communist Party and the ILD, the group joined others protesting the impending executions. Later Patterson explained why he went to Boston. I viewed their murder as inseparably related to the attempted murder of Tom Mooney and Warren Billings, 2 labor organizers in San Francisco accused of bombing a First World War Preparedness Day parade in 1916. I recognized in it a profound relationship to the savage persecution and the attempted terrorization of blacks who, seeking to secure equality of political rights, opportunity and respect for their inalienable human right, found these social attributes to be summarily absent and ignored. They themselves were seized by state police or state-inspired mobsters, charged with rape and lynched legally or otherwise. As a communist, the fight for the lives of Nicola Sacco and Bartolomeo Vanzetti revealed to me the historic necessity to unite all exploited and oppressed in social struggle against a common foe. Among those who arrived in Boston to join the protests were an impressive array of writers. They included John Dos Passos, H.L. Mencken, Haywood Broun, Dorothy Parker and Catherine Ann Porter. Save them, for your honor, for the honor of your children, and asterisk in her memoir, The Never-Ending Wrong, published in 1977, Porter leaves the impression that the intellectuals were the only ones who took part in the campaign to save Sacco and Vanzetti from the electric chair. The memoir is permeated with vicious anti-communism, including the charge that the communists used the case of Sacco and Vanzetti merely for propaganda, hoping only for their deaths as a political argument. She reports that she expressed the wish to Rose Barron that we might save the lives of Sacco and Vanzetti. 0 NLY to have Barron snap at her. Alive what for? They are no earthly good to us alive. The Never-Ending Wrong, Boston, 1977, pp. 28, 32-34. But all who worked with Rose Barron testified to her earnestness, sincerity, and the tireless efforts she put into the campaign to save the lives of Sacco and Vanzetti. Art Shields, The CPUSA Defends Its Class, Daily World, September 24, 1977, Arthur Zipser, Sacco and Vanzetti. Their Friends and Enemies, Political Affairs 57 January, 1978, 39-41. In her biography of Josephine Herbst, the radical novelist and journalist, Eleanor Langer reveals that Catherine Ann Porter, Herbst's close friend over many years, furnished the FBI with allegations about her past communist associations and radical predilections. This information, based on material obtained by Langer under the Freedom of Information Act, throws additional light on Porter's anti-communist bias. Eleanor Langer, Josephine Herbst. The Story She Could Never Telephone Tilda. Boston, 1984, 118-30. For an effective answer to the charge that the communists used the case for their own purposes, and preferred to have the 2 men dead rather than alive, see Alfred Kutzik, The Sacco-Vanzetti Case and the Communists, Nature, Science and Thought 2, 1969, 164-83. For the generations yet unborn, wrote French writer Anatole France in an Appeal to the American People, one of the many important authors and thinkers who put their names to the call for justice. H. G. Wells, George Bernard Shaw, Albert Einstein, Madame Curie, and many others asked that the lives of the 2 men be spared. 31. While intellectuals did help attract world attention to the case, it was the anarchists, communists, and the labor movement who carried the burden. We have already noted the contributions of the communists and the Workers' Communist Party. Italian anarchists organized the defense committees from the beginning of the case, and Italian Americans provided the funds to keep the defense movement going. Most of the $300,000 that had been raised by the end of 1926 came in small donations from working people, a majority of them Italian, and from such organizations as the Lega Antifascista of Pittsburgh and the Brooklyn Italian Democratic Club. The International Labor Defense also played an important role in raising funds. 32. Trade unions were involved in defense activities from the beginning of the case. But it was with the imposition of the death sentence after the trial that the unions really became active. The 1924 AFL convention demanded a new trial for Sacco and Vanzetti, describing the defendants as defenseless victims of race and national prejudice and class hatred. The 1926 convention unanimously passed a resolution calling for a congressional investigation of the case and a new trial. Similar demands were voiced by AFL international unions, locals and city central labor councils across the country. By 1927, a dozen state labor federations had also demanded a new trial. Locals of the United Mine Workers, the International Fur Workers, and the International Ladies Garment Workers were especially active in fundraising. 33. On June 17, 1927, the Central Executive Committee, Trade Union Committee of the Communist Party adopted a statement that said, in relation to Sacco and Vanzetti, that the CP begin to agitate among the miners the idea of a short mass strike on behalf of Sacco and Vanzetti. 34. On July 4, 1927, 20,000 representatives of labor unions and Italian fraternal organizations marched in Philadelphia to protest the impending executions. On July 7, 20,000 workers gathered in New York's Union Square to voice their protest. By the second week in August, the protests took the form of strikes. On August 10, several 100,000 workers downed tools to protest the impending execution. In New York City, over 200,000 workers were involved. 50,000 struck in Philadelphia, 20,000 in Detroit, 10,000 in Rochester and Newark. Coal miners in Pennsylvania and metal miners in northern Colorado stayed out of the pits. 5,000 demonstrated in Cleveland, while the cigar makers of Tampa, the building tradesmen of Mount Vernon, New York, granite cutters of Quincy, Massachusetts, and thousands of other workers demonstrated or stayed home. On August 22, when the news came that the Massachusetts Supreme Court had denied the final appeal, workers in shops, mines, factories, and offices all over the country walked out. 35. On March 13, 1927, at Walsenburg, Colorado, 27 delegates from 22 mines attended the first public meeting of the Industrial Union 210-220, organized by the IWW to challenge District No. 15 of the United Mine Workers of America, AFL. The meeting passed a series of resolutions urging support for Sacco and Vanzetti, Tom Mooney, and others held in prisons and jails for their loyalty to the working class. 35. At a second meeting of IWW's Industrial Union 210-220 on July 14, 1927, at Walsenburg, 55 delegates from 32 coal camps voted a second expression of support for Sacco and Vanzetti. 37. During the summer of 1927, the International Executive Board of the IWW called upon the nation's workers to lay down their tools for 3 days to protest the impending execution of Sacco and Vanzetti. On August 6, 400 miners attended a meeting at Walsenburg. The meeting drew up preliminary demands, including a 6-hour day, the election of checkweightmen and pit committees, and no coal loaded on idle days. International Executive Board also announced that the IWW General Defense Committee had just won a stunning victory in the case of Fisk v. Kansas decided by the U.S. Supreme Court. Harold B. Fisk was a 26-year-old native of Clinton, Washington, and during the summer of 1923, he was working as an organizer for the IWW. Agricultural Workers Industrial Union, no LLO. After admitting he was an IWW organizer, Fisk was arrested and charged with violating the Kansas Criminal Syndicalism Act, which prohibited the advocacy of force or violence as a means of political or industrial change. After deliberating for 2 hours, the jury found Fisk guilty of violating the Criminal Syndicalism Act, and on September 20, 1923, he was sentenced to serve from 1 to 10 years in the Kansas State Prison. After losing the appeal in the Kansas Supreme Court, the General Defense Council appealed to the Supreme Court of the United States. On May 16, 1927, the Supreme Court unanimously reversed Fisher's conviction. As Richard C. Courtiner points out, the Wobblies had through their Legal Defense Committee made a significant contribution to a fundamental change in the protection of freedom of expression under the Constitution. The Wobblies and Fisk v. Kansas. Victory and Disintegration. Kansas History 4, Summer, 1980, 30-37. To discuss this action, at this meeting they voted to accept the proposal, to stop work on August 8, and to picket all mines in the Walsenburg District, FWW or UMW led. Spokespersons for the UMWA predicted that the walkout would fail, but Sheriff Harry Capps of Huerfano County disagreed, pointing out that fully two-thirds of the miners in the district were members of the IWW. 38. Picketing began as scheduled at 5 a.m. on August 8. The sheriff told the local press that out of a workforce of 1,167 miners, 1,132 had stayed out of the pits. Although the United Mine Workers refused to have anything to do with this work stoppage, the local leaders declared that its members would not cross picket lines. 39. The following day, August 9, the members of the State Industrial Commission met with A.S. Embry, Paul Seidler, IWW International Executive Committee representative in Colorado, A.K. Payne, and Jose Villa, the leaders of the walkout. Upon learning that the Attorney General's office stood ready to issue an injunction at the Commission's request, these FWW officials agreed to ask the men to return to work. 40 meetings of the striking miners were hurriedly called at Aguilar, Morley, Starkville, and Walsenburg. Embry addressed the Aguilar meeting. Friends and fellow workers, you have now been on strike twice as long as any strike that has been called for in any part of the country. We had originally planned the strike should last 3 days. I am sorry that we are still a day short, but circumstances and conditions must be taken into account. Your committee, which you elected last night to confer with the State Industrial Commission, considers the protest in the Sacco-Vanzetti case has accomplished its purpose. As far as this district is concerned, you have already done more than any other part of the country. The strike was called by your vote. It cannot be called off unless you vote to call it off. 41. With only 6 dissenting votes, the miners at these 4 meetings decided to return to work. 42. Although the IWW strike was an unexpected success, it was not the greatest strike action in support of Sacco and Vanzetti than in any other part of the country. That honor belongs to the Italian community of Thor City, Tampa, Florida, made up mostly of cigar workers. The entire community rose up in mass protest as the date for execution neared. On April 27, 1927, cigar workers overwhelmingly approved a strike resolution and left the workbenches en masse for a one-day walkout. 3 months later, another one-day strike, involving 12,000 workers, occurred. When Massachusetts Governor Alvin T. Fuller announced on August 3 he would not intervene in the case, cigar workers again struck. This time 15,000 workers went out. On August, Iowa walkout again emptied the cigar factories. Ybor City's main thoroughfare, 2nd Avenue, was virtually deserted as every store fronting the street closed for the day after posting painted signs in their windows reading, "Save Sacco and Vanzetti," and "Help the Innocents." The last and largest strike on August 28 ended with a memorial to bid farewell to our martyred comrades. 43. The outpouring of workers around the globe was tremendous. In virtually every European city, in Tokyo, Buenos Aires, Montevideo, Mexico City, Rio de Janeiro, in Australia, the Philippines and Canada, workers took to the streets in strike and in protest to call for justice. Protest meetings were held in several cities in the Soviet Union. Even while under fascist rule, the Italian working class managed to demonstrate its support. 44. Sacco and Vanzetti were scheduled to be executed at midnight, August 10, 1927. At 11:30 p.m. on August 10, Governor Alvin T. Fuller granted the condemned men a 12-day stay of execution so that final legal maneuvers could run their course. During that day, August 10, 1927, Cardinal William O'Connell, Archbishop of Boston, received a telegram from the Right Reverend Paul Morella, auditor of the Apostolic Delegation in Washington, D.C. It read, "Card. Gaspari requests if possible your charitable intercession of Sacco Vanzetti, stop. Please answer by telegram." Cardinal Pietro Gaspari was Secretary of State to Pope Pius XI. Cardinal O'Connell replied by wire to Morelli, "We have already done so and will continue as long as there is hope." On the same day, Cardinal O'Connell sent an intercessory note to Governor Fuller in which he wrote, "I have been implored by people whose request I cannot ignore to do whatever is possible in this matter, and I offer you my application for clemency, trusting that it may be favorably received." 45. It was all in vain. On August 23, 1927, 2 innocent workers were executed for a crime they had not committed. Victory in death. On May 13, 1927, the New York World featured an interview in the Dedham jail with Sacco and Vanzetti. The headline over the account read, "Victory in Death Seen by Sacco and Vanzetti." The interview included a statement by Vanzetti which became world famous. "If it had not been for these things," said Vanzetti, "I might have lived out my life, talking at streetcomers to scorning men. I might have died, unmarked, unknown, a failure. Now we are not a failure. This is our career and our triumph. Never in our full life can we hope to do such work for tolerance, for justice, for man's understanding of man, as now we do by an accident. Our words, our lives, our pains, nothing. The taking of our lives of a good shoemaker and a poor fish ped tilde lure all. That last moment belongs to us, that agony is our triumph. 46. Only one day before the execution, Vanzetti wrote to Dante Sacco, the son of Nicola Sacco. Remember, Dante, remember always these things. We are not criminals. They convicted us on a frame-up, they denied us a new trial, and if we will be executed after 7 years, 4 months and 17 days of unspeakable tortures and wrongs, it is because we were for the poor and against the exploitation and oppression of the man by the man. Sacco wrote to his daughter Ines how he wished he could see you running, laughing, crying and singing through the verdant fields. But then he added, the same I have wished for other poor girls. The nightmare of the lower classes burdened very badly your father's soul. 47. Both Sacco and Vanzetti were taught to read and write English in prison by wealthy New England women who had interested themselves in the case, and Vanzetti, in particular, became a highly articulate writer in English whose letters evoked a great emotional response. Sacco emerges from his prison letters as a man with a definite social outlook, a strong class consciousness, and a view of himself and Vanzetti as the good soldiers of the revolution. 48. This eloquent statement became famous after it appeared in the letters of Sacco and Vanzetti, edited by Marion Denman Frankfurter and Gardner Jackson, published in 1928. For a discussion of the history of Vanzetti's statement, see Fred Sorokin, How Vanzetti Said Goodbye, Journal of American History 68, September, 1981, 298-312. Vanzetti's statement is part of what Paul Avrich, the leading American scholar on anarchism and anarchists, calls the myth that Sacco and Vanzetti were philosophical anarchists, and that in the words of Upton Sinclair, there was no possibility of either being guilty of any crime. Avrich goes to great pains to show why Sinclair changed his mind and became convinced that both Sacco and Vanzetti were dynamiters, who were ready to use the utmost violence to gain their ends. Most of Avrich's book is spent on this issue and concludes with his agreeing with Upton Sinclair. Paul Avrich, Sacco and Vanzetti. The Anarchist Background, Princeton, New Jersey, 1991, Passam, especially pp. 160-63. It remains to be seen if scholars who are experts on the case that refuses to die will accept Professor Avrich's discussion and conclusions, and his one-dimensional treatment of this tragic episode in American history. Vindication of Sacco and Vanzetti. The case of Sacco and Vanzetti has been called the American Dreyfus case. It has never been forgotten. Many books have been written about it, several of them novels. Scores of poems have been sung of their courage and pain, at least 3 plays have dealt with it. And in 1971 a film produced in Italy made the grim story come alive. In 1948, G. Louis Jogan, the co-author of The Legacy of Sacco and Vanzetti, wrote that the literary verdict is unanimously sympathetic to the executed men. Prosecution, judges, and the hostile Massachusetts public majority have not in 20 years found a single literary defender of their position. 49. While most studies of the Sacco and Vanzetti case have upheld the view that the two men were innocent and were victims of a frame up, there were exceptions. In 1960, Robert Montgomery, a conservative Boston lawyer, published Sacco Vanzetti, The Murder and the Myth, in which he challenged the view that the two men were innocent. In 1962, James Grossman, a New York lawyer, concluded in Commentary, the Journal of Neoconservatism, that Sacco and Vanzetti were guilty. That same year, Francis Russell, in Tragedy in Dedham, upheld the same view. He based this largely on evidence he claimed proved that the bullets that killed the men in the robbery had been fired from Sacco's pistol and could not have been fired from any other. He concluded that Sacco was guilty, and that Vanzetti, at most, possessed guilty knowledge which would have made him an accessory to the fact. In 1969, Herbert Ehrman, the last surviving Sacco-Vanzetti counsel, published The Case That Will Not Die. He challenged Russell's thesis and upheld the innocence of Sacco and Vanzetti. So, too, does Roberta Strauss Feuerlicht, in Justice Crucified, the story of Sacco and * in an article in the Conservative National Review. Is this the truth about Sacco and Vanzetti? 11. October 21, 1961, 261-64, Max Eastman wrote that he had asked Carlo Tresca, the anarchist leader involved in the defense of Sacco and Vanzetti, for the truth about the two condemned men. To Eastman's query, Tresca allegedly answered, Sacco was guilty but Vanzetti was not. The conversation was interrupted and never resumed. A few weeks later, Tresca was assassinated. The alleged statement by Tresca was used by Francis Russell, as well as others, to charge that Sacco was guilty of the crime. But the validity of Tresca's statement is effectively challenged in Carlo Tresca and the Sacco-Vanzetti case, Journal of American History 66. December 1979. 535-42. T.U.E.L, published in 1977, which is, in a number of respects, the best recent history of the case. In 1986, Francis Russell published Sacco and Vanzetti, the case resolved, in which he announced that he was now certain that Sacco was guilty and Vanzetti innocent. The justification for this conclusion is a letter he received in 1982 written by T.U.E.L Gambara, who introduced himself as the son of Giovanni Gambara, lately deceased, who had been active in the case from its beginnings. Gambara wrote that Russell was correct in inferring Sacco's guilt. But this and what Russell calls corroborative details add nothing to what is already known, and does no damage to the reputation of Sacco and Vanzetti. Until 1977, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts never officially admitted the slightest error or acknowledged the two men in any way. When the Federal Writers' Project Guidebook to Massachusetts was published in the mid-30s, Governor Hurley discovered that it was favorably disposed to Sacco and Vanzetti. His protests forced the first edition to be recalled and a new edition to be written, revising the objectionable section .50. In 1947, the renowned sculptor Gutzon Borglum completed a bas-relief of Sacco and Vanzetti and the arm of a robed justice holding a balance tipped in their direction. Over half of its space was devoted to a statement by Vanzetti. What I wish more than all in this last hour of agony is that our case and our fate may be understood in their real being and serve as a tremendous lesson to the forces of freedom so that our suffering and death will not have been in vain. The plaque was offered to the Commonwealth of Massachusetts for erection on the Boston Common by a group of U.S. citizens including Albert Einstein, Herbert H. Lehman, Eleanor Roosevelt, Provost Paul H. Bakke of Harvard University and Dean Wesley A. Sturgis of Yale University Law School. The offer was rejected by Governor Hurley on the grounds that public opinion was still divided on the matter. 51. The long overdue official acknowledgement by the state of Massachusetts that injustice had been committed in the case came finally on the 50th anniversary of the execution. Governor Michael Dukakis asserted by proclamation that Sacco and Vanzetti had not been given a fair trial and that any stigma should be removed from their names. The proclamation was presented ceremoniously to Spencer Sacco, the grandson of Nicola Sacco, and to an Italian consul representing Vanzetti's surviving sister in Italy. As part of the official action, August 23, 1977, the 50th anniversary of the execution, was proclaimed Sacco-Vanzetti Day in Massachusetts. However, Governor Dukakis refused to grant a posthumous pardon because it might connote guilt. His proclamation asserted neither the guilt nor the innocence of Sacco and Vanzetti. But in 1985, in postmortem, new evidence in the case of Sacco and Vanzetti, William Young and David E. Kaiser established beyond a reasonable doubt the innocence of the two Italian anarchists, in a first-rate investigation of evidence never before part of any previous evaluation. Based on an enormous file collection from the Massachusetts State Police, electronic recordings of Felix Frankfurter's conversations, informers' reports from the Defense Committee, and new records from the prosecution, the secret grand jury proceedings, and the federal surveillance of anarchists, postmortem has settled a debate among scholars which has raged for 60 years over the innocence or guilt of Sacco and Vanzetti. The final verdict: innocence. Reviewing the book in the Journal of American History, William Preston Jr. reaches the same conclusion. Young and Kaiser conduct an objective and impartial investigation. The argument and the evidence ought to persuade others that Sacco and Vanzetti were framed and that 60 years of controversy may now come to an end. 53.